Welcome and good morning to the third day's play of this intriguingly poised match in the West Indies CWI Professional League opening round game between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, the host team, and the Jamaica Scorpions. This game, I said, is intriguingly poised because the Leeward Islands scored yesterday 260 for 10, and this was after laboring in the first day only to reach 163 for 6. But they were able to build solidly on the platform of an outstanding 78 from Jeremiah Louis, who was at the start with Rakeem Cornwall yesterday. When Cornwall left without scoring an addition to his 29, Louis remained there and he galvanized the efforts of the Leewards batters, and they were able to reach 260. Jamaica, though, yesterday stormed back well, and they stormed back because Leroy Logg, that pugnacious right-handed powerful opener, took the Leewards bowlers to task, and his quick-fire knock had things seeming as though it was running away, but Colin Archibald came back nicely, took a couple of wickets, and then when there was some semblance of stability, Paul Palmer and Abijah Mansingh came together in a wonderful half-century partnership. But then Rakeem Cornwall came, he struck 2 wickets in 1 over, 3 wickets in his spell so far, 3 for 47, Archibald 2 for 37, Palmer 47, but once Palmer left, a void in the Jamaica innings. So Sylvester Joseph, who is beside me, Jamaica then, ending the day's play on 186 for 6. It is intriguingly poised. It is on a knife edge here. They are still trailing by 74 runs with 4 first innings wickets in hand. Your thoughts?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning once again, Seth. Good morning to the viewers. Indeed, you have summed it up tremendously, and I think it is intriguingly poised for a wonderful day of cricket. I think Leeward Islands has played themselves back, in the driving seat with the bowling premises of Rakeem Cornwall and Hayden Walsh, led by Colin Archibald from the fast bowling perspective. I think that the Leeward Islands bowlers will have the upper hand. The consistency of these two, especially spinners from the Leeward Islands, can create a lot of opportunities. As we see yesterday, the Leeward Islands fielders, they dropped 4 catches. So it is interesting to see what's happening today.
Well, Rakeem Cornwall starts. Good delivery first. You hear the wicket keeper, something that was missing throughout most of yesterday. Heard the noise of the batter saying how's he, but that one did not beat Mansingh. And how well has Abijah Mansingh batted?
That's off stump.
We would have seen him with the ball. Now we're seeing him with the bat, and he's definitely a revelation as far as the Jamaicans are concerned. Would have played for the CCC, Combined Campuses, and Gordon Bryan is with him. Oh, that one did something. In fact, he's bowled.
Yep.
Wow.
That's an excellent off spinner's ball. I mean, ball him to bat and pad.
Wow, that is a special delivery. Because I was just reading the angle of Cornwall.
The Cricket West Indies Academy aimed at developing the future of a cricket.
He has a stranglehold on the Jamaica Scorpions. This is a critical wicket that could define the proceedings moving forward. Jamaica just adding 1 run to their overnight score, moving from 186 to 187 before Rakeem Cornwall striking with the 3rd ball of the morning.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the start of play, it's similarly to the start yesterday with the Leeward Islands. They lost 6 wickets overnight, and they had to come back. But I think the quality of the Leeward Islands Hurricane spinners, they are much better than the Jamaica Scorpion. And the batting that we are seeing here, it's difficult to score if you're not a creative one like Log, a creative batter like Log, and Jeremiah Louis that they have shown on this pitch that you have to exercise some aggression with a bit of thought process. And we haven't seen much of the batters, exhibited those skills to achieve to get runs freely quickly on a pitch like this. So the edge must be in the favor, I think, of the Leewards.
Yes, at this stage, definitely. Because we're into the lower order. You say not to say tail-enders. Time will tell whether they're tail-enders or they're lower orders. Cornwall, first delivery to Minley. Minley would have been around for a while. In fact, he would have had the opportunity of playing half of a test match for the West Indies. I say half because could not really do his bowling, comes forward on this occasion. But still was able to do something with the bat towards the end of that. Marquino Minley, the right arm, brisk medium fast bowler. Cornwall this time an appeal, but I think perhaps that was a bit high. Is it that the pitch? Well, let me not say the pitch because someone may say I'm taking the gloss off the bowler. But things are happening out there.
Well, I mean, so far, the few balls that we have seen him bowl, you must give him the credit.
That's right.
He's getting a bit of bounce and
turn.
some turn. That we haven't seen yesterday.
That's right. That completes the over. 1 run, 1 wicket. And as you say, we saw that magic towards the end of yesterday with those 2 quick wickets in his, I think, penultimate over of the day that really brought the game back into the direction of the Leewards.
Yeah, and this is a golden opportunity, I think, for the Leewards, not only to get the Jamaica Scorpions out early, is also to get a lead. And I think it's very important with having a lead, and if the top order for the Leeward Islands can show a bit more intent, they should get a total that they can maybe declare early tomorrow or late in the afternoon, and give the Scorpions something to think about.
Well, Colin Archibald, it looks like, it's Hayden Walsh. Hayden Walsh would have had one of those wickets, 1 for 33. Colin Archibald, the man who did the initial damage.
I think maybe Colin Archibald has to be on time because he came off yesterday, and I think he didn't return. So
he came off for quite a long time.
Yeah. I mean that 10 overs that really took a toll on him.
That had to, and at that stage from both ends, I thought, well, it was necessary. At least after he had the first 2, I thought, the other seamers didn't really show up in terms of the bowling, but Hayden Walsh Jr.
But that's why, as a captain said, you have to be very careful. Even though a bowler is bowling well, you have to learn to manage
it.
Because
that's right.
He's the best from what we have seen in terms of the fast bowler.
Yes.
But because you have given an extended spell, he is not able to come this morning.
That's right, and could be injured in the process.
Yeah. But he's good that he's out there at mid-off. We have he's back on the field now, so I guess he has recovered somewhat.
Hayden Walsh Jr., leggy to leggy.
Oh, good start, Johnny.
Good start.
Work from there, Johnny.
Right,
Work from there, Johnny.
Captain is happy with that.
Yes.
Come, boys. Can't hear us, boys.
Well, he's saying you can hear us, boys. So the rest of these guys may well be picking and reviewing things online.
Oh, bowling, Johnny.
With bowling on the game, because yesterday we were saying that the chatter was non-existent after the first couple of overs, after log started to take effect.
Good morning, boys.
And only towards the end you heard it, and now you're hearing it. Let's talk.
Well, I mean that's the thing about the streaming. You can go back in the evening and watch over the game and see where you can improve.
Driven in the deep, Archibald sends the return in, but a good single taken by Mansingh. So Minley will face. Yes, you have that opportunity to go back to look at it. Somebody asked, do players do that? I know they do. Sometimes you see the comments, or you may get a call about something. Or somebody may say, I realize, or put something on their status, show that they're paying attention, but pay attention to the key details. That is most important. The key details that will inspire, that would change your approach. Here is Hayden Walsh Jr. Mainly.
Bowling, Johnny.
I didn't know they called him Junior until now.
Well, I mean, the captain is calling him Junior.
I know most juniors are called Junie.
I'm a junior too. I am a junior too as well.
Wow, I didn't know that. so
many
is your
people
son,
don't know.
Is your son double junior? Or
No,
the
he's one. He has his own.
Leewards!
Middley drives this one. 4 runs. Lovely shot. Used his feet well. Down
Come in, boys.
the
Come
ground.
in, boys. Come in, boys.
The fielder at mid-on just chased.
Silly
come,
me
boys,
off,
come, boys.
when you're going and pushing for the advantage.
That's
you know,
right.
With West Indies spinners bowling. I mean, you have to put the pressure on the low order.
I agree. Here, this time he flights it more. And this is what I like to see. I like to see the fact the over has been completed, but let me comment on that. You go for him, he comes back the same point, and he's not afraid to flight it. And that was my criticism earlier on the first day of can't even Merchant. You hit him, and then he's running down
the leg side. Yeah,
no, you hit. You must come back and show that you're clever enough to back your chart.
Yes, indeed, and that's positive by Hayden Walsh. But then again, Hayden Walsh is an international player,
That's
so
right,
again,
that's right.
you know, that may be different confidence, and hope Merchant, you know, they can learn something from the experience Hayden Walsh. But I see now that the captain, you know, implementing another. Well, he take off that helmet and he's at leg slip. But Mansingh has done himself a good.
A huge credit.
Yeah.
Huge credit.
It would be interesting to see if Williams is good to go the next game.
No, Mansingh will have to play.
You reckon?
I reckon. Cornwall being played out by Mansingh. I'm not a part. I have no connection to any team. Let me make it clear. And I'm further from Jamaica, being in Antigua. But I think if he doesn't play, wow, you really have to question that. If I'm around and he doesn't play, or I hear that, I don't have anybody in the Jamaican authority, but I'll call somebody and cry out for injustice. I've fought injustice all the days of my life.
Yeah?
Yes. Here is Cornwall coming forward, Mansingh. This guy looks quality.
But you said that he well, a little of his background, he plays for the CCC.
Yes.
You know, a lot of the players that comes from CCC, you can see the difference in their mentality, their approach. You mentioned Kareem Hodge from Windward Islands yesterday.
Kareem Hodge, yes.
Yeah, Kevin Hodge, yeah. And you have the former captain of West Indies, Jason Holder.
Yes.
You have those guys that came through that CCC system, and you can see, when you look at them, you can see some difference.
I think you're making a point there, and it calls for some introspection as well between the mental, the academic, and the game itself. A beautiful delivery from Cornwall. Beat him all ends up. He went across.
I think Rodman Powell as well. Yeah, I think
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he came to that CCC system as well. But you can see mentally that these guys, you know, they think the game, they try to play according to the situation, you know. But
now, in the
good.
context of this game, 36 from 109 deliveries, 5 fours. He has not given a chance. He has been steady.
Well, I mean, he gave a chance yesterday when he was dropped there at extra cover by
that's
Casey
right.
Carty.
That's by Carty. But beyond that, it has been almost he has been bamboozled on a couple of occasions by Cornwall, but that is okay. But he has stuck with it. Steadied the ship with his captain, and now trying to see what he can do with the tail. It is about character.
The law order.
Yes, the law order. It is about character. And he has the technical competence.
Yeah.
So if you can build on the technical competency with consistency, regular play, you may get the best out of him.
I
as a
believe so.
potential test player. I hope I'm not going too far. But the eye catches, you can see talent out there. But the character part is what I think is hugely missing currently in our West Indies team. I hope he doesn't let me look bad after this. But he has definitely caught the eye. Even the same catch, but it's all along the ground. Would you have gone for them, bring them mid-on closer? I know they want to give Mansingh the single. But to me, it's all about pressure, either way.
I think maybe the mid-on is a bit too wide.
Too wide and deep as well.
With the leg spinner, it's maybe a bit too wide. You just have to stay alert. I think because
No, they're voting the silly mid-off. So
Right,
the
right.
forward short leg and the silly mid-off.
Oh!
Good delivery by Hayden Walsh. A good test
Balling, Johnny. Come, boys. Come, boys.
here.
Balling, Johnny. Keep balling, Johnny.
Jamaica
Work it, boys.
only
Just work
adding
it, boys.
7 to the overnight position. We're in the 4th over of the morning.
Oh, balling, Johnny. Balling,
Good delivery
Johnny.
again from Hayden Walsh Jr. Well played on the part of Mansingh.
yeah, the thing about Mansingh, you can see that his skills, he back his skills and he trusts his defense.
Exactly.
You know, and
Come
he
in, Johnny,
played
balling,
with
Johnny,
a level of
balling, Johnny.
confidence and maturity. And this is his first game, so you know maybe people may think that we're harping too much on him or whatever. But what we have seen so far, you know, the maturity, the confidence that he's showing, to say that he wasn't really in the original 11.
That's right. And our role is to describe what we see.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
to evaluate a person's performance or how they stand out.
Right.
And Paul Palmer Log and himself, they have been the standouts with the bat for Jamaica. Driven.
No, good running.
And here is another feature of his batting. He doesn't just block.
Come in, boys. Come in, boys. Come in,
He
boys.
knows when to be aggressive. He knows how to use his soft hands, how to try to pierce the gap.
Come in,
Keeps
come in, Johnny.
rotating
Come in,
the
Johnny.
strike.
Yeah, he's exhibiting so a lot of good things as an all-rounder. You know, not only just batting or bowling, an all-rounder. He seems like he's a quality all-rounder.
Well, mainly got a brilliant one from Hayden Walsh Jr. to end the over. The over's come to an end. Also, when you look at the context, based on the content on the Windies cricket site, it suggested that he is an opener.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
So having the potential to do that. Oftentimes, another point, for instance, we were making a point yesterday with Kofi James. Sometimes you're looked upon when you're an all-rounder as you're playing as a batsman in this game, or whether you're playing as a batsman or a bowler. If you're good enough to open as an all-rounder, let it happen.
Yeah.
Jack Scalise is the model that I follow. If you're good enough, you're good enough. Whether I prefer playing you as an extra bowler or extra batter.
I
you're good enough.
thought your model would be Sagafi Sobers.
Well, the truth is I wasn't around in his time.
Okay,
Here
okay.
is Rakeem Cornwall. Sagari, I know he's the greatest. I've had the opportunity of listening to him, but I never had the opportunity of watching him.
Okay, so you
And just understand.
we're in the same era,
Right,
somewhat.
Right. So here is this good one from Rakeem Cornwall. Well played. So the point for me is that we don't have all the footages that we would have in this current digital era.
Right.
That I can pull them and watch like I could watch, the team prior. But I've never seen Sagari bat. Good delivery. That one may have been just drifting down the leg side, but he was being there. And Cornwall started to appeal, but pulled out of the appeal, recognizing perhaps the ball had on too much and spun away.
I think he got a bat on it.
An edge.
Yeah, he got some bat.
Not a good one. And I think this is a good attacking line from Cornwall. He's teasing him at times outside the off stump, but during this over, he has been going wicket to wicket.
Well, he
allowing
hasn't.
for the spin.
Cornwall hasn't had 300 or 400 wickets for no reason, sir.
That's right.
Because of that length and line, he's very
And in
consistent.
fact, you say he has 354 prior to this game.
That's not
In
luck.
76 matches.
That's not luck.
No easy feat. That's first class matches though, outside the off stump. And at least Mansingh recognizing his role to try to play out Cornwall, and he wants to
Work it, boys.
give Minley his chance to build his confidence, because we say that this would be important. Can't farm the strike too early, but you got to give the lower order batter the opportunity to get his confidence in. Cornwall 4 for 48, Walsh 1 for 40, and you may well see these two operating. I thought though I would have loved to see a pacer just for something different coming from the northern end. But these are perhaps your two most experienced bowlers. Minley is looking comfortable most of the time against Walsh Jr. One delivery in the previous over that really beat him all ends up. I thought it was the last delivery.
I don't understand. this ploy in terms of Powell there at deep, deepish mid-on. Minley is the one that you want to bowl most of the deliveries to, but they gave him he gave up an easy single from Minley. Like Minley is the top batter.
So I asked you a
Boys,
question
come,
yesterday,
boys.
even though you're a selector of the Leewards, which you have declared your interest, is there any opportunity for you to have a chat in terms of captaincy, in terms of the things you do in field setting, in terms of game situation? You can answer that at the end of the over.
Oh,
Good
bowling,
delivery
Johnny, bowling, Johnny.
well
Come
played
in,
by
boys. Come in, boys.
Mansingh.
Come in, boys. Work your lads. Let's
Because
work your
sometimes
lads.
having a discussion, oftentimes with even a player, they'll say, I wasn't paying attention to that. That's an interesting observation. And some players may make the change. Some leaders may even make the change. Going back on that occasion, but does not
Bowling, Johnny, bowling, Johnny.
beat
Come, boys, come, boys.
Casey
Boys,
Carty.
let's work
Carter
your
at
lads.
that point.
But Seth, when you look at the Leeward Islands outfit, you have so much experienced players out there. Look at Powell; he's in that position, and he should, have knowledge. He's a former captain.
This time, a full toss worked away out to Powell. The question for you, though,
Johnny.
in your time as captain, how many players, if they are not more senior than you, would want to come and
Let's
say,
work it, boys. Let's work it,
skip
boys.
X, skip Y? There's some players who may just sit back and say, well, that's the skipper.
Come in, Johnny.
Let
Come
him
in,
do what he
Johnny.
wants.
Well, yeah, you have a few players that really thinks that way, but when you're looking from a team perspective, and then again, the captain is an open person who will
Oh, bowling, Johnny. Bowling,
accept
Johnny.
recommendation or something. It depends on the personality and the captain. So people can approach you. Depends on your teammate, how they see you. How they accept you, and but I say in this outfit for the Leeward Islands, these guys have been playing. Most of them are playing from youth come up.
Right, and some
so
of them should be
so
communicating well, and these are straightforward decisions. You're saying Hayden Walsh Jr. bowling that way, and the mid-on is so deep.
so deep,
Not
especially
applied,
for
and the
Minnie,
runs have been scored in that only
area,
in
yeah.
that area, and yet.
especially
So
Minnie.
someone should cite that if the captain is not seeing it and say, or even Powell should suggest, I'm walking in. Here is Rakeem Cornwall. Comes into Mansingh. Mansingh playing it wisely. He's not using the feet to come down. He's stretching, but he's ensuring that he extends himself to the pitch of the ball, negating any turn. We'd be happy to take it on the pad or on the body. Oh, this time it's a closer one. Looked as though he was in a bit of trouble, but the positive thing, he was playing a stroke. It was definitely pitched outside the off stop. Let's
think he was
have a
struck.
look at it again.
I think he was struck outside of the arsenal.
Right, and he was playing a stroke, so there could be, yes, definitely. It really spun. Had he not been playing a stroke, there could have been an issue. This time he tries to sweep. Oh, and that one, keeper cannot believe it that he didn't get there.
I don't like that sweep shot in terms of
In the air, Hamilton could not get in front. The ball fell in front of him. And that's the reason when we were speaking about the silly point. We were speaking about someone coming forward could have taken that catch. But they're trying to take the catch coming from behind.
yeah. The intent of that sweep shot, because there is no one at deep backward square or even short on the circle. So in a situation like that, and you're going for the sweep, you go with more force.
That's right, especially knowing that there is a leg slip and a forward short leg. But it comes back to the feel that we're saying, applying more pressure. Because a silly point on that occasion with the ball ballooning would have had a more realistic chance of diving forward than the wicketkeeper coming around in front of the batter. Cornwall really having a tidy spell. And we were, as Cornwall's overcome to an end, it also begs a discussion because we're speaking about bowler management. Yes, it's good to put the fast bowlers under the wraps, but the spinners as well. I mean, you're speaking about, let's look at Harty, and let's look at Cornwall. They're bowling the bulk of the overs. And I'm sure if you were to look at Rakeem Cornwall, well, we'll do a summary later in terms of a breakdown of year to year. You're bowling almost half of the overs of the team. So I think the team, Leewards team, they have to look at the core in terms of the wicket-taking ability. It cannot be leaning towards one or two. I think some players going to have to come out trumping as key wicket takers to cushion that from some of the bowlers.
I think it's up to the captain because it's a team.
That's right.
And from what we have seen with Jamin Hamilton, especially in this game, if a bowler is bowling well,
He doesn't take him off. This one, Minley, spanking it through mid-on. And we've been speaking about the mid-on being closer. Could have been a catch, but also he is wide. This is the second four between the deep mid-on fielder and the bowler. And nothing has been moved. And all the runs scored off Walsh Jr., off by Minley, have been through that area.
yeah,
No adjustment made.
just to the left of
Can't be static as a captain. We don't want to appear too tough, really.
That's
And now look what they have done. Dispense of the close infielder and set a boundary fielder and then bring a mid-wicket. But the gap is still there at mid-on.
well, I guess now that the deep fielder is out there, he will only get one.
He will only get one, Sylvester, but what it does, it may restrict the boundary, but it doesn't add towards your end goal, which is to get the team out.
Yeah, you need to get him out. You need to create opportunities, and he's hitting the ball in one area, just to the left. Just to the left of his scoring area is just to the left of mid-on. So you could have just brought the mid-on a bit straighter
And
to his
close.
left.
That's
and
right.
Even closer, yeah. But I don't know. They're seeing it different.
Because you have to look at your goal. You're responding to what has happened, but you're also looking at, isn't the goal to get them out as quickly as you can? And if that's the goal, then you make the adjustment to the field in a wicket-taking response.
Yeah.
Only 2 fours, but you're putting out the long on. But if you have the mid-on placed properly, based on how he's playing, it's either a wicket or you may even save all the runs.
And the argument is coming from the fact that he's all 2 or 3 of his boundaries is the same shot.
Same shot, the same
The
position,
same area,
with
you
the
know.
field.
Yeah.
So you're trying to stop the boundary when you can actually plug the single or be in an
Catching position.
Catching position.
Yeah, wicket taking position, yeah.
right. Walt Jr. this time, Minley comes forward and Walsh completes his over. So yesterday we had 60 overs in the Jamaica innings. So we have completed 8th so far this morning. The 200 comes up, and the 200 comes up for 7 wickets of 68 overs. And on the Leewards side, 3 wicket takers. Rakeem Cornwall 4 for 48. Colin Archibald 2 for 37. Hayden Walsh Jr. 1 for 46. And between Walsh Jr. and Rakeem Cornwall, they have bowled 39 overs. That's significant. Mansingh, maybe sensing the opportunity of getting a half century, looks composed, plays it well.
It boggles my mind sometimes why they don't give Ward more bowling. Terence Ward. Every time he gets an opportunity, he normally takes wickets.
Well, that's a good point, because I was tempted to ask you last evening what exactly is his role, because he's an all-rounder as I know it. This time Mansingh uses the feet well, good diving, tumbling save by the man coming around,
Louis.
Jeremiah Louis, getting some energy onto that one, because he's an all-rounder.
And he does well every time that he gets an opportunity to bowl, but he's on the bowl basically every season.
Well, as Terry and I were saying yesterday, he's one of those sort of all-rounder, let's say in the mold of let's not call a name. He's an all-rounder who may not dominate with the bat or dominate with the ball, but at the same time, he's an all-rounder who can have an impact
he's
at
very,
critical
very,
times.
Yeah, like an impactful player.
Right. So give him that opportunity. 2-3 overs, as you may have done with Louis. Oh, that's a beauty. Yeah, Cornwall is really spinning some webs around the Jamaican batters, however, persistence, gain survival. Look at this. Wow. That may have had an edge.
Because when you look at it, right, I mean, every season Cornwall bowls majority of the overs.
That's right.
You know, and obviously he's going to get wicket because of his skill set and he bowls
Right.
in a lot of overs. He's going to get
But you
wickets.
can't overdo.
Yeah, but they tend to just allow him to bowl 40 overs, and you have bowlers that can maybe, you know, just limit his workload
That's right.
and be as effective by getting wickets.
Yes, it's an over-dependency
Yeah, and
on him, and opportunity must go up. You're not telling the captain what to do, but it's a notable observation. Hayden Walsh Jr. comes in. Oh, that one was the wronger. It was pitched just outside the off stump. I would love to see that, the replay on that. He was backing away. Let's look at it.
That's a googie.
Yes, and he got the goalie and he was cramped. I'm not sure if it played, but what I know, Jamal Hamilton did not gather. Excellent bowling. Like to see, this is really good spin bowling at its best. Drives at that. Gets it out to mid-off. And oftentimes we used to look forward to excellent fast bowling at both ends. But it's good to watch good menacing spin bowling from these two Leeward Island players, two Antiguans, two West Indian bowlers.
Yeah, I mean,
Walsh has not played white or red ball for the
yeah.
West Indies, but yet plays the white ball version. Driven, and oh, that was a shot in the dark. He was attempting to drive it out to mid-off, and the ball took the inner part of the bat and went into the onside. These are some anxious moments for the Jamaican batters.
yeah, I mean, but they sit out there paddling away, and as he said, he's going to be an intrigue in the end. So far, you know, that is the case.
Really seeing quality spin bowling here. Here is Minley hitting this one. Is it over the top? It is over mid-wicket, and it's a 6.
No.
It's 4. Thought it was a 6. I lost it a bit, but I know it was a lofty hit. He has favored the onside to Walsh. That means he's going across the line, playing across the spin. He has done it successfully. This is his third 4. 2 out to long on. Those were more underground, powerfully struck. And this one, realizing that Powell is there, pulled it down to mid-wicket. Walsh is going in that vein. He goes with it over the top. One bounce into the boundary for 4. His intention is clear. He has been repeated. Walsh going there again, and he plays it nicely. It was one that was pitched on the stumps, and it went to the right of Powell, and Makino Minley is speeding up. He has sped on to 19, and the score up to 210 for 7. Useful runs here for the Jamaicans.
I mean, yes, indeed, and they are giving him the single freely, and he's hitting boundaries as well. So, you know, he's like a man that is in control of his innings. But his hitting area set is like mid-on, long-on, and between the cow corner, as we call it. So he's not a player who, you know, has different varieties of hitting areas, you know. But you can set the field instead of that man a deep backward square. You don't
That's
need
right.
that for
He's not
Minley.
bowling short at all.
No, you don't need that for Minley. You need, if you have anything, the long on and
And the mid-wicket. Okay, that's good advice. I hope that Jamal Hamilton will be hearing that instruction. And Makino Minley, after having 3 wickets in the Leewards innings, he would be happy to be among the runs, supporting Mansingh, partnership of 23. And Minley has had 19 of the 23 runs in the partnership. It tells you how well he has been going. Rakeem Cornwall, on the other hand, is prepared to come back. The players and Kofi James in the middle, or is Kofi James close that he's listening to the conversation?
Yeah, he was.
Kofi James, also another option in terms of bowling. But these two are bowling so well. The temptation for the captain would be perhaps to give Walsh a rest. Cornwall, this one again inadvertently, was looking to play it straight, and Cornwall receives the applause from
In a situation like
Hamilton.
this, in a situation like this where you are hunting for wickets, you have to use your options. You can't be dependent on two bowlers.
That's right.
You have quality bowlers, and you
And
have
what
to.
I'm saying, we go back to 2021 Cornwall, 5 matches, 23 wickets, over 1,032, in fact 1,032 deliveries. I broke it down for that reason because I think it's an overload for one player. Plays back. We go back to 2019, 2020. 5 matches, 30 wickets, 1,437 deliveries. And so what are the other players doing? 2020, 18, 19, 9 matches, 2,078 deliveries, 54 wickets during that period. 2017 again, Leewards, 5 matches, 1,029 deliveries. That is one man. Good quick single there by the Jamaicans. 25 wickets. 2016, 9 matches, 2,122 deliveries, 41 wickets. Why should one man be bowling so much in a team setting? I mean, he has had the reward, and as you said, that may be the temptation. The year before, after making his debut, 2015, 10 matches, 2,594 deliveries, 48 wickets. Yes, he has been excellent. 48 wickets at 22, 29 wickets at 26, 41 wickets at 27. Excellent stuff. So he has always been below 30. Bowl him. Wow, while I spoke.
Yeah,
So he has just completed now a 5-wicket haul. Let's look at it. I beg your pardon. Mainly being deceived on that occasion. It's better Minley than Mansingh. But Rakeem Cornwall now gets his 20th 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket, and that, in fact, that is tremendous. Let me make sure that my stats are right. In fact, no, he's 23rd in first-class cricket. That in regional it would have been 20th, but remember in Test cricket he has 2 5-wicket hauls. So, and that is considered first-class cricket. So, an excellent spell by Rakeem Cornwall, really beating Minley, who was really challenging Hayden Wall Jr. Excellent performance, but at the same time, I would just speak in context here in terms of the Leewards' over-dependence in spite of his success.
yes, indeed. And when you have a player of his skill set, as I said, bowl so many overs, obviously he's going to end up with a 5-wicket haul most of the time, even more, because he's very skilled at his craft, But in terms of his workload and variety in the bowling attack, you have enough quality spinners, or even fast bowlers that you could have, I think, bowl a few more overs and
Right time wrong,
create
One ball
different.
remaining.
But I guess maybe he doesn't complain. So the captain say he doesn't complain, so that's what I do. But here Cornwall is saying he's now taking an active part in the setting of the field. He says, don't give him any
After all, he's
single.
a vice captain.
That's right. So Fraser has come out, the left-handed. Cornwall's instruction is clear. Don't give him any single. Oh, he's almost beaten by another good delivery. I think Mansingh would need to push Fraser to try and get off strike, because Mansingh now needs to take over with the fall of Minley's wicket.
But in terms of the knowledge of the lower order, I think Mansingh may know or have understanding what the qualities of those are.
That's right.
Those players are, because he's not really harnessing the strike. He's giving them the opportunity to play their
Which is
their natural
important,
game.
because
Yeah.
we spoke about the Ridley Jacobs approach, which really helped a lot of.
And even Steve Waugh.
That's
never
right,
really,
never shielded the Magras. Then he gave them the opportunity, and Gillespie blossomed over time because of that.
He had a
He had
double century. Yeah.
That's right, batting at 10. So here, coming in at night
Number
watchman,
18.
used to bat at 10. This one cut to backward point. Casey Carty fields, and there is no one. So I want to go back on a point off the bowling in terms of the mindset now. So what would be the mindset of the Leewards batters preparing, hoping that they could get a slender lead here after the approach in the first innings? You comment on that after this over. Hayden Wall Jr. Now he's hoping it could have been a catch. But I think that's the reality. Even though Mansingh has been there steadily, I will put some pressure on Mansingh.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation with eight wickets down, I think Mansingh also needs to change his approach. He needs to get a little more busy.
A Jeremiah Louis sort of
he
approach
need-
now.
Yeah, I think he needs to take on the bowling a bit more.
Oh, Johnny. Leave it go down.
And it seems like he has the quality to
He
do
has,
so.
he
boys,
has.
come in, boys,
But
come
he's
in,
playing in
boys.
his comfort zone.
Yeah.
You saw that from
Come in, Johnny,
Jeremiah
come
Lee
in, Johnny.
yesterday. Once the 8th wicket had fallen, he started to go into that power
into
play
the power,
mode.
yeah.
And it worked for him, even though he was left stranded. Good delivery.
But he would want that the Jamaica Scorpions get as close as possible to the Leeward Islands.
The 260.
260. They don't want them to get a big lead. So on this track, it seems like 40, 20, whatever it is, 31.
A good lead is a good lead,
yeah.
yes. Hayden Wall Jr. changed the line in the last delivery.
Oh,
This
bowling,
time
Johnny,
he
bowling,
brings it
Johnny.
right up. Really excellent bowling. He was taken to task a bit by Minley with those
Bowling,
two
Johnny,
lofty
bowling,
hits. At
Johnny.
least, 4 fours from him.
But what we have seen so far in this game, not only the Jamaica innings, the Leeward Islands innings as well, the players that take that positive approach, look
Succeed.
yeah,
That's
they have,
right.
They have good success. Yeah.
And Mansingh, perhaps now will be thinking, how long do I expose him or when do I unleash? But perhaps he's thinking also on a little goal. Terry is going to prepare to join us soon. Perhaps one goal he would love to get a half century. It would be excellent to get a half century after taking 3 wickets on debut. So he needs to look at that as a goal, along with the team's goal of getting closer or exceeding the 260. So in his mind, I know he may not want to find the strike, but in his mind he would need to get as much of the strike, get to the 50, and then he may want to take some risk in getting there. But Rakeem Cornwall now, he's very careful at this point, sensing the importance of the game.
And he's bowling a good spell. He seems like he has
Wow, well, Fraser gets the single. Inadvertently getting that one
I think it's poor.
to a short mid-wicket position.
I think
Poor
it's,
field setting.
I think it's poor captaincy by
Yes, Jamal Hamilton. Should have had that short mid-wicket fielder.
even the middle and a bit closer for Fraser. You want Rakeem. You want him to get as much strike as possible.
Possible,
You don't
that's
want-
right.
Yeah, those easy little singles. No, that
Yes.
is not.
And you heard Rakeem earlier, don't let him get a single. It meant that. Is there pressure on a wicket keeper when he's the captain? That's something for you to speak about.
I don't think so. Many wicket keepers
Have captained
sometimes the wicket keeper is in the best position.
That's right.
To see
He sees every delivery. He knows what is happening, especially from the batter's standpoint. So, really good phase of play here for the Leewards. They have gotten 2 wickets so far this morning. 27 runs have been added. And
Cornwall making the adjustment and bringing Powell.
right, I guess he's now taking charge because you're the bowler. You also have a responsibility. Comes into Fraser. Oh, just on the bounce to the forward short leg. But clearly Mansingh has confidence in Fraser. He had the single off the second ball delivery,
Yeah.
and he took it. Whereas Louis, on the other hand, yesterday he was not taking it. So different approaches. Oh, this one just to the right of the forward short leg. Kofi James diving away. Anxious moments here for Fraser. I'm not sure Mansingh did the right thing, but at least Fraser is surviving. Mansingh needs.
I think
just-
Mansingh should have, if he's doing anything against Cornwall, it seems like he's the danger man at the moment. He's in a good rhythm, bowling well. So you don't want to expose him to Cornwall.
That's right. That's the
To
point.
Cornwall, yeah.
And I thought he
Maybe
did it
about
well
two-
with Minley. He had Minley much
Yeah,
on Walsh.
Walsh, yeah.
By the time he faced Cornwall, he was out. Perhaps the same approach need to be taken. Oh, this time, no, I think it was going down leg. It did rip. I think it had too much turn on it and a bit quicker. It was struck in front, but it was heading down leg. Let's look at it. Pitch on stump, but it was heading down leg.
Definitely down leg. That
Yes,
was a
heading
slide.
down leg.
The
May have
quicker one he's
hit
striking.
him on line, but heading down leg. The umpire's call was the best. 213 for 8. We have had a good morning in terms of cricket, gripping cricket on either side, but the man, Mansingh, is still there on 41. Fraser is on one. 2 wickets falling for 27 runs in the morning, which we have seen 13 overs after your comment. Sylvester Terry Liraji will join you.
Yeah, and we haven't commented at all about the umpires. I think the umpires are having a very good game so far. They make some splendid decisions, and they take control of the game and it's going smoothly. So, we commend when they're doing negatively, but when they see positive, you have to give them the accommodation as well. So, the umpires are doing well so far. Welcome, Terry. Good to have you as well battened down in your jacket like you're in London.
Well, it feels like it. Good morning, Sylvester. Good morning to all our listeners and viewers. But it feels like it in this commentary box. But we've got a great tussle on our hands here as Jamaica Scorpions chip away at this lead, which is down to 46 now, 214 for 8. But Rakeem Cornwall certainly, he brought the Leewards back into the game last night, Sylvester, and he's continued on exceptionally well this morning.
Yes, indeed. He has a good rhythm going. You can see that he's enjoying the bowling, the stump back there, having a bit of chatter with the batter as well. But he looks like he's enjoying it, and it's a good sight for the Leeward Islands, because I think, as I said this morning, with him and Cornwall Jr., it's going to be very difficult for the Scorpions to get off, to overcome that total.
Jr. into Fraser, and they hesitate but take the single as Fraser digs it out backward of point. He moves on to 2. The score 215 for 8. Yes, they worked well in tandem together. Of course, Leeward Islands this morning will be looking for the 4 wickets that Jamaica had left in hand as quickly as possible.
I think the rotation from the Cornwalls end. Maybe you can try someone else. Cornwall is bowling very well. But, on the other end, Cornwall is not bowling too badly, but you have other options that you can try, because you want to get them out. So you just don't want to have 2 bowlers bowling all the time when, maybe bringing a faster bowler and then you have another spin bowler or something. To give some variation.
Yeah, so the batsmen in the middle don't get too used to proceedings, and then all of a sudden the lead is wiped off. So that completes Hayden Walsh Jr.'s over. He's got bowled 20 overs now, 1 for 58. And Jamaica Scorpions are 215 for 8, which means they trail now by 45 runs on first innings.
I think we'll see a more intent and scoring from Mansingh.
Most definitely, I think so. I mean, he's on 42, and there's no point just hanging around with the last 2. It's up to him how close Jamaica get to the Leeward Islands 260.
And in reality, I mean, with the way that Cornwall is bowling, he's going to freeze, and these guys they're going to get out.
They're going to get out eventually.
He just went,
yeah.
So you have to try and maximize. As I said, I don't think he's really thinking too much about his half century. He's just getting, the Jamaica Scorpion as close as possible to the total or even to try and overhaul it.
Definitely, it's Cornwall into Fraser, and he's back in behind that one, defending it to short leg. Cornwall bowling with a short leg, silly mid off, and a slip to the left-handed Fraser. Fraser forward in defence quite comfortably. Looks that back to Cornwall, and there's no run. Cornwall in again to Fraser. Gives that one a bit more air, but well defended again by Fraser. But you're right also, Sylvester, it might be time for a bit of a change, something different.
Yeah, I mean, bowl. You can try, man, 2 3 overs. Because you need wickets, and you have a few wicket takers, proven wicket takers at your advantage. You have Jeremiah Louis, you have Colin, but I think Colin may be a bit stiff from yesterday still. I don't know if he has recovered enough. He's out there for the time that he was off for him to bowl. But you have Jeremiah Louis, and then you have, as I said, you have Kofi James. He bowled a few overs yesterday. And you have Terrence Ward. You have Terrence Ward. So when you're looking to take wickets out to get the team out, you need to try as much of your bowlers as possible to see which one will get one here, one there.
Yeah, for sure. And you just don't want to let the game drift, and then all of a sudden the 40-odd runs, they're 44 behind now, 216 for 8 is Jamaica at the end of that over. That's the one coming off it. But then all of a sudden you turn around and, they're only 4 or 5 runs behind, or maybe past the total.
And he's at 15 overs bowled for the day, and they have the same bowlers bowl.
Same ball,
bowl all 15, and 2 wickets.
Well, it will be Hayden Walsh Jr. to continue. Bowling to Fraser.
Come in, Johnny, come, Johnny, come, Johnny.
Fraser knocks it back to Walsh Jr. and there's no run. Here's a leg slip, silly mid off, and a short leg. So 4 men plus the keeper around Fraser. Quicker delivery there by
Come in, Johnny, come in, Johnny, come in,
Walsh
Johnny.
Jr., but Fraser up to the task.
Work, Johnny, work, Johnny.
And to go back on the selection of the Jamaica Scorpions, when you look at Fraser now, you wonder how is he playing in front of Mansingh in the original 11. You have an off spinner in Merchant, and you have the left arm leg spinner in Harty. But then you have a third spinner in because you can see that he is playing definitely as a spinner, because his quality that we have seen so far in the batting, he's not really an out and out all rounder.
No,
and
true.
When you look at Mansingh, he definitely he's qualified as an all rounder. What he has shown us so far in his bowling and now in his batting. So you beg to wonder in terms of their selection.
Walsh Jr. into Fraser again, and that one down the leg side, taken by Hamilton.
Very
Oohs and ahs,
dramatic.
Yes.
Yeah, that was so far down the leg. He said, as a captain, he said, you got to line up that ball. Man. He's giving the impression that ball was so, you need to be more attacking to Hayden Walsh in terms of his length and line to Fraser.
Yes, because he's been able to let a lot of deliveries go through at the end of the over. Again, so 216 for 8. And Jamaica Scorpions trail by 44. Mansingh is on 42. But yeah, you make an interesting point, because I was reading an article yesterday on Mansingh, and he was very excited and everything, being picked in the squad, but he was expecting to make his debut, and so I don't know, from what we've seen, he's been their player, he's been their best player.
Well, I think the selection was between him and Fraser, and you can see that he's a class above Fraser, to be honest, from what we have seen so far.
True.
And basically Fraser and Merchant, they both do the same thing, only thing one bat right and one bat left. But even Merchant, the way that he batted, well, his batting is not something to write home about either.
No. He got a good one last night, though.
Yeah.
And that one peels off the edge of Mansingh's bat and goes towards backward point for a single. Score moves up by 1. He goes on to 43, 217 for 8. But if Cornwall and Walsh, as you say, you know, they bowled unchanged so far this morning, how long do you keep this going for? Because, you know, you run the risk of these two, Mansingh and Fraser, getting comfortable at the crease. And as I say, all of a sudden, the lead has slipped away.
Yeah, it's just too much of the same, you know. You need to be more innovative, you know. You need to try at least give yourself an opportunity to get them out in different ways, you know. For what we're seeing here is just one basic way of getting them out. Hope that Hayden Walsh and Rakeem Cornwall would bowl that magic ball, which Cornwall has done on 2 occasions.
Most definitely. But Hayden Walsh Jr. looks like he's going to continue, so maybe they're waiting for the first hour before Hamilton decides to make a change. But it's wickets you want, the quicker you get them, more time, then they can build on the lead that they have at the moment of 43.
And the way that the Leeward Islands batters are batted, have batted in the first inning, they're going to need time.
But surely, this late in the match, though, they can't come out with that same attitude, though, Sylvester. They're looking for quick runs to set up a total.
We'll have to wait and see. But it needs that. It needs some positivity in order to... I mean, the way you started and batted so long, I get 260, and you're still in the game.
Right,
you know,
right.
And you have an opportunity now to take real control of the game, the situation. So it's up to them to see... Firstly, to get Jamaica Scorpions out, and then to see how the approach of the batters.
Yeah, most definitely. And what you say is quite correct. To take real control of the game. Both teams have threatened over the first couple of days, but we've seen fightbacks from Leeward Islands, and then Jamaica yesterday. That's a nice shot there by Fraser through the cover region. He'll pick up another couple.
Probably, maybe you think they're waiting on the new ball?
Well, they could be. It was about 2.5 overs away. That could be the ploy. Especially now, we're approaching the first hour of the third morning. If he hasn't changed them now, and you only, as I say, 2.5 overs away from the second new ball, it wouldn't really make much sense.
Well, it seems Louis is doing a bit of
warming up,
so maybe. But in the this is the 18th over for the morning. So each bowler will bowl 9 overs. I think you have enough variety out there that could have, switch it around a bit and give yourself another opportunity, another look, another option.
Walsh Jr. around the wicket to the left-handed Fraser, who keeps that down just in front of short leg to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Jamaica Scorpions 220 for 8 with Mansingh on 44 and Fraser on 5, which means they trail now by exactly 40 runs.
Well, I mean, one positive thing that we can look at, if we go over time today, it has to be a catastrophe. Because these two, 18, this is going to be the 19th over in the first hour.
Right.
So they're way
ahead of the clock.
So, and remember this, I think they started about a few minutes late because of the rain.
Yeah.
So they're really motoring along.
Definitely.
In terms of bowling the overs. So we should have a 5 o'clock finish today, if all goes well.
If all goes well, yes. Cornwall starts a new over. Mansingh defends. Slip, silly mid-off and short leg still in play. Leeward Islands looking for these last 2 wickets. Still 40 ahead on first innings as we speak. And a new ball.
I believe Fraser can bat a bit because Mansingh hasn't really.
He hasn't shielded him. Has
No, and he hasn't even shown any intent of pushing on. So he's there and trusting his teammate, and I guess he knows that if Fraser gets in, that they can have a good partnership. So let's wait and see how this goes.
Tossed up again by Cornwall. But Mansingh's playing extremely well, both with bat and ball on debut, as remind our listeners and viewers that he was brought into the team during the match to a medical condition that forced Alwyn Williams out of the game. So he showed great resolve and excellent attitude. Bowled very well, picked up 3 wickets. And now he's on to 45. The score goes up to 221 for 8 with that single to Carty there at mid-on. Brings the left-handed Fraser back on strike. Round the wicket is Cornwall into Fraser. He tosses that one up, but forward comfortably in defence is Fraser to complete the over. And at the end of the over, that will be the first hour of play done and dusted. So the water break the players will take at 221 for 8 Jamaica in reply to Leeward Islands Hurricanes' first innings total of 260, which means they're 39 runs behind. Mansingh is on 45 and Fraser is on 5. So a good tussle in the first hour. Again, Rakeem Cornwall giving the initiative back to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, but with a new ball, the second new ball just 1 over away, Leeward Islands would be looking to wrap this up as soon as possible, Sylvester.
Yes, and for the situation in which they brought themselves back into the game, to take total control of this game, I think they need to get this last 2 wickets as quickly as possible. But it's going to be interesting to see if they take the new ball and if Cornwall will bowl a new ball, because Cornwall has been the more effective of the 2 bowlers this morning and gotten 2 good wickets as well. And he's not going for any runs. He has bowled very tightly and economically and also getting wickets. Hayden Walsh on the other end, I think that the captain in Jamal Hamilton, gave him an extended spell, which probably he should have, rotated a little bit, try another bowler, another fast bowler, another spinner. He has option, he have experience, he have wicket takers, and I just think that he missed the trick from that aspect. But the Jamaica Scorpions, especially Mansingh, he's still there fighting the cause for the Jamaica Scorpions and edging closer and closer to the Leeward Islands 260. So the first hour, I think, goes to the Leeward Islands. Even though I think that they should have even tried a few more things to see if they can get some more wickets. But nevertheless, they're still out there and the game is still poised. But the game is set up similarly to the first innings, to the Leeward Island innings.
Right.
Some team is battling for the supremacy, but they're still just lingering because of personally certain decision making. In Jamaican innings, we thought that they should have taken a new ball a bit earlier.
Right.
And in this case, it's just the opportunity is there for both teams to take advantage, and they're just a bit lethargic in doing so, I believe.
And especially with Fraser coming out, as we say, he doesn't look as competent as some of the other Jamaican players with bat in hand. Maybe, a pace bowler would have been a better option. and Minley did get a few good blows away off Hayden Walsh
Walsh,
Jr.,
yeah.
so he had the opportunity to make the change at Walsh Jr.'s end. And these two were put on 10 for the 9th wicket so far. It doesn't sound much, but in the context of the game, when you're only trailing by 39,
Yeah.
they're important runs that maybe the Leewards just need to push home the slight advantage that they've held since last evening when Cornwall took the 2 wickets late in the day.
Well, we umpire signaling the new ball.
ball,
So
yep.
I guess the captain he was bowling towards the new ball, So we're gonna see if he has a double change.
Yes. Well, it looked like Jeremiah Louis is going to start.
But the scoreboard
northern
is saying,
end.
how is that? The scoreboard
Yes,
is saying
scoreboard is 79.
overs. So how they get the new ball? Is that after 80?
80, yeah. And all scoreboards are saying 79. That's interesting.
Or maybe they're one behind. One over. Well, they have to be
But
one
they
over
have to
behind.
be. Yeah.
They have to
Or
be
the
one over.
umpire was thinking along our lines and said to Hamilton, for God's sake, take the new
Take the
ball.
But I mean, according to what we're seeing here, the new ball is not due yet.
No, it should be after this over, not this over.
But maybe where did the over started from yesterday? Who started yesterday? Is Louis started yesterday?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
so
from the top end.
Right, so he has to be right.
Right.
So the scorers are wrong then. the two most important men got it right.
Exactly. As
Yeah.
long as they know what they're doing. So the new ball, second new ball has been taken. Jeremiah Louis has taken it. And he's got 2 slips rather wide apart. Hodge is almost a 4th slip there with Cornwall at first. A full pitch delivery, but kept out by Mansingh. There's no run. So 221 for 8. But the scoreboard is still showing we're in the 80th over now, but the new ball, second new ball, has been taken. So we'll see if the Leeward Islands can finish off this Jamaica Scorpions innings. Grab themselves a bit of a lead. Louis into Mansingh and a full pitch again, driven back to the bowler who does well on his follow through. No run.
So far, in terms of Louis' bowling, I think that his grouping, his areas that he's bowling is too inconsistent. He's, straight and one full, one back of the length. You want to see at this level of grouping, your length, your back of the length are fullish, but just here and there you need a better grouping. We have seen from Marcus Minley, who has been the most successful so far from the fast bowlers.
Yeah.
He's grouping, he is bowled back of the length more often than not. And then you seam it whether away or in.
Right.
But at this first class level you need a proper grouping, consistency.
Yeah, consistently hitting the same areas to give the batsman trouble. Louis in again, and that one is cut to backward point. Carty does the fielding, and there's no run. And we saw it from Colin Archibald too. I thought that spell was excellent. 10 overs basically on the trot, and he had the ball moving in and moving out. But as you say, though, Sylvester, good groupings,
Yeah,
good areas he was bowling in.
Good penetrative bowling. Put some pressure on the batter, allow him to play. And
That's driven outside edge between backward point and second slip, running down to the boundary, and it gets there. So a bit of a fortuitous boundary to Mansingh, but he and Jamaica Scorpions will take it as they keep chipping away at this
I'm looking at that ball, and it doesn't seem like that's a new ball. Wonder if the umpire was signaling new ball, he was signaling to the scorers that we're starting back after the interval.
Well, he's doing it again now, so maybe now
Oh, no, he's
now
still
he's
taking
thrown the other one.
So maybe the scorers definitely have to be right.
Oh, well, let's see. We apologize to the scorer.
But then again, if the over starts up at the top end.
Yeah. How does it end up down here?
So maybe they didn't take the new ball. Something with in terms of the taking the new ball at the appointed time, because this should be the second over. This is going to be supposed to be an even number. It's supposed to be either 80 or 82 overs, isn't it?
Right.
So,
but the new ball has definitely been taken, and it will be Shino Berridge who will have first use of it from the commentary box end. And it looks like he's going to have 3 slips in the gully.
it's, they have a double change. Cornwall is going really good. He seems like he can take a wicket. Instead it's just the same kind of principle that you see from the captain. It's either 2 spinners or 2 pace. But I know Cornwall can bowl a new ball. I have seen him bowl it a few times. So it's just who is more effective. Because you want to get them out. It's not just to make a change for making a change sake. It's just your best option of getting these batters out.
Yes, yeah.
And I think Cornwall has shown that he's the best option so far.
So far, yeah. And I think it's thinking outside the box too. Sylvester, as you say, it's same. Half a shout there by Berridge, but struck outside the line was Mansingh. He's on 49 on debut. But we bowl 2 spinners or we'll bowl 2 paces rather than mixing it up. Not just Hamilton, a lot of the captains, around the region, they're very defensive mode. That's why I was impressed with Palmer on the first day. I thought he rotated his bowlers very well. His field placings were good.
Yeah, I think the only downside that we have seen with Palmer is them not taking a new ball.
The new ball,
and it seemed like it come from a collective decision. Because it was overnight.
Overnight, and they didn't take it first thing the next morning either.
Maybe you can blame him for the afternoon session, but in terms of the overnight session, it's a collective decision that they made. But overall, I think Palmer had a good innings in terms of his captaincy, rotating the bowlers, keeping them fresh, and making the change at the right time. Well, more often than not, because sometimes, but he has patience, because I thought Fraser bowled a few overs too much.
Right.
In the first spell, and then in the second spell he go for a few as well. But the first spell, I thought he bowled maybe 2-3 overs too many.
Berridge round the wicket to the left-handed Fraser, and that one struck him on the pad. Or is there an edge that's taken by second slip? The Leeward Islands are confident, and yes, he's given out. Out caught at second slip. The ball nagging back in. Fraser came forward and got the inside edge onto the pad, and well picked up there at second slip. Looks like Terence Ward, is it?
And I guess Fraser don't know that he got caught, because the fielder caught the ball, because he's looking at his bat like, how we umpire give me out? Well, he doesn't realize yet that he got caught at second slip, because the umpire was looking at the other umpire to see if the ball had carried.
It carried, yeah. He checked with square leg to see if it carried. Initially, Shino Berridge was appealing for the LBW, but then it flew off the pad. 2 second slip. So the new ball has worked for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Jamaica lose their 9th. And it's 2:25 for 9. Fraser made 5, so 225 for 9, and the deficit is still 35 runs. Last man in now is Harty.
I think 25-30 is a good. It's a good lead.
Something to work with, isn't
Something
it?
to work with
Yeah.
in this game, and if the Leeward Island batters can come out and play a lot more positive than they did in the first innings, it will be an interesting one, because if the Jamaica Scorpion get them out for anything 200 or so, I believe Log will be kissing his lips to come out again.
Most definitely. So we've got a chance here, boy.
Yeah. And it's very difficult to defend on this field. The Coolidge cricket ground is when you have batters who, want to express themselves.
Right.
You really have to have bowlers who are very confident in what they do, and wicket takers, because it's very difficult to defend any total on a small ground like this.
So Berridge completes the over. So we've had 81 overs of the Jamaica Scorpions innings, and they're 225 for 9. Mansingh is on 49. Harty has just joined him. He's yet to get off the mark. The deficit is 35 on first innings. It'll be Jeremiah Louis to resume the attack from the northern end of the ground. Brilliant sunshine here at Coolidge. Sprinkle of rain just prior to the start of play this morning, but nothing serious. The weather's been excellent. And Louis into Mansingh, a big appeal, full pitch delivery. He must have got a bit of a toe into the bat on that, I think, Sylvester.
Sound like it's hit the bat.
Full and straight by Jeremiah Louis.
That looked like it was missing, swing. That looked like it was going
Swinging down, yeah.
It seems. But as I say, I think Louis is bowling too full. His length. My thought in terms of the new ball would have been Berridge and Cornwall. But
Again, and that's full delivery again. Clip past the dive in. Hamilton into the boundary for 4.
And well played by Mansingh. That's a good half century.
Maiden half century on debut. So congratulations there to Awajai Mansingh. 50 off 171 balls to go with these 3 wickets. Good returns for the wrist spinner.
And the Jamaica Scorpion. The innings that he has played. He a good solid foundation, batted in a few partnerships when they really needed someone to stay there. He stood, and he's still standing and get himself a well-deserved half century.
Steered down to third man. Walsh Jr. restricts the scoring to 1, so Mansingh goes up to 54. Jamaica Scorpions 230 for 9. The deficit now is 30. But it brings Harty onto strike.
When you look at Jeremiah Louis, he's getting the ball to swing in, but he's bowling a bit too full. He's not giving the ball an opportunity to, do what he does.
And I thought yesterday when Lug was going after him, he never varied his length.
Yeah.
He didn't try to pull his length back or anything. He remained full, and Lug kept whipping him through mid-wicket. Now Patrick Harty to face Jeremiah Louis. 3 slips and a leg slip.
I think this is especially the leg slip. I think this is a good read there by Captain Jamal Hamilton.
In comes Louis from the northern end and turns that nicely. The ball coming back into him. They're coming back for the second and make it quite comfortably. So Patrick Harty off the mark with 2. Another 2 to Jamaica. 232 for 9.
the captain and the bowler look perturbed with that 2 runs, but I would be happy to have
They still have him on
to
strike.
have on strike. I don't know why they are perturbed. They want Mansingh to come back and strike. He's a better batter, So when I see they run 2, I would be happy for him to come back and strike.
Louis into Harty again, and this one wraps him on the pad. Looks pretty adjacent. No, umpire says going down. Oh, they were very confident, and especially Jamal Hamilton, very animated. He's asking the umpire, "Are you sure? Was that going down?"
That was going way
It
down.
was going miles down. It would have missed.
As I said,
Fifth
I
stump.
think these umpires have a very good game. That one, the ball swung a lot.
Yes.
That was missing. Maybe if we put another 2 stumps there, that would miss.
Right. Louis remains full though, attacking the stumps as Harty awaits for him now. He's into Harty, and
That's
this
the
one rolls.
That's the line. That's the line. You gotta go.
Nearly got through. Just missed the off stump as Hardy was late to come down onto that one. But he survives, and look at the swing on that. Come back a mile, but just not far enough.
It needed to come back a mile and a half. That boy, I mean, he got beaten by his pace and swing.
Definitely. He was too late on that one, but survived. So at the end of the over, 232 for 9. Deficit of 28. It'll be Berridge to continue.
But this is a good thing in terms of the decision that Mansingh is making in terms like giving all the tail in the lower half, all the strike. He's not shielding anyone of them.
No, not at all. He probably thinks, so I'm on debut. No one's shielding me. So that was wide down the leg side by Berridge. Just lost his line, well taken by Hamilton. So 232 for 9. Mansingh on strike. He's on 54.
I'm surprised he's not even taking a chance to even look a few boundaries to get closer to the Leeward Islands total.
Yeah, he's just
He
kept
batting-
going at the same
he's
pace,
the same
hasn't he?
pace,
Yeah. Berridge into Mansingh. And Mansingh has lofted nuts, and
no
it's
man move.
gone between short extra cover and mid-off. Both fielders didn't move. That's Kieran Powell.
Like Powell thought,
They thought each one of
Colin thought the ball was
Get
going to
it,
Powell,
yeah.
but Powell thought that, that's your ball. Yeah, a misunderstanding. So, but 2 more runs to
Two
to
more
Jamaica
runs.
total and 2 more runs to Manfield.
Yeah, Mansingh. 234 for 9. Berridge tries again into Mansingh, and Mansingh is trying to pull that. Half a shout, but hit him high up around the thigh area.
The hip, like he's rubbing his hip.
Trying to pull that through mid-wicket, so looks like he's starting to play some shots now.
After you've done, such tremendous work for the team, I think you should continue to go and, even if you have to sacrifice yourself for a few runs, you have to try and
A big appeal for LBW this time, and the finger goes up. So Berridge gets his man. Jamaica Scorpions all out for 234. Mansingh LBW, and that was well pitched up, swung in, hit him on the front foot, and that looked pretty adjacent. So he goes for a very well played 56 on debut. Jamaica Scorpions have been bowled out for 234, which means Leeward Islands Hurricanes will take a 26-run lead into the second innings. Good effort there by the Leewards, considering that Jamaica got away through the middle session yesterday and then fought back with 2 late wickets in the day's play, thanks to Rakeem Cornwall, who continued today, picked up his fiver. But both teams would be reasonably happy. It's still even Steven, 26 runs. Any lead's a good lead, Sylvester. At least they've got something to build on to take into the second innings, but both teams certainly not out of this contest.
Yeah, but I think the Leeward Islands have given themselves a great opportunity, to push forward. It's going to be upon them also to push the game forward in terms of their batting and batting a lot more positively. You get yourself the opportunity. Your bowlers came in and did the work for you. Very well done there by Rakeem Cornwall, well supported there by Colin Archibald yesterday when they were under a bit of harassment by by Log. Colin Archibald came in and did the job, got 2 wickets, and then Sheena Berridge came this morning now and he got another 2. But well supported also by Hayden Walsh Jr. But overall, I think the bowling team did what they are picked to do in terms of getting the team out. So, the batting team now have to come and play better cricket than they did in the first innings. They have to come and be positive, get a lead by the end of the day, maybe by this afternoon, by the end of the day. You set your stall out and see where you want to be.
Yes.
Because in terms of the pitch and the scoring, it's difficult if you're not being positive. Those guys that we see so far that tend to just want to stay, they make it very difficult to score runs. But those who came and exhibited the confidence and the positivity, you can see that they get off to they score freely. So hope that the batters can learn from those situations and come out and give the Leeward Islands a good total that they can.
Well, they should though, Sylvester here, because they would be or should be in a positive frame of mind, getting the lead and everything. And now, with the time remaining, a bit over 2 sessions today and then all day tomorrow, they can really force the issue. The ball's in their court, more or less.
Yeah, definitely. And the bowlers, I must say, brought back the game to them, because the fielders, to be honest, the fielders didn't help much.
It didn't help at all. And they went really quiet yesterday in the field because of those drop catches and whatever. But I'll run through the Jamaican Scorpions' first innings for you. The Leroy Lung caught Hodge, bowled Hayden Walsh Jr. for 79. Kirk McKenzie, LBW, Colin Archibald for 18. Romain Morris caught Kieran Powell, bowled Archibald for 2. Aldane Thomas, LBW, to Rakeem Cornwall for 4. Paul Palmer caught Ward, bowled Cornwall for 47. Abhijay Mansingh was the last man out. He was LBW, bowled Chino Berridge for 56. Jamie Merchant bowled Rakeem Cornwall for 0. Gordon Bryan bowled Cornwall for 0. Makino Minley bowled Cornwall for 19. Kim Fraser caught Ward, bowled Berridge for 5. Patrick Hardy was 2 not out. There were only two extras in the innings, which were 2 leg byes. 234 all out. And the bowling figures: Shino Berridge 10.4 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 25. Jeremiah Louis 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 46. Colin Archibald 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 37. Rakeem Cornwall was the pick of the bowlers again, 28 overs, 10 maidens, 5 for 54. Hayden Walsh Jr. 22 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 61. And Coffee James, just the 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 9. So all that means is that the Jamaica Scorpions, the Leeward Island Hurricanes, have a lead on first innings of 26 runs. And they will be back soon, as they're just having the break for the innings, and we'll be back with the start of the Leeward Islands innings in a few minutes' time.
Well, good morning and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Grounds here in the northern side of Antigua. We are delighted that you have joined us once again as we stream this intriguing match. We told you from the morning it would have been an intriguing contest. My name is Seth Burton and my colleague commentator Terry Leewards. We'll just look at it as the Leeward Islands are basically preparing to start their second innings, and this is after bowling out the Jamaica Scorpions for 234, Terry, a lead of 26. Though it may seem small, it is a good lead in the context of this game, because you'd recall the Leewards scored, 260? And then the Jamaicans, they were in a good position and looking good coming into this, the third day, on 186 for 6. Good bowling on the part of the Leewards, also good resolute batting on the part of Mansingh.
Yes, most definitely, Seth, and good morning to everyone. But as they say, any lead's a good lead, and as you quite rightly said, in the context of this particular match, 26 could be quite significant for the Leeward Islands batsmen. Of course, they'll need to bat with a lot better intent, or show a lot more positive intent than they did in the first innings, the second innings. But it's still, the game is still in the balance. Yes. Yeah, for sure. And that's thanks to Avijay Mansingh on debut. Excellent effort. And as we were saying off air, said if he didn't stay there and score that half century, then the Jamaica Scorpions, the way they were going last night, wouldn't have got anywhere near the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. First inning score of 260. So excellent for the young man, and we'll see how things progress now as play is just about to start for the Leeward Islands second innings. It's going to be Makino Minley from the northern end, and he'll be bowling to Mansingh Hodge, and the first delivery bang on target, well defended by Hodge, and there is no run. So Leeward Islands Hurricanes 26 runs in front, and excellent bowling, an excellent return, another 5-4 for Rakeem Cornwall. Seth, the one that really brought the Leewards back into the match when halfway through the second session yesterday, Jamaica were putting themselves in rather a commanding position.
Yes, certainly an excellent spell.
And Minley again, this one starting away from Hodge. He was very watchful. Let's go through to keeper Thomas, and there's no run.
In terms of Rakeem Cornwall, it has become the norm for him to do well, because when you really look at the stats here, apart from his 354 wickets coming into this game, 22 5-wicket hauls, and then capping a 5-wicket haul, once again it has become the norm.
Minley on his way into Hodge, and this delivery is trying to force it through the backward point area, but goes along the ground to third slip. Does the fielding, and there's no run.
So we speak then of consistency. It comes a part of you. It's expected of you. Now other players need to transfer that. In the batting,
right, yeah,
it becomes the norm. In the bowling, mainly, it becomes the norm for me to take 3-4 wickets and grow from there.
Minley into Hodge, again defended to mid-wicket, and there's no well. Minley started well again. He bowled very well in the first innings.
I'll tell you of a phenomenon, and I'm just bringing it in now. I just had the opportunity. Dr. Desmond Higgs was down there. So we were chatting. I didn't recognize the chairman of Antigua Barbuda, the selector, was down there. Spencer, Best Spencer. And then we spoke. Sylvester Joseph, the chairman of Leewards. So we have to be careful here.
You have too many chairmen. And that ball is steered down to the third man area to get Leeward Islands and the Mansingh Hodge underway. He picks up two without loss.
Also consideration here, the approach by the Leewards now. The first innings, it was really a dodgy approach until they got some stability, and then the firepower at the end from Louis. We monitor the approach.
Definitely. Minley in again to Hodge, and Hodge is defending that to complete the over. So at the end of the first over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 2 without loss, with Mansingh Hodge on 2, and they have a lead of 28 runs. Yeah, and the approach too for the rest of the game, because are they looking to win the game? So if they're looking to win the game, which they should be, they need to say, all right, you know, we need to be this amount by this time tonight. Look for a declaration to give themselves, say, the last hour of play tonight. Or are they going to bat through the day and say, no, we've got all day tomorrow and we feel we can bowl Jamaica out for a second time in one day? So all those things need to come into the
precisely
equation.
The question, because we have, another 66 overs remaining in the day's play. Jamaica would like to get some early wickets, but at the same time, the Leewards target, it has to be, cannot be pedestrian pace. It has to be with adding significantly to the lead.
Definitely. It's going to be Jamie Merchant to take up the attack from the commentary box end. He's around the wicket to the left hand, Kieran Powell.
Powell needs some runs. Hodge got some runs, but wasn't as convincing as one would have expected. So lots of expectations.
Definitely. Merchant in again to Powell, and Powell is striking this firmly up to Minley at mid-on, and there's no run.
So they've opted to open the bowling with...
Interesting move.
Yes,
yeah.
interesting move, right.
With the
Gordon Bryan used the new ball rather well.
But they bowl
in the first innings. Perhaps they have a plan. Maybe they want to be defensive here. Perhaps they want to see if Jamie can strike early.
Yes, they've gone with the off-spin of Jamie Merchant. He's in now to Powell. Powell's using his feet and lofting this high over mid-off. Won't reach the boundary though. It pitched and basically stopped. And they complete 3.
Well, in fact.
Or 1, was it? Couldn't have run 1 for
that. That's what they got, 1. Because they were looking and thought it was going to the boundary or over the boundary.
That's terrible running.
You would say it's not true, but 2 balls ago I was going to tell you to expect that Powell will go down the wicket to charge the off spinner. Something that he has done with success and with lack of success over time, but he keeps doing it. And he has done it. Fortunately for him, no one was out on the boundary.
Played into the mid-wicket region. The next delivery from Merchant by the right-handed Hodge. So they did only get 1 as the scoreboard changes to 3 for no wicket, even though
totally ridiculous.
It was in the air for a long time and it pitched about...
And the fielder had to run back.
Yeah.
20 yards.
It's over.
That completes the second over of Leeward Islands Hurricanes' second innings. So at the end of the second over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 3 without loss. Mansingh Hodge is on 2 and Kieran Powell is on 1. Interesting ploy here by the Jamaica Scorpions. As Seth was saying, Gordon Bryan did bowl very well with the new ball in the first innings in tandem with Makino Mindley. They really stifled the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, especially in that first hour. It was 14 overs bowled in the first hour for just 19 runs. But they've opted for Mindley and the off-spin of Jamie Merchant with this in opening the bowling for the Leeward Islands' second innings. So it'll be Mindley to continue from the northern end. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Powell. 3 slips in place. Powell is Force that through the point area, but there is no run. And once again, Dorset, it looks to me the same as in the Hurricanes, in the Jamaica Scorpions innings, that the slips are very, very close together. They don't cover much yardage.
Yes, we've had that discussion, and it keeps happening. It is something, in fact, it's not new. It has been recent in West Indies cricket. We've just seen it around, and that affects catching, trust me.
Definitely. And played down on the onside by Powell. No run.
Because Sylvester Joseph was making the point yesterday that when Rakeem Cornwall had put down that catch off, I think it was Archibald, that the positioning was an issue.
Right.
Really and truly, based on where he was, it should have been a wicket keeper's catch.
It should have been, because
But
he was diving to his right.
And then we saw the catch that dropped between the keeper and Cornwall.
Right.
The keeper was diving. Had Cornwall been positioned behind the keeper as the conventional first slip, that would have been an easy second slip catch. But the keeper now thought he had to dive, created miscommunication.
Yes.
We're seeing the same thing for Jamaica.
Clipped nicely through the mid-wicket area by Powell for a couple. So he goes on to 3. The score is 5 without loss.
So then there needs to be some communication. Well, Paul Palmer, he's the captain, and the wicket keeper is next to him to his right. There needs to be some clarity.
But
Crease,
being that close though, Seth, so we wait for Minley into Powell, and that is a big slash down to the third man area, brings up the boundary. Wasn't in control of that shot was Powell, but gets 4 more nonetheless. He goes
Fortuitous
to
shot.
7. Yes.
He was definitely aiming towards mid-on. And in that flash, let's look at it, and then it just flew off. Or in fact, he was aiming for mid-off.
Mid-off, yeah.
And the ball took the leading half of the bat and went down to between backward point and third man. So he's living a bit in the dark, living dangerously. Could have gone to the third slip. You're speaking about how the slips are even close as their position. Now they're...
Now he's taken third slip out and put him in a gully position as this one. Powell shoulders arms to the next delivery from Mindley, and there's no run. But it must be off-putting when they're that close, because your first initial reaction would be that the person standing next to you is going to move.
That's the point. That's the point. So they need to sort it out. The wicketkeeper stand the first slip in line with the crease. Then the second slip has a little space. Third, a little space as well. You need full stretch, 2 arm length.
Minley into Powell, and that one he's defending up onto the onside to complete the over. So Leeward Islands Hurricanes, after taking a first innings lead of 26 in their second innings, are 9 without loss. Powell is on 7 and Hodge is on 2.
Well, a mix over there from Marquino Minley. He was outside the off stump. He also went into the pads. He had one, I think, real good delivery. The penultimate delivery of the over, which actually dropped and bounced. Powell didn't play, but it was lined, and it had good pace on it. So from here, Jamaicans recognizing that if they could get a wicket before lunch, that would sort of help them.
Yes, important they keep attempting to take wickets, because that will stifle the Hurricanes' batting effort into this second innings, as that one from Merchant is stroked nicely by Hodge through the cover region, and they amble through for 2. Hodge moves on to 4, and the score 11 without loss. It'd be interesting to see Jamaica's approach, because they're certainly still in this match, so they should be looking for wickets rather than just trying to contain the Hurricanes' batting. As Merchant in again, and forward in defence is Hodge to short extra cover, and there's no run. Merchant bowling with a slip and a short leg to Monson Hodge, who waits for him now. Well Low-flighted delivery takes the inner portion of the batters. Hodge was looking to play that through the cover region. It ends up at mid-on. All along the ground, no harm. Merchant again into Mansingh Hodge. This delivery, Hodge again forward in defence. Sit back to the bowler and there's no run. About 10 minutes here to the lunch break on day 3. Merchant in again to Hodge. One turned quite sharply, but played into the mid-wicket region. Still no run, so he's keeping it tidy as Merchant. He comes again to Hodge, and Hodge again in defence. Also, when you've only got a few minutes there, the Leewards would have had about 20 minutes or so before the luncheon break. You got everything to lose as a batsman, and nothing to lose as the fielding side. So therefore, wouldn't you have started with your 2 strike ballers?
Well,
Just
that
try
is
and
what
nip a couple out.
That is what I'm thinking. It would be good to get some feedback to know what's the situation with Gordon Bryan, because he looked, in fact, in the opening burst on Wednesday, he looked even more threatening, to be frank, than Minley did. And I'm a bit surprised that they didn't.
Minley's start a new over to the left-handed Powell, and this one Powell just shoulder and arms through to keeper Thomas, and no run. Yes, and hopefully that they will be hunting wickets,
Yes,
Scorpions, rather than trying to contain, because if they're contained, then you run the huge risk, Seth, of the game getting out too far out of your reach.
Yes, for the Jamaicans, they need a win. Their goal would have to be to get the Leewards out, put on card an outright win.
Minley into Powell, and Powell is defending that to short extra cover, and there's no run.
The Leewards, they have already secured first innings position, and yes, if they want to play for first innings, they can milk it out, but they too would want to win. And I think anything to get a quick wicket, you need at least to tell yourself you need at least 1 wicket before the luncheon interval. For the batsmen, they want to be positive as well. We're not shutting up shop for lunch. You've seen the intent from Powell. Want to be careful, but at the same time score.
One's defended. Again, good line and length there by Minley, coming round the wicket to the left-hander. 11 without loss. That's the lead for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 37. Minley turns at the top of his mark at the northern end here at Coolidge. Runs in now to Powell, and Powell playing that nicely into the cover region, but no run.
Powell also has much to bat for. He had been a staple in the West Indies team. I remember in 2012 against New Zealand, he had a century at the Saviv, batting with Chris Gale in the test match there. Both of them put on an opening stand of over 200. Held his way in the West Indies team, but then lost his way. Is that still on his mind?
Minley in again to Powell, and Powell again defending onto the offside, and there's no run. Yes, he did lose his way. He tried baseball there for a time, and then came back into the fold. And he was very disappointed with that COVID tour of England, when they took the extra 15, wasn't it? I think 15 extra players, and he didn't make the original squad. He thought he'd make the reserves for sure, and didn't. but since then hasn't really had the scores that we were used to or accustomed of seeing from him, and therefore hasn't been able to force his way back.
Yes, he has the skills, no question about that. The
No
skill
question.
set.
Yeah.
The question may be the mindset, or you're disappointed, but keep going. Don't allow those obstacles to keep you back from your main focus. The truth is, lots of distractions out there, lots of opportunities out there, and if you really want it, you go hunting. I know his runs did speak volume 2 seasons ago, both for the championship and the list and the Super 50, but he has seen since then to have fallen off.
Yes, and it is unfortunate because I know he puts in a lot of work with his batting and also with his fitness, which has come into question a couple of times. Merchant into Hodge, and Hodge is defending this out to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. The score here, Leeward Island's second innings, 11 without loss. Hodge is facing, he's on 4 and Powell is on 7. The lead is 37 as Merchant into Hodge, and again defending that onto the onside, and there's no run.
Sort of painstaking watching Mansingh Hodge. I'm not saying that you need to be rash, but if you're blocking that many balls, you need to be able to score on a batsman of his caliber. You can't just content to block. You need to even rotate the strike. That has been severely lacking.
Yeah, definitely, and there's ample opportunity. I mean, even that one there, if he
Yes.
had
You're
opened
playing
the
and
face
posing.
a bit, yes.
So you're still staying down in the shell of the shot.
Right.
Instead
So
of
you're
playing the
not
stroke,
and
looking
then
to move.
Yes, yeah, and even the placement. He's only got to beat the extra cover either side, and he's got himself at least a couple of runs. But he's quite content just to defend, as we saw in the first
Content
innings.
without intent.
Without no intent at all. 37 wasn't in the first innings of 170 delivery. Merchant gives that one a bit more air, but again defended by the stoic Mansingh Hodge.
Looks solid. You can't fault him for technique. You can't fault him for confidence. But as you say, he's just content to be there. Got to be more than contentment. There has to be.
Merchant gives that one even more air and hit
Over.
firmly, but straight to mid-on. So that completes the over. And at the end of the over, the score remains on 11 without loss. That gives the Leeward Islands Hurricanes a lead of 37, and there might be 1 or 2 overs left before lunch on this, the third day.
Well, so they would be thinking about lunch. Both teams preparing for lunch, and they may have other things in mind. This could well be the last over, given the timing they will take to get the sparks on and to get his feel in place, to get the ball from the fielder, to get the ball when it's hit around, to get his advice from his colleagues. So all these are variables.
Will be Minley to continue. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Powell. 2 slips and a gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. And he's actually bringing the mid-on a bit closer and dropping the mid-wicket out on the boundary. Minley into Powell, and that one is turned nicely into the mid-wicket area for a comfortable single.
He just rolled the wrist, which was good.
Yeah.
Look for space. He could have just come forward and block it, but because he has intent, decided he just needed to use soft hands and good wrist movement to get a single. Something that I think Mansingh Hodge gonna need to copy.
Well, Exactly right, because you look at the spaces and he could maneuver the ball a lot better. And that one beats Hodge. Good delivery that by Kino Minley.
A beauty. It was really
Yeah.
a beauty. Pitched and
Pitched
left,
and left him.
He was putting forward. Minley working up some pace. Minley maybe say I'm disappointed. Could take the posture and say I should have been in Zimbabwe because I was injured. I came in to replace an injured person and I was injured. But he has to try again.
Mindy spot on. Excuse me, spot on target again. Defended well by Hodge. Yeah, he would feel a bit unlucky, I'd say, and plenty of talk going on, Seth, about the bowling lineup because, as we were discussing the other day, 14, 15 months out of the game, Gabriel, because of injury, and we know that he is injury prone. Roach, there's still doubt whether he's recovered from the injury he picked up in Australia. Minley into Hodge, and Hodge comfortably behind that defends to short extra cover, and there is no run.
A lot of questions would be asked. The composition. I do love Moti. Good to see him in. Warwican, thereabout. I still think there needs to be clarity on the Rakeem Cornwall matter.
Yes.
Even though you're carrying Chase and you're saying, I mean, they have played together before. Chase, Cornwall, Warwican. They have played together in against Afghanistan. They have played together against Sri Lanka. So there is no issue there. Chase is going to be batting. And beyond that, we'll continue.
Minley into Hodge, and that one kept a little lower, but played by
Beyond
Hodge.
that, not because it's Zimbabwe, the makeup naturally would be questioned. I think they're short on one of the fast bowlers, as you say, in the context of injury.
Yeah.
To be fair to Gabriel, he has the experience. He has had success there. Also, he would have had a pretty decent Super 50, even though it's not Test cricket. At least, he's not going to bowl 15 overs, 20 overs in a day. So perhaps you want to give him that opportunity.
And to be fair too, I thought Jason Holder looked a bit flat in Australia. He really needs to lift his game in all areas. But we'll get back to it because that is a lunch here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
And at lunch, the
Excuse me.
Jamaicans are behind. They are behind by 38 runs with the Leewards on 12 without loss. So we will be back with you in the next 35 minutes. Until then, have a good afternoon.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, it's a special feeling receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad, coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always that kind of guy. He just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, he was living in the US a bit, and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together. So, yeah, basically some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Oh, well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket, I thought about, you know, cricket, yeah. Never really anything much else.
So if Tejran Shandafal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
No, I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat, try and get started again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 test matches under your belt so far, with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, you know, you're obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Yeah, happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Yens. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
You know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you know, you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, he's like, you know, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations?
You know, I was thinking about what you gotta do, so, yeah.
Would you say that he has been the biggest influence in your career so far?
Well, like I said before, it started with my granddad, because from the early phases of my career and age, my dad he was obviously playing, so he's not around much, and yeah, so my granddad.
And other than your dad and possibly your batting partner, which other cricketers do you look up to in world cricket? Anyone that you have watched over time, maybe model your game off of, past and present?
Well, you know, you watch like Alistair Cook, Sangakkara, my dad, Lara when they were playing. You watch all the good players, Sachi, Virat, so many, you know. Can't name all of them, Ricky Ponting and all these guys. So.
And anything out of their game that you always said you would bring into your game when you got to the Test cricket level?
I guess you watch some of the shots they play, but obviously I don't have all those kind of shots like some of the other guys. But try and keep it simple and do what I could do.
You mentioned Brian Lara, who you have here in Zimbabwe as a mentor. What is it like working with Brian Lara, and how much motivation does it give you when you walk out onto the pitch or when he says a kind word to you?
He's a very cool guy, easy to approach, and you offer a few tips here and there, stuff you can add to your game and improve on, and apart from like shots and that kind of stuff, like how you think about the game and these kind of stuff, yeah.
How is it having Craig Brathwaite as an opening partner?
Craig, a very cool guy, you know. I guess similar to me. So we get along pretty well. When you go to bat, he always share his views and things that you could do to negate certain bowlers, and yeah, we talk about what's the ball doing and what we could do, and yeah, that kind of stuff.
What do you admire most about Craig? firstly on the field and then off the field?
Well, like I say, he's a very cool guy, and you feel, I think he is strong mentally, but for long periods, and he runs show.
And I'm guessing that's something that you plan to emulate as well in your game.
Yeah, well, hopefully, try your best every time, and hopefully you get some runs.
And what about off the field? How is he as a captain, a man manager?
Yeah, he's simple, man. Easy to get along with. He does his thing easily in the background, so yeah.
How have you enjoyed your time so far in this West Indies setup?
Well, the guy's been very welcoming, and everybody seemed to get along well with new players, and even the guys who were here before, they treat you well, and you can have a conversation with any one of them.
Who is your best friend in the team currently?
Well, before Moti come back, I was playing with Josh. So, yeah, Josh and Jaden and Andy and those guys. Yeah.
And you mentioned spending a lot of time with Moti. How good is it to have a fellow countryman in the team that's around your age and able to assist you?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Moti since under 15, so I'm comfortable with him. You get a little partner to go around here and there. Yeah.
And lastly, anything that you want to say to the Maroon fans that have been supporting you since your debut and will continue to support you throughout your career?
Looking to try my best and get some runs and keep supporting. Thanks.
Thanks, Tage.
Welcome. Cheers.
Alongside me, Shane Dowrich, captain of the Barbados Pride for this West Indies Championship. Shane, how are you feeling ahead of the tournament right now?
I'm pretty excited going into this first game. I have a pretty young side in terms of experience, and the guys are really looking forward to getting out there on Wednesday.
You mentioned having a fairly young side. Obviously, the likes of Craig Brathwaite, Kemar Roach, who actually has the most test wickets here as well. How have you guys been preparing knowing that you don't have that experience in your side?
I think those are some big books to fill that you just called, but at the end of the day, it's a great opportunity for a lot of these youngsters to showcase their talent and their skills. We've been doing a lot of preparation before we got here. We had a couple of games at the Oval, and I think they gave a good account of themselves in those games, and we're just looking forward to playing on Wednesday.
All right, let's take things now to the personal aspect for you. Where are you at mentally? Because you've had a break from cricket. You played some first-class cricket last season. This is going to be the second time around that you're back into the first-class season again. Where are you at mentally right now?
I'm in a very good place, actually, just enjoying cricket and just playing and trying to be the best I can be.
And then finally, Shane, obviously you always want to set personal targets for yourself. What are you looking at for yourself? Obviously, there's 2 matches before you have that break. What are you aiming for right now?
For me, it's just to be as consistent as possible and help the team do as well as they can. For me, batting, I've been in good form lately. Had a good run in the games back home, and just looking to be consistent and play good cricket.
Well, you're going to be flipping the toss there as a captain. All the best for this season, Shane.
Thank you.
The Cricket West Indies Academy aimed at developing the future of cricket across the Caribbean. Alongside me, Kirk McKenzie, a young man who has benefited from that academy setup. Kirk, what's your experience been like inside the academy?
It's been good. Just playing a lot of cricket, developing my skills, trying to be better in the future. Yeah.
All right. So for people who do not know about the academy setup, somebody like me, what does, let's say, training day or training week look like for you guys?
It's really a holistic approach. We have sessions where people come in, like development, personal development, nutrition, and those things. And then we hit the back where we work on our technical skills. And then we have a couple of games we play against teams here from Antigua.
All right. So going through all of that then, for you personally, what have been some of the highlights from the academy for you?
Really the nutrition part of the sport, knowing what to eat and how it affects the body leading up to game days and stuff.
All right. So we're now at the beginning of the first-class season. You have yourself a chance to be in that setup again. You played 1 game last year, I believe it was. How ready are you now for this year?
I think I'm better prepared. The academy kind of helped with that, playing a lot of cricket, a lot of training, kind of fine-tuning certain things, and going back home, continue working on them, and come back here, places that I'm used to. I trained here a lot, so I think it should be good for me heading into the tournament. And
then finally, obviously, you have to set yourself some personal goals should you get the opportunity. Obviously, we have 2 games for the break. What are you hoping to achieve for this first-class season?
We're just trying to, first, score 100, that's a big thing for me as a batsman, but trying to put myself together to know the back end of the tournament I'll be in good stead for about most runs or something like that. Just trying to think of it on that line.
Oh, that's definitely high aspirations there, but Kirk, all the best for this first class season.
Thanks for that.
At the age of 19, I was probably sitting on my couch watching TV. At 19, the young man next to me has a chance to make his first class debut. Kevin Wickham, how are you feeling at that possibility?
I'm feeling really good. Representing my national senior team at the age of 19, I really feel it's a very good achievement because not much do it.
All right, now obviously a year and just a bit more, you were recovering now from a broken foot. You had a chance then to come in as a replacement for the Under-19 World Cup. You had a chance to play in the Super 50. Did you think that you would be here today 1 year later?
Honestly, if I'm being honest with myself, no. But the hard work and the dedication with my physio, Miss King, I really feel that she played a real good part in terms of me getting back on my feet and being back out here.
Getting back on your feet, literally.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you then obviously, like I mentioned, that's Super 50. You were with the West Indies Academy. You've been in that setup for some time. Obviously, there have been some stellar former cricketers who are also a part of that Cricket West Indies Academy. What have you been learning coming through that?
Obviously, Coach Coley, he was very open to the boys, I must really say. He was really, really kind to us, really open, willing to hear what we have to say. And he wasn't really about changing up much of our game. He was just about bettering our game. So I really feel like the academy really helped me in terms of knowing my plans and knowing what I want to do, because the coaches go based on what I want to do. They would just assist in terms of the little things that need to be adjusted. So I really feel like the academy is a very good thing for the youngsters.
I know in that you mentioned talking about your plans and what's not. Obviously, the start of the year, the start of the cricketing year, what are you hoping to achieve this year for yourself?
Obviously, coming out to last year, I had a very good right ball season coming out to the end. So my confidence are very much high in terms of playing first class. So I really think that once I get the opportunity, I grab it with both hands and do Barbados Pro.
Well, we certainly hope that you can get that opportunity, but all the best.
Cheers.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, it's a special feeling, receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad, coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do and be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always the kind of guy, he just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, well, he was living in the US a bit and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together. So, yeah, basically, some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
No, well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket I thought about, cricket, yeah. never really anything much else.
So if Tejran Shandafal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat, try and get start again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 test matches under your belt so far, with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, you're obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Yens. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
You know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, he's like, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations?
I was thinking about what you gotta do, so yeah.
Would you say that he has been the biggest influence in your career so far?
Well, like I said before, it started with my granddad, because from the early phases of my career and age, my dad was obviously playing, so he's not around much, and yeah, so my granddad.
And other than your dad and possibly a batting partner, which other cricketers do you look up to in world cricket? Anyone that you have watched over time, maybe model your game off of, past and present?
Well, you watch like Alistair Cook, Sangakkara, my dad, Lara when they were playing. You watch all the good players, Sachi and Virat, so many, Can't name all of them, Ricky Ponting and all these guys. So.
And anything out of their game that you always said you would bring into your game when you got to the Test cricket level?
I guess you watch some of the shots they play, but obviously I don't have all those kind of shots like some of the other guys. But try and keep it simple and do what I could do.
You mentioned Brian Lara, who you have here in Zimbabwe as a mentor. What is it like working with Brian Lara, and how much motivation does it give you when you walk out onto the pitch or when he says a kind word to you?
He's a very cool guy, easy to approach, and you have a few tips here and there, stuff you can add to your game and improve on, and apart from like shots and that kind of stuff, like how you think about the game and these kind of stuff, yeah.
How is it having Craig Brathwaite as an opening partner?
Craig, a very cool guy, I guess similar to me. So we get along pretty well. When you go to bat, he always share his views and things that you could do to negate certain bowlers, and yeah, we talk about what's the ball doing and what we could do, and yeah, that kind of stuff.
What do you admire most about Craig? Firstly on the field and then off the field?
Well, like I say, he's a very cool guy, and you feel, I think he is strong mentally. Yeah, bat for long periods, and the runs show.
And I'm guessing that's something that you plan to emulate as well in your game.
Yeah, well, hopefully, try your best every time and hopefully he gets some runs.
And what about off the field? How is he as a captain, a man manager?
Yeah, he's simple, man. Easy to get along with. He does his thing easily in the background, so yeah.
How have you enjoyed your time so far in this West Indies setup?
Well, the guy's been very welcoming and everybody seemed to get along well with new players and even the guys who were here before, you know, they treat you well and we can have a conversation with any one of them.
Who is your best friend in the team currently?
Well, you know, before Moti come back, I was playing with Josh. So, yeah, Josh and Jaden and Andy and those guys. Yeah.
And you mentioned spending a lot of time with Moti. How good is it to have a fellow countryman in the team that's around your age and able to assist you?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Moti since under 15, so I'm comfortable with him. You get a little partner to go around here and there. Yeah.
And lastly, anything that you want to say to the Maroon fans that have been supporting you since your debut and will continue to support you throughout your career?
Looking to try my best and get some runs and keep supporting. Thanks.
Thanks, Tej.
Welcome. Cheers.
Alongside me, Shane Dowrich, captain of the Barbados Pride for this West Indies Championship. Shane, how are you feeling ahead of the tournament right now?
I'm pretty excited going into this first game. I have a pretty young side in terms of experience, and the guys are really looking forward to getting out there on Wednesday.
You mentioned having a fairly young side. Obviously, the likes of Craig Brathwaite, Kemar Roach, who actually has the most test wickets here as well. You know, how have you guys been preparing knowing that you don't have that experience in your side?
I think those are some big books to fill that you just called, but at the end of the day, it's a great opportunity for a lot of these youngsters to showcase their talent and their skills. We've been doing a lot of preparation before we got here. We had a couple of games at the Oval, and I think they gave a good account of themselves in those games, and we're just looking forward to playing on Wednesday.
All right, let's take things now to the personal aspect for you. Where are you at mentally? Because you know you've had a break from cricket. You played some first-class cricket last season. This is going to be the second time around that you're back into the first-class season again. Where are you at mentally right now?
I'm in a very good place, actually, just enjoying cricket and just playing and trying to be the best I can be.
And then finally, Shane, obviously you always want to set personal targets for yourself. What are you looking at for yourself? Obviously, there's 2 matches before you have that break. What are you aiming for right now?
For me, it's just to be as consistent as possible and help the team do as well as they can. For me, batting, I've been in good form lately. Had a good run in the games back home, and just looking to be consistent and play good cricket.
Well, you're going to be flipping the toss there as a captain. All the best for this season, Shane.
Thank you.
The Cricket West Indies Academy aimed at developing the future of cricket across the Caribbean. Alongside me, Kirk McKenzie, a young man who has benefited from that academy setup. Kirk, what's your experience been like inside the academy?
It's been good. Just playing a lot of cricket, developing my skills, trying to be better in the future. Yeah.
All right. So for people who do not know about the academy setup, somebody like me, you know, what does, let's say, training day or training week look like for you guys?
It's really a holistic approach. We have sessions where people come in, like development, personal development, nutrition, all those things, and then we hit the back where we work on our technical skills, and then we have a couple of games we play against teams here from Antigua.
All right, so going through all of that then, for you personally, what have been some of the highlights from the academy for you?
Really the nutrition part of the sport, knowing what to eat and how it affects the body leading up to game days and stuff.
All right, so we're now at the beginning of the first-class season. You have yourself a chance to be in that setup again. You played 1 game last year, I believe it was. How ready are you now for this year?
I think I'm better prepared. The academy kind of helped with that, playing a lot of cricket, a lot of training, kind of fine-tuning certain things, and going back home, continue working on them, and come back here, places that I'm used to. I trained here a lot, so I think it should be good for me heading into the tournament.
And then finally, obviously, you have to set yourself some personal goals should you get the opportunity. Obviously, we have 2 games for the break. You know, what are you hoping to achieve for this first-class season?
We're just trying to, first, I score 100. That's a big thing for me as a batsman, but trying to put myself together to know the back end of the tournament I'll be in good stead for probably most runs or something like that. You know, just trying to think of it on that line.
Oh, that's definitely high aspirations there, but yeah. Kirk, all the best for this first-class season.
Thanks for that.
At the age of 19, I was probably sitting on my couch watching TV. At 19, the young man next to me has a chance to make his first-class debut. Kevin Wickham, how are you feeling at that possibility?
I'm feeling really good. to representing my national senior team at the age of 19, I really feel it's a very good achievement because not much do it.
All right, now obviously a year and just a bit more, you were recovering now from a broken foot. You had a chance then to come in as a replacement for the Under-19 World Cup. You had a chance to play in the Super 50. Did you think that you would be here today 1 year later?
Honestly, if I'm being honest with myself, no. But the hard work and the dedication with my physio, Miss King, I really feel that she played a real good part in terms of me getting back on my feet and being back out here.
Getting back on your feet, literally.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you then obviously, like I mentioned, that's with you were with the West Indies Academy. You've been in that setup for some time. Obviously, there have been some stellar former cricketers who are also a part of that Cricket West Indies Academy. What have you been learning coming through that?
Obviously, Coach Coley, he was very open to the boys. I must really say, he was really, really kind to us. Really open, willing to hear what we have to say, and he wasn't really about changing up much of our game. He was just about bettering our game. So I really feel like the academy really helped me in terms of knowing my plans and knowing what I want to do, because the coaches go based on what I want to do. They would just assist in terms of the little things that need to be adjusted. So I really feel like the academy is a very good thing for the youngsters.
I know in that you mentioned talking about your plans and what's not. Obviously, the start of the year, the start of the cricketing year, what are you hoping to achieve this year for yourself?
Obviously, coming out to last year, I had a very good right ball season coming out to the end. So my confidence are very much high in terms of playing first class. So I really think that once I get the opportunity, I grab it with both hands and do Barbados Pro.
Well, we certainly hope that you could get that opportunity, but all the best.
Cheers.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, you know, it's a special feeling receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad, coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But you know, it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and yeah, be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, you know, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always the kind of guy, he just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, well, he was living in the US a bit and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together. So yeah, basically some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Oh, well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket I thought about, you know, cricket, yeah. Never really anything much else.
So if Tejran Shandapal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
No, I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat, try and get started again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 test matches on their belt so far, with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, you know, you're obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Yeah, happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Yens. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
You know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you know, you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, he's like, you know, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations?
You know, I was thinking about what you gotta do, so, yeah.
Would you say that he has been the biggest influence in your career so far?
Well, like I said before, it started with my granddad, because from the early phases of my career and age, my dad he was obviously playing, so he's not around much, and yeah, so my granddad.
And other than your dad and possibly a batting partner, which other cricketers do you look up to in world cricket? Anyone that you have watched over time, maybe modeled your game off of, past and present?
Well, you know, you watch like Alistair Cook, Sangakkara, my dad, Lara when they were playing. You watch all the good players, Sachin, Virat, so many, you know. Can't name all of them, Ricky Ponting and all these guys. So.
And anything out of their game that you always said you would bring into your game when you got to the Test cricket level?
I guess you watch some of the shots they play, but obviously I don't have all those kind of shots like some of the other guys. But try and keep it simple and do what I could do.
You mentioned Brian Lara, who you have here in Zimbabwe as a mentor. What is it like working with Brian Lara, and how much motivation does it give you when you walk out onto the pitch or when he says a kind word to you?
He's a very cool guy, easy to approach, and you offer a few tips here and there, stuff you can add to your game and improve on, and apart from like shots and that kind of stuff, like how you think about the game and these kind of stuff, yeah.
How is it having Craig Brathwaite as an opening partner?
Craig, a very cool guy, you know. I guess similar to me. So we get along pretty well. When you go to bat, he always share his views and things that you could do to negate certain bowlers, and yeah, we talk about what the ball doing and what we could do, and yeah, that kind of stuff.
What do you admire most about Craig? Firstly on the field and then off the field?
Well, like I say, he's a very cool guy, and you feel, you know, I think he is strong mentally, yeah, bat for long periods, and the runs show.
And I'm guessing that's something that you plan to emulate as well in your game.
Yeah, well, hopefully, you know, try your best every time and hopefully you get some runs.
And what about off the field? How is he as a captain, a man manager?
Yeah, he's simple, man. Easy to get along with. He does his thing easily in the background, so yeah.
How have you enjoyed your time so far in this West Indies setup?
Well, the guys been very welcoming, and everybody seemed to get along well with new players, and even the guys who were here before, you know, they treat you well, and you can have a conversation with any one of them.
Who is your best friend in the team currently?
Well, you know, before Moti come back, I always playing with Josh. So, yeah, Josh and Jaden and Andy and those guys. Yeah.
And you mentioned spending a lot of time with Moti. How good is it to have a fellow countryman in the team that's around your age and able to assist you?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Moti since on the 15th, so I'm comfortable with him. You get a little partner to go around here and there. Yeah.
And lastly, anything that you want to say to the Maroon fans that have been supporting you since your debut and will continue to support you throughout your career?
Looking to try my best and get some runs and keep supporting. Thanks.
Thanks, Tej.
Welcome. Cheers.
Alongside me, Shane Dowrich, captain of the Barbados Pride for this West Indies Championship. Shane, how are you feeling ahead of the tournament right now?
I'm pretty excited going into this first game. I have a pretty young side in terms of experience, and the guys are really looking forward to getting out there on Wednesday.
You mentioned having a fairly young side. Obviously, the likes of Craig Brathwaite, Kemar Roach, who actually has the most test wickets here as well. You know, how have you guys been preparing knowing that you don't have that experience in your side?
I think those are some big books to fill that you just called, but at the end of the day, it's a great opportunity for a lot of these youngsters to showcase their talent and their skills. We've been doing a lot of preparation before we got here. We had a couple of games at the Oval, and I think they gave a good account of themselves in those games, and we're just looking forward to playing on Wednesday.
All right, let's take things now to the personal aspect for you. Where are you at mentally? Because you know you've had a break from cricket. You played some first-class cricket last season. This is going to be the second time around that you're back into the first-class season again. Where are you at mentally right now?
I'm in a very good place, actually, just enjoying cricket and just playing and trying to be the best I can be.
And then funny, Shane, obviously you always want to set personal targets for yourself. What are you looking at for yourself? Obviously there's 2 matches before you have that break. What are you aiming for right now?
For me, it's just to be as consistent as possible and help the team do as well as they can. For me, batting, I've been in good form lately. Had a good run in the games back home, and just looking to be consistent and play good cricket.
Well, you're going to be flipping the toss there as a captain. All the best for this season, Shane.
Thank you.
The Cricket West Indies Academy aimed at developing the future of cricket across the Caribbean. Alongside me, Kirk McKenzie, a young man who has benefited from that academy setup. Kirk, what's your experience been like inside the academy?
It's been good. Just
Welcome back to the wonderful, lovely Coolidge Cricket Ground here in the north of Antigua Barbuda. We're just about to witness the resumption of play on this, the third day of this intriguingly poised match between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions. As you would have known if you had been with us throughout the match, Jamaica Scorpions would have conceded first innings points, with the Leewards Hurricanes limiting them to 234 after posting 260 batting first, winning the toss and batting first since Wednesday on the opening day. This stage we are here at lunch, after lunch in fact, with the Leewards Hurricanes going in on lunch at 12 without loss. Mansingh Hodge on 4, Kyron Powell on 8. And we're seeing an injection of spin and pace. We saw that before in the 7 overs bowled by Jamaica. Now we're seeing spin again, continue with Jamie Merchant. Comes into Powell. Powell is back and plays it out to cover point. No run. Sylvester Joseph is beside me. Sylvester, they're starting with spin again.
Yeah, the man Merchant back in the attack. With a new ball. We saw in the first innings when they took the second new ball that he was the one that, you know, himself and Minley, those two were the ones to bowl a new ball.
Well, that was the second new ball. But initially when the Leewards decided to bat, we had Minley and Brian. So perhaps they have a lot of faith in Jamie as a new ball bowler. But I would have loved to see Gordon Bryan with Minley. Nevertheless, Captain Paul Palmer has other ideas. And immediately after lunch, especially with the players, their stomach may be filled. And they may say, well, need some pace. Powell trying to sweep, got himself in a little tangle there. Or spinner going across. The right-hander coming from around the wicket. Powell was trying to paddle sweep, missed it completely.
Yeah, I concur with you in terms of Gordon. I mean, he has proven from the first innings that he deserved the opportunity with the new ball. You know, he has pace, he has good line, good length, and he aggressive hitting those areas consistently. You know, and nicking out a few as well. So
Powell, he may want to have a long knock, Powell, but if he's out there for long, he's going to score.
And the Leewards would really want him to have a long knock. It's important in the circumstances. He's one that, you know, look to score, and he can score pretty easily. So they definitely going to need him to get a very good innings here this afternoon.
Sweeps this one around. Close to the boundary. Good footwork on the part of the fielder running around. It looks like Harty sends the return in. Powell gets 3. Goes into double figures.
A nice shot there. The previous delivery, he tried that shot and then came off. But this one, a nice control sweep shot. And the positivity in Powell, you know, he looks even more positive than he did in the first innings. Even though in the first innings, a few balls that we saw him bat, he looked the part. But the pitch is a good one to bat and still.
It is.
Yeah.
It is a good pitch. And you could ask that to Mansingh. Over-completed the first over after lunch. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 15 without loss. A better start than in the first innings. By that time they got to 11, they had already lost their first wicket, which was, in that case, the same man, Kyron Powell, after scoring 9. So, slight improvement, at least for now.
As the game is poised in this situation, you think Mansingh will change it somewhat to a more aggressive player?
Well, I am hoping.
He will continue.
I can't get in his head, but I'm hoping for his own sake, for the Leeward's sake, and for the game's sake. Because it's really painstaking. It could actually get boring. I told you the case on Wednesday. The spectator was so frustrated that he said, man, he's leaving the ground. He's not seen any stroke play. He's an ardent cricket lover. So that this morning, I think that intriguing spell of bowling between Rakeem Cornwall and Hayden Walsh Jr. It was really good to see high quality spin bowling, because it's not just about batting. Powell this time tries to steer this, does so, but not getting it past the gully fielder who comes around to his left. A relatively small ground here at Coolidge, so also the slope towards the southern side is a steep one. Good stroke play, good hitting down the ground, could yield good dividends, but you're not bowling yourself, they would say. Depends on the batter's mindset. Powell. You remember in the first innings that he played one back to Minley. He was caught and bowled. That's how he lost his wicket. He was napping a bit. I thought pushing forward too much. Then he can make the adjustment. So let's see if Minley has that in mind. Psychologically, it plays on the batter's mind when you know a bowler would have gotten you innings before.
Yeah, well, it depends on the circumstances, especially if he gets you out a few times. You know, he will be more.
That one kept low, but it was outside the off stump, wrapped on the pad, a loud appeal. He was playing a stroke, and it really hardly left the ground. It would be interesting to see where that one dropped, because Powell's back is turned to us. That one, let's look at it from the monitor. Wow, just above the anchor roll. The fact that he was playing a stroke saved him. It was pitched outside off though. Mainly to Powell. Powell drives out towards cover point, gets a single. Fielder from backward point in Fraser. Runs around. So Powell, he'll be happy to be in double figures this time around. Yes, it's important.
Yeah, I think it's important for him to get some a good score. I think he can have a good competition as well, in terms of good series.
Yes.
And put pressure back on the selectors again. That's the only way that you can, put pressure back on the selectors by coming and performing. We know that it's not something that you hide. It's something that happening for years. When you come from the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands, you have to, make double time or even triple time sometimes. So I mean,
you'd have gone through that, so you'd understand it.
Yeah, but
really.
I mean,
the
that's
empirical
the case.
Evidence is there. It's no hiding. The facts are there, not just facts. Mounting empirical evidence.
Because I mean, Powell scored what, the third most ones last year, or the second?
Yes, the previous year.
Yeah.
Hodge whips this one off the pads nicely into the mid-wicket boundary. It goes for 4. Good to see positivity from Mansingh Hodge.
But that's his shot. I mean, he played a few of those shots in the first innings.
Yes, his bread and butter.
Yeah, where the ball in middle leg that he's going to score. That is basically, it seems like he bats long, just waiting on that particular shot. If you can recall in the first innings, most of his scoring, if not all of his scoring ones, well, not all, because he had a
boundaries,
few, came through in those areas. So mainly should be conscious of that, because they've been playing together for many years. So,
but still, you want to try. So, Powell, no need to be. Could be frustrated. I do understand. I understand the frustration of players when they're not given the opportunity. But Powell can only back that with runs. That's the way to answer.
Whether you're a bowler,
at least the whole world will see.
Yeah, whether you're a bowler and you're a batter, especially if you still have the opportunity to go out and play, in the first class competition, you make your bat or the ball do the talking.
That's right. Going back on this occasion, at least the top 3 batters from last season in the team are Captain Craig Bradwich, Tajnari Chandapal, and Devon Thomas. Yeah. The top 3, and that should really be the top 3 for the West Indies. I see some fiddling around the reef for trying to convert a low order batter or all-rounder into a number 3, and I think that is wrong in the context of cricket. It doesn't matter what it is. Powell goes down the track again, could be out. Palmer going back, takes it under bounds, and Powell keeps playing that shot. I was telling Terry that before he played one earlier, I was about to say that he would play the shot in that over. Likes to go down to the spinner. Nothing is wrong, but he goes down with the intention of playing a lofted drive down to long off. And on the 2 occasions, one held up inside the boundary. They only ran one. The other one was going out towards extra cover. He was not in charge. I think the head is in the air when he plays the shot. Fortunately for him and the Leewards, he's still there. Will Hodge show some more positivity here? Works the ball off.
Seems like you want to get out in the same manner that he did in the first. you whip that one straight to the shot like he has to be very careful, guys.
Very careful. That might rebound from the thigh to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, that might be the mode of dismissal in this game. He has to be.
That would be so amazing.
But that's the ball that we spoke about, middle and leg. He normally comes and whip it.
This time he goes back and he's in a tangle. Was going back to cut, and that one hustled onto him. Bit more pace from Jamie Merchant. Just a few steps as usual, and then a little energy. And that one came back at him.
Yeah, that one got a little turn. With a new ball, you're not going to get significant turn, but you will get just a bit, just a fraction. He needed a bit more turn on that one to hit the off stop.
A bit wide of the off stop.
But Powell, going back to Powell, I mean, that is Powell shot coming down and hit it over to cover. But if you come down and you're not there, you have to play, or even just block it. But you can see that shot that he came down and he wasn't to the pitch, and he just gave it up.
The top players, they would come down, but they would know they have to play a check shot. But they would need to change the angle or the intent. Mansingh Hodge gets one on the pads, works it off. They're not really. These two are not seem interested in singles because when Powell, I know it's the end of the over, when Powell had his first go at Jamie Carr in the second over and the ball went over the top. They just stopped. They assumed that it would have gone for 4. In the end, they got 1 run. And, you know, if you took your eyes off, you thought it would have been 3.
Yeah, and I saw Powell swept one down there as well, and they both just, you know, ambled through, and if the field had gotten to it, they would maybe got 1, you know. But these 2 players I have seen them in the practice games, in a few practice games where the energy in terms of running
It's
you
not
know,
there
is
for
not
an
there.
opening pair.
Yeah,
And it has to be. Is not to say it's a player who is impeded by circumstance. You know, the perennial players who may have that issue, or a player who is injured. Both of them are fully at it. Mainly to Powell. Powell intended to play on the offside. The ball goes to mid-on.
Sometimes it baffles me to see how these guys think, you know. In a situation at the first class level, you have to really on your ball in terms of executing the skills, and sometimes maybe have a little luck to be consistent scoring, you know. So when you get an opportunity to get a 1 or a 2, you have to push it. But these guys, like, they have runs home, like they have the runs home put up, so they can just go and take it out of the bag and say, well, I make 100 today, you know.
Go for it.
Yeah, it seems like they don't have that intensity, as they say. They're relaxed and comfortable with where they are.
Driven by Powell out towards the big Gordon.
So some innings where you see they may score maybe a 30 or 40. Realistically, if they've been running and pushing it, maybe, yeah.
But that their names on somebody's lips.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. They just go through the motion in this lackadaisical way, like they're very comfortable. And I see that a lot, especially from the experienced
I think
players.
that then hampers the cricket at the top. At the West Indies level, you get there. It's the same too. This one fell a bit low as well, but Powell was in a good position, worked it off the pad, gets his 14th run. Score moving up to 22. Without loss. A better start than in the first innings. When they got to 19 in the first innings, they would have lost their second wicket. Casey Carty had gotten out. In fact, when they got to 19, they would have already consumed some 14 overs. It was break time, and immediately after the break, the first water break, Casey Carty went. So an improvement for the Leewards. Jamaica will recognize that they need to wake up to the reality, because the lead is already 48. Mansingh drives back past the bowler, but the mid-on is in place. Comes around and fields. In fact, it looks like Gordon Bryan. Beautiful day here at Coolidge Cricket Grounds, formerly the Stanford Cricket Grounds, the original home of T20 cricket in the region with global impact. Marquino Minley. Driven nicely by Mansingh for 4 through the covers. Played with composure, with class and with intent. Not even the diving Palmer could have stopped that. And the ball sped into the boundary for 4. 26 without loss. All along the ground, Sylvester Joseph.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Textbook shot, you would call that. The ball just, placing and beating the fielder. And, had good timing, good placement. Going into the boundary for a wonderful 4.
The leader stretched beyond 50 now. Gets one coming back into him. Good response on the part of Minley. No guile or anything. Just a slight change of line. Held it back a bit. And one coming into the right hand. He defended the 11th over of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes second innings has been completed. 26 without loss.
Yeah, good going, good start here by the Leewards Hurricane. See the intent really coming from Taiwan Powell, the Mansingh Hodge. As he gets his bad deliveries, he's putting them away this time around. So, that should give him a level of confidence that he can manfully, play some more attractive cricket. But the one in between the wicket, when we look through the game, the one in between the wicket, those guys that build good, solid partnership, play good cricket, the one in between the wicket was excellent. So we need this now. We need the intensity from the Leeward Island batters. We need to see that they are pushing towards the dominating this game.
Well, the run in between the wicket has intensified. Perhaps after the couple of boundaries, another paddle sweep from Powell. They got 2 rather comfortably in the end. So they're building a partnership of 28 runs between Powell, who is on 16, and Hodge, who is on 12. Jamie Merchant bowling the new ball. Powell steers it nicely down to third man. They've gotten 1. Will they challenge for the second? No. Mansingh gets onto it and sends the return in to wicketkeeper Aldine Thomas. And 29 is the score. Can they build on this? They would set themselves some targets, maybe in terms of the sessions, where they want to be by tea. Jamaica also will set some targets, how many wickets they may need in the session. And perhaps that has been the tactical approach of the captain, Paul Palmer. He has options, but he is stuck with Jamie Merchant, supporting Marquino Minley. Ball played out towards point and Harty fields, and there is no run. This is the 12th over. I thought he had an option. If he wanted an option, he could have gone for the man Mansingh. But he is stuck with the Thomas combination. Sorry, the Merchant combination. I thought Mansingh Hodge was a bit slow on that. That would have been a ranking full toss had he met it where he should have. He was still sitting back a bit, and that was tossed in the air. It was floating, and in the end he got it with the toe of the bat and got a single.
Well, a bit more intent now after lunch from both batters, and it's good to see. Good to see that they are taking up the challenge to give the Leeward Islands an opportunity to press home the advantage and press for a victory in this game.
Powell goes back and he cracks it hard into the covers. There is Palmer deep on the cover boundary. The question is, do you just have a mindset and say, I'm going into lunch, let me just close up shop, or do you say, if there is a scoring opportunity, I'll take it?
Yeah, I think more so you want to get into lunch. If the opportunity comes about that you can score, then you look to score. But more often than not, they wait about 20 minutes, 20 minutes to lunch. You don't want to lose any wickets, and I think they did a reasonably good job. Looking at the game, there are a few deliveries that you think that they should have, jove, even cut and pull, but they chose the option to come to try and back to lunch. So now that they have done that, we have seen that there are more intensity in the approach after lunch. So we have to give them the benefit of the doubt.
30 without loss after 12 overs. The Leewards in their second innings after a lead of 26 on first innings. They have now pushed that lead up to 56. Powell, the left-hander, is on 17. That's Kyron Powell. And Mansingh Hodge is on 13, and they are leading the charge here for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. Marquino Minley and Jamie Merchant have been the ones who would have started the bowling. And now we're going to see Merchant. We're going to see
Brian.
Or perhaps they have chosen an end for the fast bowler and an end for the spinner.
Well, for the start, that it looks like it. The Jamaica Scorpions, they have to be very careful in terms of the scoring weight. I see that it's creeping up to 2.5. You don't want the Leeward Islands Hurricanes to be scoring too freely, especially with the time. If they're going to score, you have to allow them to bat time. But if they're scoring really quickly, they have the more opportunity to declare sometime, maybe this afternoon or early tomorrow morning, and put you under a little pressure to see if they can get you out. So you got to make it a bit difficult for them, whether even not taking wickets, you can't afford them to be scoring so quickly.
Gary Bryan had basically a warm-up delivery while outside. He was not really traveling Mansingh Hodge or even inducing him. Always think of bowlers when you're going to bowl, you get that warm, you try a couple of balls so that you can start on the tip-top cutting edge. Outside the off stump again, wide outside the off stump. Too many times I see bowlers want to have some warm-up delivery when you're bowling. I think the warm-up takes place on the pitch. And that first delivery, whether fast bowler or spinner, that first delivery must be a defining delivery. Can't be a lethargic delivery. Well, the delivery won't be lethargic, but the player may be a bit lethargic. So lethargic.
I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean.
It is. Oh, lovely shot by Mansingh Hodge. It was bouncing, it rose outside the off stump, and he just glided it down to gully and into the boundary, the third man boundary for 4. Look at it. Good one, and he just carried it all the way down to the backward point for 4, close to the Jamaica dressing room. Perhaps coach Andrew Richardson must be saying, not so, Brian. I spoke about being a bit, not warming up, but just coming to bowl some warm-up deliveries, and that's the price you pay.
Yeah, yes indeed. I mean, he's 3 deliveries so far, wide outside the off stump. But when you look at the field, they don't have any third man, no gully. So that line that you're bowling, that easy meet and jinx there for Mansingh, which saw the field and play accordingly. That's a better
delivery.
Yeah.
Yes. Coming into him, he had to ride it, had to just stand up straight, stand up tall, and play it down. That's what you want to see for a first up delivery. I used to remember in the golden days of West Indies cricket, and there was a test match. You wanted to see the first ball bowl. It doesn't matter if you were in the place where they were playing.
Yeah, you don't want to miss that
something
first
can
ball.
happen. Andy Roberts charges in, or Michael Holding, or Malcolm Marshall, or Curtly Ambrose. You wanted to see what will happen, because the possibility of a first ball edge or first ball bowl is really on card. This one keeps low, and that is going to be a bother as the match progresses.
Yeah, we have seen it time and time again. That maybe 1 or 2 may keep a bit lower than expected. But those are the areas that you need to bowl. If you bowl more, consistently in those areas, the length and the line, you can afford, to get some of those delivery here and there. But if you're bowling here and everywhere, you're seldom going to get any assistance from if the pitch has anything in it.
Well, Tevla Raji is getting ready to replace me. Bryant has replaced his senior pro. This one is nicely caressed by Mansingh Hodge. It goes into the boundary for 4, down to backward point. He delayed the shot. I like that. He didn't overhit or hit too early. He just allowed it to come onto the bat. And it's into the boundary. Another 4 for Mansingh Hodge. And the Leeward Islands, they are pushing on nicely. Sylvester Joseph. So at the end of over number, in fact, 13, they are 38 without loss. Hodge has outpaced Kyron Pollard. He has moved on to 21 from 43. I said Pollard, but I meant Powell. Yeah. Kieran Powell is on 17.
Yeah, and well played there by Hodge. You see all the shots that he has played so far, especially those 2 exquisite shots there in this over. He picked the gap. He knows where the gap exactly is, and he didn't try to overhit any of those. He just tried to use the pace and guide it right where there is no extra cover, no gully fielder or even third man. So he knows where the gap is, and he played accordingly. Welcome back, Terry. Hope you had a good one. Well filled and rearing and ready to entertain the people.
Most definitely. Good afternoon, Sylvester, and good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers. And it's good to see Leeward Islands Hurricanes showing a lot more intent in this second innings as they look to set a target for the Jamaica Scorpions. Nice to see Mansingh Hodge looking to score. Merchant is into Kieran Powell, who knocks it up to mid-on, and there's no run, so 38 without loss. Hodge on 21, Powell's on 17. Merchant rubbing away at the ball, coming around the wicket to Powell with a slip and a short leg. He's into Powell now, and one's tossed up and peels off the outer portion of the bat, but lobs safely between the short extra cover and the cover fieldsman there. Fortunate for Powell. Takes a single, goes up to 18, 39 without loss.
I mean, knowing Powell, you can see that he's not really in good nick, because those shots normally be his meat and drinks, you know, coming on the wicket and hit it over extra cover. But he's not getting to the pitch, and he tends to continue with trying a shot instead of just block it. You know, we know that the intent is to get runs, quick ones as possible, so that they can have an opportunity. But if you're not there, you don't wanna give your wicket away.
No, exactly right. A couple of times in this innings, second innings, peeled off the outer portion of the bat, but luckily for him, they've fallen safely. But you talk about Foreman, so you're coming into this match. He made 99 in the practice match. But you're right, he hasn't looked in as good a form as we know he can be.
I mean, Mansingh had scored 100 in the game before that one.
Well, that's true too.
And so I mean, playing in the tournament is a different kettle of fish than playing in a trial or practice game. You know, the competitive nature of the opposition, you know, and the quality of the opposition on a consistent basis in terms of you have more quality, you have the best of what Jamaica has to offer. So it's not like when you go trials, maybe you find one or two really good experienced bowler on one team, and and then you have some guys who are trying to make the team.
Right.
You know, so but at this level, you really have to go out there and have that confidence and that fluidity in your skills that you can go and execute in a confident and positive way.
But you being a batsman in your day, though, Sylvester, coming off 100, no matter who it's made against or what circumstance or whatever, surely it does give you that confidence going into
your next innings.
Proper match, yeah.
Oh, of course. I mean, when you have runs on their belt, sometimes it may not even be a century. It may be a big half century.
Right.
You know, you just that click. You have your movements feeling right. Your mentality is different. But I say it goes back to how you think. One like Mansingh, in terms of his technical ability and stroke play, I think it's more mental with him.
Brian into Powell, who turns that into the mid-wicket region, picks up a single. He goes up to 19. There's 440 without loss.
You can look at batters and tell they're short in confidence. Basically, that their skill set is not up to a certain level.
Yeah, true.
So like Casey Carty, you can see that he's kind of struggling with confidence. But we all know that he's a quality batter.
Right.
You know, when you look at these type of guys, but when you look at someone like Mansingh, he always looks like he can score runs.
Yes.
You know, he never looks really out of form. He look like a good
well
control shot again.
Yeah. Just guided that between gully and first slip down to the boundary for 4 more for Hodge. Takes him up to 25. Score 44 without loss. The lead now is 70.
So it's not only about scoring runs in a trial or in a game. It's just a mentality, how you think and perceive it to be, and go out and execute if you have this negative mentality. Because you can score 100 and bat the same way in terms of your batting. And I mean, if Mansingh had bat like 2-3 hours, 3-4 hours in a trial, more so he's going to score 100.
But playing like this, I mean, he's still playing, you know, his natural game, more defense than anything. But picking up the boundary, steering the ball into the gaps and everything. God, if he had have done that in the first innings, Leewards wouldn't have found himself. And that one is slashed in the air, but in the gap also runs out towards the boundary, and they'll pick up another 2.
But for all reports, can you made a century down in St. Kitts when they had the practice game down there? From all reports, it seems like he was batting this way.
Right.
Because they said he made the century like maybe in 2 sessions. So he was more aggressive, you know, and have more intent. You know, and this is the way that if you're playing at your age, I mean, you gotta put some impetus into the game and play more positive.
Definitely.
If you continue to play like how you play first innings, it might as well you pick a youngster.
Yes.
And let him get the opportunity.
Yeah, because it really dug a hole for the Leewards in the first innings with the pace that he was going, or lack of pace that he was going at. But this is much better. He's on 27. Score 46 without loss.
Good start here by the Leeward Islands, and I think the Jamaican Scorpions should be in a spot of worry. They're scoring freely and they haven't gotten any wickets yet.
Brian in again, and this one's forced up to mid-on by Hodge. Doesn't get the timing this time, and no run. Yeah. Exactly right, Sylvester. The lead now over 70. It's 72. They've still got all 10 second innings wickets remaining. That's why I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen the wrist spin of Mansingh as yet. As Jamaica Scorpions, they need wickets, or the game will slip away from them. And this one's tried to be forced through the mid-wicket region by Hodge, but picked up in that region to complete the over. So that's the end of Brian's second over. He's bowled 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 15. And at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 46 without loss, with Hodge on 27 and Powell on 19. Overall lead of 72.
Let's look forward a bit, Terry, in terms of the mindset of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the management staff. How much time would you think they would need to bowl out the Jamaica Scorpion?
Well, the way
if you're in their shoe,
yeah, the way they looked in the first innings, and the way Jamaica batted against their attack.
I think they batted about maybe 2.5 sessions.
Right. But ideally, I'd still want about an hour tonight, and then all day tomorrow. Ideally.
That sounds like a good plan. Maybe a total. Maybe you can have the lead by what? By 300.
Yeah. So if it's 70 odd now, yeah.
230. If you push, if you press for it, maybe. You know, early tomorrow morning. But you need time. You need to have a plan of action. You know, what total are you looking for? Even close, because time is going to be important. You need time to give yourself the chance to bowl out the Jamaica Scorpion.
Merchant now around the wicket, back over the wicket to the right-hander, and Mansingh Hodge gives that one a bit of flight. Driven to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, if you have a look at the game, Windward Islands, Trinidad and Tobago, Windward Islands were about 320, 325 or so in front overnight. They kept batting though, stretched it to 350 odd, 353 I think it was. But by lunch had Trinidad in trouble. They were 50 for 3 at lunch. So
well, today's the last
day for them. Yeah.
Because hopefully they have enough time because I like the way how England is going. They are not playing any game for no draw. They either win, they're playing to win, and they give you a total where it's in between. Like you think you should get it, but they give themselves an opportunity to get all 10 wickets, with ample time. So it's important that you think positively, and some team may want to think that safety first. That's how we were brought up.
Right.
Make sure that you can't lose the game.
Don't lose the match. yeah. But nothing wrong with it, and I don't think anybody would complain that if the Leewards did get over 300 ahead, say with an hour left tonight, and Hamilton did declare, Scorpions get up in the last hour tomorrow, I don't think anybody would complain.
300 is a safety net.
Right.
So what about maybe 280? 290, even just when it's on.
Chase it.
So chase it. You have a whole day. You have to have you have a whole day, 4 sessions. Let me see you get this.
Over completed there by Merchant. Leeward Islands move on to 49 without loss. Hodge is on 29, Powell is on 20, and the lead is 75. But you captain everything under the sun. What would you do?
Well, compared to back then and now is a different type of a game. You have T20 and T10, so the batters now, and most of these guys play in some sort of competition,
right?
To enhance their ability to rotate the strike and to play all sort of different shots. So the game has changed in terms of the attitude. I should change according to supposed to change according to the attitude. So right now we're 200 in a day. That's supposed to be 200 in a session and a half.
Right.
But what we're seeing here now,
Brian continues to Powell, who tries to pull out.
But from this game so far, we haven't seen any team that really on the go consistently at a long period. We saw Louis first for a brief period, and then we saw Log for another brief period. So you haven't seen the team, even though they both of them scored, and Louis in the end scored briskly, but how Log from the first and instant he was scoring, but the team itself overall.
Single there, a bit of a mix-up mid-wicket between the two fields, and allows Powell a single. So that's the 50 up for Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the second innings. They're 50 without loss. Yeah, that's right. If you look at it, and if you do decide to dangle the carrot, so to speak, and give the opposition a chance of chasing, you by looking at things from the first innings perspective, you'd say, well, if we can get Lug early, then they'll struggle in trying to chase down the total. And that one kept a bit low. They're scampering through for a single. Hodge tried to pull that behind square.
And as you can see that the pitch is changing. You have more and more deliveries that are squatting, basically keeping lower than expected. So that should give confidence to the bowling team that they can, if the batters don't bat well, you have an opportunity to get them out. So conditions are changing as well. So it's all in the favor of the team that gets maybe 280, 300 runs. Good running again.
Yep, excellent.
This is the cricket. This is the stuff that you need to see if you want to push home the advantage.
Right. You think, on the other hand, though, that Jamaica could have been a bit more aggressive in that short, say, 20-minute period before lunch?
I would have started with both fast bowlers because with the new ball, and they did well in the first innings. So you have to give them the opportunity again. If it doesn't work, then you refer to the spin bowler and maybe a fast bowler. But I think they are a bit short-sighted as well in terms of Williams not being the other third seamer. Because we
Right.
haven't seen any other seamer.
No,
You know, so
all been spin apart
Yeah.
from the two opening bowlers. Hodge keeps picking up runs, another 2 there, takes him up to 31, 54 without loss. And pretty defensive kind of field for Jamaica now, just the one slip in gully.
But Hodge looks really, really good this innings. I mean, he's picking the gaps. Most of his shots were straight in the gaps.
Yeah.
First innings, he was just hitting the feelers when he get the bad ball and loose delivery. He hits the feelers, so even that put more pressure on him. Or you can see this innings with a different mindset, a different attitude. You can see now he's picking the gaps. Like this is a totally different player. And it all goes well for the Leewards Hurricane and even Mansingh himself.
Yes, definitely. That first innings, he really dug a hole for himself and the team.
Even the balls, look at the balls. 31 from 58 balls.
Right.
So he's outscoring Powell.
He's outscoring Powell, and when you compare 31 from 58 to 37 from 170.
Maybe get a call from England last night. Can you see a different Mansingh today?
So it'll be Jamie Merchant to continue from the commentary box end of the ground. He'll be bowling to Kieran Powell, and Powell is turning that into a mid-wicket region, but there's no run. 54 without loss. The lead now is 80. Building nice and steadily here for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Merchant around the wicket to the left-handed Powell. Slip and short leg. And big expansive drive by Powell. Takes the inner portion of the bat. Runs down behind square for a single. So Powell moves on to 22. 23. And the score 55 for no wicket. Merchant back over the wicket to the right-handed Hodge.
And Merchant continues to do a good job there for the Jamaica Scorpions. They really need someone to hold the end up, and he's not only bowling tightly, he's doing a bit of variation as well. A bit of flight and guile. He have Powell in trouble a few times. Even that last delivery he bowled to Powell was looking to go over long off, and the ball went down to deep backward square.
Right.
So he a bit unlucky when he a few times you can call it against Powell. You see like that again, a nice flighted delivery. So he's just not there, just trying to hold the end up. He's trying his different varieties to get a wicket as well.
Yeah, 8.3 overs so far. No wicket for 16 for Jamie Merchant. He's doing his job, as Sylvester rightly said. He's into Hodge again, and this one Hodge is hoisting that straight down deep mid-wicket's throat. He's gone. Threw his wicket away there. He saw it shorter. But it was quicker though, also through the air from Merchant. He tried to pull it through the mid-wicket area. There's a man just inside the rope, and first wicket for the Jamaica Scorpions. They needed that. Hodge goes for 31.
How often we see that, Terry? You have one feeler in the deep,
and you pick him out.
Batsman pick him out, man. That is a cardinal sin. But I mean, to be honest with Hodge, Hodge looked like the player, the batter that was batting the best out of the two. He looked like the one that was going to get a good total. I mean, Powell is more chancy, but Hodge is back in the shed, and Powell is still there.
Yeah.
But when you look at the big, and we were harping about the fact that Hodge was the one picking up the gaps, and the big open space from long on, come right on to deep mid wicket. He picked out, all that acreage of land. You know, he picked out the lone fielder over there by the pavilion, over by the restaurant over by himself, just like Kofi did in the first inning.
Yes, yeah. Similar dismissal. And that was off Merchant too, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, Merchant. But as I was just saying, it may probably be a commentator's curse, because I was just saying that Merchant was bowling well, and you know, with his guile, and he's trying to get wicket, and he got a wicket.
Got wicket very next delivery.
I must apologise to Mansingh. I'm so sorry about that.
Brings Casey Carty to the crease, and he'll be facing Merchant, who's into him now. And that ball's turned back with a square. We can't beat the field to complete the over. So a successful over there for Jamie Merchant. He's now bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes batting a second time of 55 for 1. Powell is on 23. Carty has just joined in. Wicket fall was Monson Hodge for 31. So 55 for 1, and that gives the Leeward Islands Hurricanes an overall lead of 81.
Yeah, and Casey Carty, you know, he's struggling a bit in terms of his confidence, and probably not getting any runs. You know, this is a good opportunity for him.
Excellent opportunity,
to get a few, and it's important, as I say, that he gets going and get his confidence going. He was on the West Indies one-day team just the other day, so he wants to get some good total on his name, on his belt, so you know he can put some pressure on the. We have a bit of chat out there with loud and clear from the keeper. These keepers, you know, they have a lot of energy.
They do. But they must, though. They're supposed to set the tone for the rest of the fielding side. But something about Shamar Brooks. Shamar Brooks was on 48 at lunch, not out. Against Guyana at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yeah.
I don't know if they were telling Kieran that he looks like the left-handed Shamar Brooks.
well, maybe that's a good compliment if he's on 48.
But we've had a change of bowler, and Powell lost him over mid-off. Will it run to the boundary?
No, that's
going to pull up.
In golf, we call that a lot of spin. Pitching wedge, or a gap wedge, or a sand wedge. You know, he just stroked it over mid-off, and he thought that was going in, but he got some backspin on it.
Well, he wouldn't be happy with that, though, would he?
You got it. No, so you got to, in that case, you got to take out your putter and put it in the hole. You need some more.
Patrick Hardy in again, and reverse sweep in this, and I think Powell missed everything. Has gone through Thomas, the keeper, and rolled down to the fine leg boundary, yes, for 4 byes. So that went through everybody. An attempted reverse sweep there by Kieran Powell.
You see, that's what the reverse sweep does. You get reward.
Even if you don't hit it.
It bamboozles the keeper as well. So you get the desired result. What you needed a boundary, you got a boundary.
But you can tell they, and even in the first innings, they fancy Patrick Harty.
Yeah, but he bowled really, really well first.
In the first innings,
Catch him!
10 maidens or so out of 23 overs.
But I don't think he bowled any ball to Powell, though.
No, Powell was already out.
I don't think he would have all those maidens when Powell is there.
Because the first 4 overs of his opening spell, were all maidens.
No, Powell is a good player of spin. All right. He's not showing it exactly today in terms of his timing or whatever,
but overall,
Powell is one of the better players of spin in the Leeward Islands. In the Caribbean.
Yeah. So Harty into a big appeal. Carty half forward. Defending, umpire says not out. Have a look at the replay here, Sylvester.
No, that's going down now. That needed another 3 stumps on the back. You see some real expansive
Oh, and that was uppish again from Kati, falling short of the point fielder to complete Harty's first over. So that went 4-3. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 62 for 1. Powell is on 28, and Kati yet to score. So a lead building nicely for the Hurricanes. There's now 88. They're in front, and then as we were saying, Sylvester Joseph and I were saying, it all depends on how quickly they can put a score on the board to see if they can set a declaration tonight or maybe tomorrow morning. We'll have to wait and see as Merchant continues around the wicket to the left-handed Powell. Strokes it firmly to short extra cover, and there's no run. As I will say, a very good afternoon and welcome back, Seth Burton. Good afternoon, Seth.
Good afternoon, Terry. Good afternoon to listeners. It's really wonderful cricket out there. The Leewards really piling on the pressure here on the Scorpions.
Yes, most definitely in the driving seat at the moment. Powell taps that behind to short third man, I should say.
Well, I saw Mansingh Hodge tumbling over. I'm not quite sure.
Casey Carty, yeah, he decided to almost leap into his crease, but he's quite safe.
The veil of youth.
The exuberance of youth, maybe.
Yeah.
He's on strike now. He's yet to get off the mark. There's a slip and a short leg. Back over the wicket is Merchant to the right-handed Casey Carty. This one's well flighted forward in defence is Carty, and there's no run.
Contrasting innings from the Leewards. In the first innings, it took them 32 overs to get to 50. This time it took them 70. Comparatively, Carty took 11 deliveries to get off the mark. Let's see how many he would take this time.
Merchant into Carty. Defending that back to the bowler. Yes, but it would have been criminal not just for the Leeward Islands but for the game itself if they had to come out with the same intent or lack thereof that they showed in the first innings. See, they have the ascendancy, 26-run lead on first innings, and now looking to build that as quickly as possible. Merchant is bowling well though, as Sylvester was saying. He's just about to complete his 10th over, 1 for 17, but he's kept things nice and tidy and looked like picking up a wicket. He's troubled Kieran Powell a couple of times through flight.
Well, he was given the new ball, I guess, for a reason.
Yeah. Merchant, and again to Carty, who defends that to complete the over. So at the end of 20 overs in this Leeward Islands Hurricanes second innings, 63 for 1, with Kieran Powell on 27, Casey Carty yet to get off the mark.
Well, Leewards should be happy. They got off to a wonderful start. They got a good opening stand of over 50. Mansingh Hodge scoring 31 from 61 balls. Pretty much an improvement on the first innings, and I think they just need to continue to build. No need for alarm. The pressure is already on the Scorpions. They are the Hurricanes are leading by 89. So they don't need to surrender any wicket. Allow the Scorpions to don't allow the Scorpions to settle in. I think that must be the approach.
Harty continues from the northern end, and Kieran Powell just pushes it up to long on for an easy single. 63 for 1. Yes, you're exactly right. Those they don't need to be flamboyant or rash in their stroke making. They've still got plenty of time today. Some 45 overs remaining in the day's play. to build the total up. And that ball to Carty is played out to point, and there's no run. But I just like to see a bit more effort on the part of the Jamaica Scorpions. They're very hard ground, but the size in nature and the nature of the ground in general to defend on. And if they want to stop the Leewards, the best way to do it is to take wickets, and that of course should mean that they've got less time, that they have to occupy the crease in their final innings if it comes to a situation where they're looking at saving the match. But they seem to be quite content on just trying to contain them at the moment. That's a lovely shot there by Carty, get him underway, crack that through the point cover region for a couple. So he's off the mark on 2. Powell's on 28, score 66 for 1. The moves up to 92. Keeper Thomas has a problem or an issue with the ball.
I think it's the stump.
Or the bell?
Yes, perhaps he was saying it cannot hold in the hole. I'm not sure if it's the stump mic, because he's coming to rather loudly on the stump mic. He says it can't hold in the hole. Hold, H-O-L-D, in the H-O-L-E. So the umpire came across to give some assistance.
And what did he do? He just put it back in the same hole. Yes, so maybe Jamaica would think about being a bit more attacking in their approach, try and eke out another couple of wickets just to stem the flow of runs by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. But nevertheless, Harty finishes his second over. 2 overs, no wicket for 6, and Leeward Islands Hurricanes 66 for 1, with Powell on 28 and Carty on 2.
Well, good to see Carty getting off the mark in that over. I think it was important for him after watching both the captain, I almost said the captain because Powell, I'm so accustomed to him leading the Leewards, but the former captain Powell and Mansingh Hodge batting well. It's not easy to remain in the pavilion after lunch. So he would be happy to get off the mark, and then he can set stage for what could be a good innings with Powell. Powell has already seen all that the Jamaican Scorpion bowlers have to offer. He has seen that. He can go, but Carty would need to settle himself and then launch from there. Good, I think, relatively. That's a race car close to the airport. A recent, earlier decent spell for Marquis Minley. Did not get a wicket, 1 for 19. Jamie Merchant, though, 10 consecutive overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. And he has done a combination of the Harty job that we saw from Harty being the stock at one end, and he has also had the breakthrough, so pretty much a good one. Brian, 3 overs for 19 runs. He was taken to the sword on this occasion. Looked a bit gentle. Doesn't look the same. I'm not quite sure if there is a touch of injury or something, but he didn't take the new ball in this innings. Harty, his 2 overs, as you mentioned, the last one relatively tight, but none for 6. The Leewards, what they would have to look onto is the batting, the fact that they do have good power players. Mansingh Hodge, who is usually the one who drops anchor, he got off, scored well, but he's out. Got 31 from 61 balls, 5 fours. But Powell, Kieran Powell, on 28, 53 balls, 1 4. Shows that he has disciplined himself significantly.
Yes.
Went for a few lofted drives, 2 just basically eclipsed fielders running back, but at the same time looks as though he wants to get on with it. But he has Casey Carty. After that, you have the captain. You have several options. You can bring Rakeem Cornwall up. You have Kofi James there. So there are several options for the Leewards. I believe Kofi James would come next. So they have an opportunity to press on and press on and press hard. Thank you, Asher Cornelius. When we look at the first innings, Terry, it's worth assessing. The Leewards 50 on first innings came off 189 balls, right, and 7 fours. In the second innings, the 50 coming off 98 balls, 6 fours, though less fours, or at least by one, because they have been rotating the strike, because they have been taking the runs, because they have been picking the gap and looking to
for
play
runs.
with intent. That has made the difference.
Most definitely. And you talk about Kieran Powell, we all know what he can do. If he gets away here, be very interesting as far as the Jamaica Scorpions will be concerned. And that's why I feel that they should still be looking to take wickets here rather than try and contain the Leeward Islands batsmen. But as we see again that Merchant, after the drinks break, is going to continue the attack just with the slip and the short leg in. Everybody else basically defending as Powell has a lazy waff at that.
Well, he's bold now, Terry.
Yeah,
Jim
that's why.
Merchant had a very strange celebration.
Well, I don't think Powell could believe it. It
Yes,
was
he
a
played
lazy
on.
waft, yeah, and it just rolled back onto the stumps. But that's Kieran Powell for you, isn't it? First ball after the drinks break,
Well,
loses concentration,
well,
and
he's-
that was. I mean, he didn't even have to play that.
That's right. It was already wide outside
Wide
the off
outside
stump.
the off stump,
Look
and
at
it's
it.
taken the
Pitch
bottom.
there,
Yep,
no
bottom half
turn.
of the bat and bounced back on the stumps.
just moving the front foot backwards.
Just a lazy shot.
Lazy shot. Spoke about lethargy, being lethargic. And it is a similar situation in the first innings. Immediately after the first innings, with the Leewards 19 for 1 at the break, they lost the wicket of Casey Carty. The first ball after the drinks break.
And they've done it
Lapse
again.
of concentration.
Yeah, and it just keeps Jamaica in the game. They need wickets, Jamaica, just to keep the Leeward Islands Hurricanes under check. But when you gift your wicket away like that, very disappointing to see. After, as I say, if he got going again, he could certainly take the game away from any opposition very quickly. But that was a very lazy shot there by Powell. And he's paid the price. Played on, gone for 28. Leeward Islands 66 for 2. And Merchant picks up his second.
Well, we were asking the question, why was he on that early? He has been enduring. Kofi James comes out. He goes back to the first delivery. They need to be stretching out. They need to regain the ascendancy. For Jamaica creeping back into this. 92 run ahead. But 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah, there's still a strong position, but that was very disappointing wicket there to lose in that fashion.
Yes. You couldn't put it any differently. It was really a lazy shot. The ball didn't have anything special on it. He could have left it alone. If playing it, he could have hammered it, but you just saw the back foot just went back and he just, as you mentioned.
Just hung the bat there. But here's a good opportunity for both these young players in Kofi James and Casey Carty to forward their careers. Opportunity for them pick up a decent score each, help themselves and help the Leeward Islands as Merchant over the wicket to Kofi James, and James is driving that beautiful shot. That's 4 runs.
Elegance and class. He picked that nicely on the volley and he just launched into it. An excellent way to get off the mark.
Yeah, lovely shot that by Hoffy James. It was pitched up. He just came forward, launched into the shot, as Seth said, and hit it through the covers to the left of mid-off for a boundary. That gets him going. He's on to 4. The score 70 for 2. Merchant to James, who's defending to the mid-wicket region. That completes the over. So at the end of the over, successful over there for Jamie Merchant and the Jamaica Scorpions, getting Powell playing on for 28 in the first over after the drinks break. So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes now 70 for 2 with James on 4 and Carty is on 2, and that means the lead is 96.
I like Casey Carty. He has a story. I loved his story, watching it online. He has though had the opportunity of being an ODI player for the West Indies. Therefore, the responsibilities in this team would have increased somewhat. He knows what heart he has to offer. So therefore, he would see himself as a senior player, even though just 25 years of age, in this Leeward Islands team.
He uses his feet nicely there to Harty, but can't beat mid-off. Yes, and he'd be looking to press his claims also, I believe, now that he's made the one-day team or played a few one-day games to play Test cricket for West Indies. Certainly got the capabilities to do so.
Well, he has had 9 ODI matches for the West Indies, scoring 145 runs, a highest of 43, an average of 24.16. He would like to build on that, being afforded the opportunity by the selectors.
Harty in again to Carty, and that one keeps low. He did well to get down in the nick of time and keep that one out.
Yes, he had to hurry at the shot a bit. But he would want to build on his first-class situation. He's in his 37th first-class game, 1,569 runs, an average of 24.9. So he's going to need to get out of the 24s, 24 average in ODI, 24 in first-class matches. If he's going to, he needs to enhance that. He has 200s and 11 half centuries. Means that he's at least consistent in terms of the half centuries. But we need to have big scores. Send the signal to knock down the door as far as Test cricket is concerned.
Yeah, definitely. And but even with his one-day career, though, and with the way the one-day team has been playing over the last few seasons, I would, well, he hasn't been. I'm not saying he's being dropped or being overlooked or whatever, but I would keep him in for a prolonged period of time. And I think if that does happen, then his game overall will improve, and we'll start to see that consistency a bit more.
Well, to speak about ODI, we don't want to stray, but currently there is not an ODI captain as yet.
No.
For the West Indies, so it simply means they may be thinking long term. They may be thinking with the ODI World Cup coming up in October.
October in India,
to be maintaining a team or to be selecting, options. I think they need to have a good look at that. Obviously, we have the established Test captain Craig Brathwaite.
Well, my views on that, though, said just while we're talking on the subject, I've always been a firm believer that at least 70% of your Test team should be your one-day team.
Well, I was saying continue, Terry.
So, in other words, I'd still have Brathwaite captain in both, and I've never seen a one-day player, or very rare, let me put it that way, to see a one-day player who's not or doesn't have a very good Test career.
Right, interesting observation, even though I may differ in terms of the captaincy.
Mm-hmm.
Craig Brathwaite, I think the entrenched leader of the Test team. No doubt he's the leading batsman as well. The issue for me is that he had not been given that much exposure as far as ODI is concerned.
No.
And given the nature of his approach, I think, I don't want to say he lacks it, but in the opportunities that he has gotten, he has not demonstrated neither in the Super 50 or with the few ODIs he has gotten that he has that inclination. I know generally top class players can manage both. In fact, if we were to look at the Australian model, you are from Australia, you would say more than 70% of the Aussies playing T20 are actually in the Test team, the entire bowling unit. So you're looking at Test, you're looking at ODI, you're looking at T20 because you have mastered your craft, you have done it well with confidence. And if you look at the batting team, you start with David Warner. You know, you understand a player converting from T20. David Warner came into the setup in T20.
Yeah.
And then he transferred that to Test cricket, and really he was the one who lit up or reignited interest in Test cricket from that standpoint. And then Smith, who is a world beater in terms of Test cricket, can play all formats, but we're not seeing a lot of that in the Caribbean.
Well, but that's the good point you make, though, Seth. I mean, you can have a look at other countries. Yes, that's fine. Most things that other countries do, West Indies have tried to emulate or copy or whatever you'd like to say, and it hasn't worked, right? But simply because it's not for lack of trying. At the end of the day, these guys want to play Test cricket. How many of our guys want to play Test cricket?
That's a good question. I think that is
and
maybe the
hence
critical
the
part
problem.
of the calculus here.
Right.
A few years ago, I had some recommendations. I think we were looking at a special program where there were a bunch of youngsters who were coming through, including Kyron Powell, including a few guys were still playing in that vein. We'll get back to that. Here is Kofi James going back to cut. Good bit of fielding by the backward point fielder. The point is that some of them, as they are younger, get them into that vein of Test cricket thought. They would expand their game. If you're a good Test player, you're right. You should be a good ODI player.
Right.
In the days gone by, here is James once again working it. That's Casey Carty, in fact.
Carty, yeah.
And there was no run. So we would have seen, okay, you would have had Powell earlier. Shandapol was still around at that time. Sarwan was still around that time. So my proposition was that you had those sort of guys, ask them just to focus on Test. You know, as they were going down the downside of the career, you get the Powell, you get a few others, and have them aligned. So lovely shot by Casey Carty, moving the feet to Harty and hitting this one out of the ground over long on. Excellent shot. And this young guy from St. Martin continues to impress.
Most definitely a beautiful use of the feet and full flow of the bat there by Carty. Put him right over mid-on for 6, and that takes the lead over 100 for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yes, to continue the conversation. So you had those sort of players with that mindset. They can transform the game without any flustered. Yes, the T20s were enticing. Now I see that there are some players who are earmarked somehow for ODIs, for white ball, and they can play Test cricket. Here is Carty coming forward on this occasion. For instance, Brandon King should be able to. Shea Hope, there are one or two little technical issues, but I think with a man like even Desmond Haynes around, even though he's not the coach, who is into selection, should be able to guide that process for an opener. Gordon Greenidge is around. They're all from the same country. Those things could be worked out to get him back, because he's not playing in the franchisees. You already have a guy like Devon Thomas settled in there. You have a core that you can bank on apart from who you have. And I think when you have players of that quality, they can play ODI, they can play Test. And I think you need to look at that and then allow the leaguers, the 2020 years, that's okay. Everybody would have the chance, but get that system right, because I think the talent is available to harness a West Indies team to be competitive in tests and to get back where they were.
Most
I think
definitely.
we have to do some
But
mixing and matching and struggles with the system.
And the 4-day championship is extremely important.
Is.
Like Sylvester was asking me yesterday, what did I think about the two countries being hosts, like for the first round, Grenada and here in Antigua, both hosting matches. Ideally, Cricket West Indies would want it like it was, home and away. But the money involved, transporting everybody around and everything like that, cost-wise, it's hard to do that these days. But they must play and be available to play and want to play the 4-day game.
That's right. Some of the guys are still playing franchise cricket, so that is part of the calculus that is perhaps most difficult to solve. Carty goes back and he plays it out to point.
Because you talk about somebody like Hope. Hope, when they dropped him out of the test team because of the couple of technicalities and everything that you mentioned, then he was working. They got him a coach in Barbados. He was working with somebody. Now, have a look at him now. Because of his 1-day form, why isn't he playing 4-day cricket now?
That's right.
Because he's playing franchise cricket. The T20 franchises are snapping him up now because of his white ball form.
Well, question also has to be asked regarding the policy as contracted players, both franchise-wise in terms of our domestic system and West Indies contract. I think we need to look at exactly how that goes, because I think there is where some of the players slipped through. Worked down to
good running.
Good running by these two. Kofi James, he's always a runner. Casey Carty also, both good young legs. That's important to have the conversation. This may not be the forum all the time because we have balls to relay, but it ought to be looked at. West Indies cricket is suffering. It is not because of lack of talent.
No.
I would be the first to say that. Yes, there are some deficiencies. Yes, there are some areas of growth. But the performance versus the talent is not reflective of our cricket.
No,
Kofi
that's
James,
right.
Here is another youngster. And sometimes the system, because Kofi James got into the Leewards team at age 21 and he captained in the Super 50. But then thereafter, after a couple of matches in the Super 50, worked this one off the pads 4 years ago, he was just shelved. And then he got into the franchise, and now he's in his second game after 4 years.
Right.
Yes, he lit up the Super 50. He was the leading bowler before the Leewards made the exit. What do? He's not just a bowler. He's an opening batsman of high regard. He would have, on the local scene, would have been one of the few to have had T20 hundreds.
Right.
Still have at what we call the first class level here, and still will do whatever he has to do. Casey Carty is there. You look at the Leeward setup. So what happens at times, it's how we manage the resources.
True.
And how we manage the systems, the system designs that we have in terms of player responsibility, franchise responsibility, and how we execute.
Yes, very true, Seth. And also, but I think dialogue needs to happen between not only West Indies, Cricket West Indies and the players, but also the ICC needs to get involved. And they need to try and find a happy medium between all this franchise cricket that's going on.
But Terry, you understand the politics that once India can get the IPL at a blocked off date, everything is fine. Because they run world cricket.
That's right.
So everything is
hence
fine,
lies
but
the problem.
we are not going to get the same thing. But they also have the capacity and the means to pay their players, to have them in their system. And when they say you can't go to that franchise, that can happen because they're duly compensated. In our situation, are you going to tell a player to leave X dollars?
No, and I would be the last one to deny somebody an opportunity to further their career and earn a living at the same time. But what they can do though is give West Indies a proper structured calendar in that we know that
In advance.
in advance.
You already have the future tours system.
You have
so
the future
anything else
tours,
that
so-
sets between there, you need to have those
Right.
approved.
Right. So therefore, they can still go and play their franchises.
Oh, that's a beauty. That one went through Kofi James, played over it.
but around West
Around.
Indies duty.
I'm in agreement. Because let's face it, in the corporate setting, when a board looks at the plan for the year, that is approved prior to the year.
Prior to the year, you
and
don't
you
wait
move
till
according,
June or something.
according to that. Anything else, it's a surprise, it's an emergency.
Right. Right.
Right, and we need to look at that. We need to be clear. Here is Kofi James driving back to the bowler, and no run. So many things to say. We can't blame the franchise system in terms of T20, but we have to navigate it in the best manner. Yes, the best talents have gone, but there are other talent here, and we just have to work. Good to see Kim Marnie, those young players, and Nando coming through and
Yes.
getting some centuries to put pressure back on the system, and that's what we want to see. It's good to see Kaveem Hodge realizing he needs to revive his career. It's good to see a few players who are doing that. Rakeem Cornwall still not daunted by whatever the mystery around his non-selection. He comes and he takes 5 wickets,
Another
looks a
5,
cut above the rest.
Yep.
You
Yep.
ask about what is it? It can't be playing fitness. Cannot be, because you're out there full day, bowling your heart out, taking 5-wicket haul, bowling more overs than any.
3
And
times
you
the amount
speak
of
about
overs.
him a franchise cricket. He should have been to Bangladesh in the BPL, but he opted to be here.
Right. Right.
Yet other players do otherwise,
Yes.
and they get the welcome party.
Right.
So all these things need to change in terms of our approach. However, Jamie Merchant, he is doing the hearty job. Why do I call it the hearty job? He's pegging away from one end, as they did with Patrick Harty in the first innings. Kofi James just nudges it, works the ball into the onside. Kofi James.
It's good to see the two youngsters though out there in Carty and James looking to pick up the singles. Look like they have good communication between the two of them. They're both quick between the stumps.
Very quick. I think it's going to come down to the communication between them, because they like to get on with it in terms of the running between the wicket. What I also like to see, that nice smart movement by Carty, getting inside the line and then turn, not just offering bat, but the footwork, not just hand-eye coordination, but also the movement of the feet in delivering the goods.
Yeah, and looking for the gaps.
A lead of 107 here for the Leewards. Carty goes back and he slaps it, but it does not beat.
That's good fielding.
Minley at cover. Good, decent cricket here. The weather has been good to us.
Weather's
When
been
we had-
excellent.
Yes,
yeah.
when we had a little bit of drizzle that time, easily made up. The Windwards in Grenada had good weather. Barbados and Guyana, good weather, just a little pitch amendment on the first day of their game.
Couple of tourists standing in front of the sight screen, but must be very knowledgeable of the game, though. They're
Yes.
standing behind the wicket keeper.
Those may be some of our regulars, you know. We usually have them on the eastern side. Okay, I see that person on the eastern side. They enjoy the cricket. And on the first day, I said to a couple of them, I know the strokes weren't as many as you wanted. They say, oh, it's Test cricket. Meaning that they know it's lovely
chance.
effort on the part of the forward short leg in Hattie.
As the reaction of the keeper in Thomas, he somersaulted, couldn't believe that the short leg didn't catch it.
He's a character. He is really animated.
But it was a good effort by the short leg.
Yes, it was
Ball by Merchant.
a full-blooded dive. You can't really fault him, but Thomas thought that Mackenzie should have grabbed that. That was miles away from Mackenzie, who really leapt. Good bit of contest between bat and ball. Carty goes back to pull. Oh, good
well done.
diving save. Lovely stuff. You're feeling on the Jamaica from the Jamaica standpoint, it has been good. That was, in fact, Morris dive into his left to save what could have been 4 runs had it beat him. Fairly decent over in the end from the man who has all the endurance.
Has both wickets in Leeward Island's second innings in Jamie Merchant, 2 for 23, 14 overs, 2 maidens. Excellent figures for him so far. And the Leewards, if they're looking at any sort of declaration tonight, just need to keep the scoreboard ticking. The lead at the moment is 107. We've got, what, about half an hour before tea as Harty continues to James. And James just defends that out onto the onside, and there's no run. So 107 lead. I don't think they'd look at anything under 300, would you?
No, they cannot.
No.
You won't be setting anything, should not be, rather. Oh, he sweeps this one nicely, Kofi James. It was going down leg, and he just really swept it conventionally with all the ease and timing in the world. And he will be happy to join Carty on double figures. In the first innings, played a good stabilizing knock with Hodge, but then we thought gave it away.
Gave it away, yeah. But that was a lovely shot. It's good to see batsmen that are prepared to sweep and also use their feet to the spinners. Harty in again. That one, he turns around the corner down to the fine leg region, coming back for the second, and well run again. 2 more to James, takes him on to 8, 83 for 2.
I think
yes,
our scoreboard here is right on screen. I think the Giant scoreboard is behind. So
85 for and the manual one's got 87.
87. So it's 87 for 2.
87 for 2.
And James is on 22.
Harty into James again, and that one's defended back to the bowler, and no run. So the lead now is 113, and after this over, there'll be 38 overs remaining in the day, 36 overs remaining in the day. And he's hoisted that high, wide, handsome over mid-wicket, 6 runs.
Well, he's in the flow and he's confident, and you know you don't go in the zone for Kofi James. He was in the arc, and Kofi James just hoiked that with confidence and authority, dismissed it over long on, and a 6. He races up to 18. 12 he has already taken from this over, 6 or 4 and a couple.
Yes, he's certainly moving it along now, is James. That's what the doctor ordered as far as the Leeward Islands are concerned. Got plenty of wickets in the bank and plenty of overs remaining in the day's play to set a target for Jamaica Scorpions to perhaps start chasing later tonight or first thing in the morning. The over comes to an end. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 93 for 2. James is on 18, Carty is on 11, and the overall lead is 119.
Okay, so we did mention that James is in his second first-class game. When we look at what happened, we mentioned, but yet he has already played 11 List A games in terms of 50 overs game. Was the Leewards leading bowler, in fact, amongst the leading bowlers in general in the recently concluded Super 50. So he's no stranger. But the fact that he has been limited in terms of the 4-day option, you lose options like these, naturally talented options,
right?
Because the focus is on the shorter version.
Yes, and that's where it all falls apart. If you put the emphasis on this, and this is where they learn their cricket, develop their cricket, and get the solid foundation, then they'll have no problem playing or picking up the shorter versions. but it keeps your cricket strong.
That's right.
Because you got that foundation.
We see a change.
Bowling
Fraser
change.
is coming on.
Here we go. He took some licks in the first innings, so it'll be interesting to see how well he comes back. He's bowling to Carty.
Well, you know, cricket is like a boxing match. So if he took some licks in the first innings, he should be trying to share some in the second.
Most
Don't just
definitely.
take them. You got to share.
Well, you can't just take them anyway, because we were talking, Sylvester and I were talking that maybe it was a toss-up in the first instance between himself and Mansingh for a place in the team. So we'll see. But it's interesting, we haven't seen Mansingh in the second innings. I don't think he played a shot to that. I think that's what Carty is saying. So it rolls away towards fine leg, but they refuse to run. No shot offered.
Well, it was a bit strange. Usually, knowing that
Usually
was
they
going
run
down
anyway.
to final, they run and then the umpire send them back.
Yeah.
Especially, was it an involuntary movement? Was it? So, Carty's a nice, honest young guy.
Fraser into Carty now, and this one keeps a bit low down the leg side. Missed by Carty. Yeah, are you surprised we haven't seen Mansingh though?
Very surprised.
30 overs almost bowled in the second inning. Fraser into Carty, and Carty is stroking this nicely. And mid-off does well, running around there, tumbling save. They take the single, 94 for 2.
This is what James would have to pay attention to in the first innings when he got out. He was going on that side against the wind. Well, they have realized he's batting, so they have sent the long off out. There is also a mid-wicket on the boundary, so he would have to pay attention to the boundary fielders, and especially hitting across the breeze.
One stroke nicely, straight to mid-off and no run. Yes, and he wants to just keep his head. He's going along nicely, 18 off 25. A couple of nice shots, good sweep shot and a good 6 over mid-wicket. You want to keep going. Oh, and that one again. That's the second time in the match.
But by the way, that's a gear. He should not be out on that because it came off the helmet. We had that situation previously.
We did, but did that come off the helmet though? I think it come off the... Yeah? It looked like it hit him lower, but... James has to go for the second time in the match. A batsman has been caught off the rebound of the short leg and taken by the keeper. It happened to Munson Hodge in the first innings, and now it's happened to Coffee James in the second innings. And Seth Burton is right that if it hits gears, i.e. helmet, of the fielder, it cannot be given out, or should not be given out. And they're just having another look at this. He goes back, he goes smack straight into the side of the helmet, so that should not be given out, but the umpires have stuck with their decision. So James goes in rather controversial circumstances here, because according to the laws of cricket,
yes,
that should not be out. A short leg or any fielder wearing protective gear, if it strikes the protective gear and
it should
somebody
not be out.
catches it, it should not be out.
You remember, I can't remember it was something like that in an international game. I remember the batter was Ridley Jacobs.
Yes.
Hammered the ball.
Yeah.
And, well, he stood his ground. He
Right,
understood that.
right, yeah.
At that time, everybody was even, commentators wondering why he's not walking. But once it strikes the protective gear of the fielder, on the fielder's person, it ought not to be given unless there is an overnight rule change that we didn't know. I know they had the October sit-in, but when umpire James Stevens updated us on the rule, the only rule change that he mentioned was the wide in terms of the movement of the batsman at the point of the bowler running in.
Right.
But I don't know of this rule changing. But once it hits the protective gear, he ought not to be out. And the question is, I'm not quite sure how adept they are regarding the rules.
Yeah, well, obviously James didn't realize. I must admit when I first saw it live, because a square leg, because it was a very short ball and very wide down the leg side, so short leg immediately took cover, and because he was low, I thought it struck him around the shoulder.
It would have also been difficult for the batter because he really hammered it from in front of him.
And it rebounded a long way. It almost
so
rebounded
he would not
as far
know
as
what
square leg.
it would have come off of. But nevertheless, it's
a wicket.
Yeah, it's
apparently.
a wicket.
Carty forward to this one, but can't beat the offside field, and there's no run. So James has to go. He's gone for 18. Leeward Islands 94 for 3. Means they got a lead of 120. Interesting times here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. He cuts in.
Yes,
that's
Katie
another
Carty
wicket.
Went for a cut.
Well, he's not now. He's not moving.
Because perhaps he thought it hit the ground.
Yeah.
I got that impression.
I got the impression it
initially,
hit the ground. He cut it straight to point. No, and now the Jamaicans settle down again. It's all happening here, sir.
Well, the umpire has not moved either. So Carty would not be fooled.
Ooh, and that just beats the outside edge through to Kiva Thomas. Very interesting.
Strange things happening here.
Very strange.
Let's
All
look at
the
it.
fielders ran to the point.
He went back and he
Fieldsman, he cracked it. And he stopped. The field actually stopped it with one hand, threw it back, saved 4, and then everybody rushed him. As if he caught it.
My first impression was that it hit the ground.
Yes.
But then I saw the semi-celebrations. Perhaps they thought
maybe
they would have had a double.
Yeah, they got away with one. They might have thought they'd get away with another one. Well, it certainly brought them to life anyway. They feel they're right back in this game. Leewards 7 wickets in hand, a lead of 120 as Carty is into Carty, and Carty chops that fine down to third man, and he'll pick up 2 more. So he goes on to 14, and the score 96 for 3. Unfortunately, there's no third umpire. For the viewers or listeners are wondering why nobody was able to get a message out to the on-field umpires with that dismissal that came off the helmet.
But I think, without trying to make excuses for them, I thought it happened in the full view of the standard umpire, Umpire Bazarat, and also the square leg umpire, in umpire who was standing not too far from
where,
the action.
where it was
and
caught,
the issue of sound, I don't think you can really crash a ball that hard into the helmet or the side of the helmet, and and it's not visible. Look at the distance that ball came. It wasn't like the one the other day that came from the thigh.
Right.
That was struck with force.
But also, I have a query too, and I've had this before because it happened. You remember when we were doing the under-19 tri-series, and I'm talking about the concussion rule now, right?
Yes.
One of the guys threw the ball back from the boundary, and it hit the Sri Lankan batsman flush on the helmet, and nothing happened. But we were talking about, would he, if something did happen to him, even though it wasn't attempting to play a shot, right? Could he be substituted as a substitute concussion player? Well, now the same thing there. If that had knocked the short leg out, but nobody even come to check to see if he was all right, and yet he got hit in the helmet.
That's right. I guess he got hit from the back.
No one cares about fielders.
That's right. Beg your pardon. Well, Jamal Hamilton swings at that.
I think Thomas is just...
they're in a celebratory mode, or is it trying to to sway things their way? Because he threw that one up as though Hamilton had gotten an edge. But Hamilton is a hardened, seasoned cricketer. He's not going to walk unless the umpire says it's time to go. You know, cricket is a strange
nicely.
game because let's look at this. The umpires will say, well, James was the one who walked.
Right.
But these days,
But-
when you have
But they can still call him back, though.
That's
yeah,
right.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah. No, obviously they just misinterpreted the law, or maybe they weren't aware of the law. I mean, they should be aware of the law. Or maybe, as you say, he just simply missed it and he thought it struck the body of the
Yes.
short leg fielder rather than
The
the
batsman
helmet.
playing the shot with that much force would not have seen the contact.
No.
But it was very clear.
Yes,
And
yeah.
it was it ballooned that way.
So Fraser in again to Hamilton, and Hamilton's looking to turn that. Misses down the leg side, taken smartly by Thomas, and there's no run.
Fraser gets a lot of turn, but I think his direction in terms of where he pitches the ball, that ought to be a concern. Too many are going down the leg side unless it's part of a plan.
True, but that one is outside off stump and cracked through the covers. 4 runs, Jamar Hamilton. Maybe that's why he keeps it on middle and leg.
Well, he gets off the mark and the 100 comes up as well for the Leewards with that shot. 100 coming off at the end of over number 32. A huge improvement for the Leewards because it was at this stage in terms of overs that they were getting to 50 in the first inning.
Yes. So they double their effort, Seth. Which they needed to do. So 100 for 3. Carty is on 14, Hamilton is on 4, and the lead now is 126. As we approach tea on this, the third day, about 15 minutes before the tea break. So there could be around about 140 or so by tea.
Well, it depends on two things. Whether the Jamaicans can get another wicket that could slow down the proceedings.
It's going to be Harty to continue. One's forced up to mid-on by Carty and no run. But 140, and then you look, even if they had a good last session, I can't see Leewards at this stage declare it tonight.
No, I don't think so. Any
No.
declaration would have to be in the morning.
Right.
If they
If they're not
bowled out.
Yes, yeah.
If you can't bowl out the team in 90 overs, then perhaps you didn't deserve to win. But I don't think you would be taking unnecessary risks. The lead is just 126, and I say just because comparing the first inning score, they scored 234. If you can get 50 runs above that first inning score, I think they would be in good stead.
Right. Left-handed Harty into Carty, and Carty defends it.
I like that. Harty into
Into
Carty. But he wants to party. But the ball was not there.
Harty again. Bowling well again.
Very crafty and economical. Thomas having his say, trying to get into Carty's ears. But Carty's a young, seasoned, hardened player.
Yeah, good.
And
cricketer.
Hamilton is tougher. So he's not going to get through. Perhaps Harty's glad that Kofi James has exited.
And that one's cracked, but straight to cover, no run. He'd have a good time with Jamal Hamilton because he loves to get in people's ears, no?
That's right. But I like that. I like that spirit. It's
Yeah.
kind of Ian Healy sort of always nagging at you.
So the over completed, score 100 for 3, lead 126 for the Hurricanes. So as we were saying, Seth, they'll have their 30-odd overs in the last session today. And if they go at what? They're going at 3 at the moment?
Yes. and-
Roughly. So that'll be another 90. Say they have a good session at 100, they'd still be short. So I don't think we're going to see anything rush by Captain Jamar Hamilton. This is provided Jamaica Scorpions, of course, don't bowl them out. But if they don't lose the wickets, I don't think they'll be comfortable with their lead overall by half an hour left tonight, or even by stumps. They might still have to come out and bat a bit more tomorrow morning.
I think that's the ploy. Also, if it depends on the approach they want to take, because I think definitely you can't say they're comfortable, but they have the ascendancy. Again, if you have a batter, let's say you have a Rakeem Cornwall coming out.
Well, I was going to
give
say
him the license.
Yeah.
I think that could be an approach, a calculated approach.
That could be.
Bring him out early. Give him the license.
Maybe the fall of the next wicket.
You have Ward and the others there who can close up shop.
Yeah.
If he goes. Someone needs to take the license and take the bull by the horn, and will Hamilton do that? Nice dab shot.
Yeah, nice dab shot. Back with a point. Pull it in just inside the rope. And they run 3. 3 more to Hamilton. He moves on to 7. And score 103 for 3.
Because this game is about changing your tactics. And at this stage, you have trump cards. You use them. That could be a game changer. Yes, he can come out and go for a few. But then you can say, have your go. Change things. Put a different complexion on the game. Get some quick runs. T20 style, and let's see if we can put some pressure on them. Then that gives you the option of a possible declaration. If not, you would just play in the normal vein, and you may find yourself for a session trying to pile more runs and then not having enough time to bowl on the opposition.
Yeah, very true. It will all come down to time.
And these are our projections or conjecture, because the truth is they could be bowled out before the day.
That's right, yeah. As Fraser searches for Jamaica's 4th wicket, he's bowling to Carty, and Carty's forward in defence, no run. So the lead at the moment is 129, 103 for 3. Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their 2nd innings after taking a 26-run lead into the 1st innings. If you just joined us, Rakeem Cornwall was the star of the 1st innings for Leeward Islands Hurricanes, picking up another 5-4. As Fraser gives that some air and attempted drive through the covers, catches the toe end of the bat by Carty, drags it to mid-on, and there's no run.
I don't think he made an effort to meet the ball on the full, so the bottom of the bat, he caught it there. Had he given a stride, he could have gone down the ground.
Fraser into him again, and that was flatter. Back in behind that, defending back to the bowler. He's a stylish cricketer though, isn't he, Carty? Fraser into Carty, and that one is driven firmly past mid-on into the boundary, 4 runs.
Yes, once you strike it down the ground with power, and he did that with power, placed it nicely to the left of the bowler, that's 4.
Yeah, good shot there by Casey Carty to completely over, so he moves on to 18. Leeward Islands 107 for 3. And the lead now is 133.
So this is revised when? Long, 6 years ago.
6 years ago they changed the law. Okay, thanks.
So we have had
Mr.
Ryan King, the umpire of the, in fact, the match referee, sorry, of this game, bringing the Tom Smith cricket umpires and scoring definition and interpretation application of the rule. We don't have time to go through all of it. But
you could try,
ahead, there is a section that speaks about catching possibilities. He said the rule was amended some time ago, but it speaks to, Terry, while you continue, page 284.
Yes, it speaks to being caught off protective
was the
gear.
ball grounded after contact with the bat?
As Carty continues and Hamilton hammers that high over mid-off. They take 1 and come back for the 2nd.
Okay, so it speaks to did the ball contact
the
anything
intention
else?
is
It says
clear.
another problem is the catch near the boundary. Okay, we move beyond that. Additionally, there are many occasions be some object within the field of play, such as the tree. Okay, we move beyond that. Apart from such ratifies the
Harty
obstacles,
in again to Hamilton. No run.
the obstacle the ball may encounter on its part, and whether contact invalidates a catch are set out in the chart below. In each case, the assumption is that the ball has come directly from Sticker's bat and has not yet been grounded. In that, well,
Carty
cricket continues.
into Hamilton. Hamilton defending out on the offside. There's no run.
In that, then it goes to the column on 285, catch possibilities. Held in hand or hands of fielders, even if hand but not ball is touching the ground, and 2 touches the fielder's person.
A big appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Harty was confident. Hamilton was back and across. You just have a look at the replay here. May have been going down. Yes, just with the angle.
Yes, heading down the leg side. So just to conclude it,
call by the umpire.
Touches the fielder's person or external protective equipment, including the helmet.
So they can touch it now. Well, nobody told us. Hey, from the old school?
Yes, the new amendment, so that's the case.
Right.
And I would like to do some research to know how many times that has happened in recent times, but I remember that classic case.
Because I have it was definitely with Ridley Jacobs. But I have but I have a feeling it happened with Craig Brathwaite in his first test in St. Kitts.
And he was given not out. Thank you,
And
Ryan
he was
King.
given not out.
Yes, so that has changed. So thank you.
Yeah.
That's why we work as a team.
Yes, thank you, Ryan King, former West Indies fast bowler. Oh, and that's Bowl Hamilton. He was back. He's been in trouble with this over, as Harty has been troubling him. He kept trying to force his hand, but he's played back to something he should have been forward to.
Look at it. That's an ugly dismissal.
Yep, and he's played on like Powell, with a bit more intent than Powell, but still played on. Hamilton has to go. He's gone for 9. Leeward Islands are getting themselves into a spot of bother here. They've lost their 4th, 109 for 4, and the lead 135.
It looked a little strange. He was played on. It seemed as though hitting the ground and hitting his pad and going back onto the wicket. But Jamal Hamilton on that, I don't think it was short enough for the cut shot. He was dressing away, trying to cut. And the Leewards have found themselves in a tangle.
They are.
With some unusual decisions. But in
unusual
one case,
decision.
one being unfortunate would have been the Kofi James one.
Right,
But
and
the
a couple of sloppy
bit of batting.
Yeah, dismissals. But even with Hamilton then, he was trying. So good perseverance by Harty to keep the ball spinning, keep the ball full and spinning back into him, because he tried to cut him away a few times, trying to force the issue, obviously, as Leewards look for runs. But some good bowling, played on, 4th down. So 109 for 4, and the lead is only 135.
Well, we were speaking prospects about the declaration, getting way ahead of ourselves.
We are, yeah, wow.
And now we're speaking about the possibility.
Funny game, cricket.
Of the Leewards maybe being bowled out before the end of the day, and Jamaica starting their chase for victory.
Still 30 overs to go in the day. We're coming up to the tea break, so we'll probably get this one and one more in, as Fraser now bowling to Carty, and Carty clips that nicely through mid-wicket for a single. And that brings Terence Ward onto strike. So if they were going, well, I think because they've lost wickets quickly, might have changed their mind. But if they were going for Cornwall to come in and play a quick cameo to get the target up,
they didn't go for that option. So it means that they are pretty comfortable, perhaps sticking to their plan. Because Terence Ward, he is quite a competent batter. You may not hear the name a lot, like you hear the others, but he's quite competent. He's not going to be one who will take the chances like Kofi James or Carty or Powell. He's one who is going to stick around, but he would spank it if he needs to. So therefore, it's clear that they want to tighten up things, close up shop here, and then launch from there.
Yes, as Fraser is into Ward now, and Ward is back in defence, knocking it back to the bowler. Just going back to that law change with the helmet. Yeah, I don't suppose though they've done the bowlers any favour, as in if it strikes the batsman on the helmet, it would still be not out.
In terms of if it's...
If you're batting and the ball straight, the guy tries to hook the ball and it flicks the helmet.
Flicks after the edge?
Right.
Yes, certainly he would still be out.
Right. Fraser turns now the ball to Ward. Oh, and a chance again for Mackenzie there.
To be fair to Mackenzie, he made a gallant effort.
Excellent effort, but Thomas thinks he's going to catch everything though. So the second one is just past him. He made a brilliant effort.
Yes, that one had already gone.
I'm surprised he's still standing, Seth, let alone trying to catch the ball after the whack in the head.
Well, he's a strong lad.
He must be.
And that's why you have the helmet, to protect you, because that was full-blooded.
But that's why you have the helmet, as you say, and it was full-blooded and everything, but it comes back to my question about they don't seem to look after fielders.
Yes, I
as
understand the point.
Yes. But we've reached tea. It's tea on day 3, and it's still a good, tough, tight tussle here in the West Indies Championship 4-day match between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Jamaica Scorpions. Leeward Islands Hurricanes took a slender lead of 26 runs into the second innings. They're gone to tea on day 3, 110 for 4, with Carty on 19 not out. Terence Ward has just joined him. He's still on 0. The lead, 136. So all to play for in the final session. And we'll be back with that in about 15 minutes' time.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, it's a special feeling, receiving your cap, and from the legend himself is even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad, coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always the kind of guy, he just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff, so yeah. I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, he was living in the US a bit and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together, so yeah, basically some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
No, well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket I thought about, you know, cricket, yeah. Never really anything much else.
So if Tejran Shandafal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat, try and get start again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 test matches under your belt so far, with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, you know, you're obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Yeah, happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Yens. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
You know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you know, you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, he's like, you know, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations?
You know, I was thinking about what you gotta do, so yeah.
Would you say that he has been the biggest influence in your career so far?
Well, like I said before, it started with my granddad, because from the early phases of my career and age, my dad was obviously playing, so he's not around much, and yeah, so my granddad.
And other than your dad and possibly a batting partner, which other cricketers do you look up to in world cricket? Anyone that you have watched over time, maybe modeled your game off of, past and present?
Well, you know, you watch like Alistair Cook, Sangakkara, my dad, Lara when they were playing. You watch all the good players, Sachi, Virat, so many, you know. Can't name all of them, Ricky Ponting and all these guys. So.
And anything out of their game that you always said you would bring into your game when you got to the Test cricket level?
I guess you watch some of the shots they play, but obviously I don't have all those kind of shots like some of the other guys. But try and keep it simple and do what I could do.
You mentioned Brian Lara, who you have here in Zimbabwe as a mentor. What is it like working with Brian Lara, and how much motivation does it give you when you walk out onto the pitch or when he says a kind word to you?
He's a very cool guy, easy to approach, and you offer a few tips here and there, stuff you can add to your game and improve on, and apart from like shots and the kind of stuff, like how you think about the game and these kind of stuff, yeah.
How is it having Craig Brathwaite as an opening partner?
Craig, a very cool guy, you know. I guess similar to me. So we get along pretty well. When you go to bat, he always share his views and things that you could do to negate certain bowlers, and yeah, we talk about what the ball doing and what we could do, and yeah, that kind of stuff.
What do you admire most about Craig? Firstly on the field and then off the field?
Well, like I say, yeah, he's a very cool guy, and the field, you know, I think he is strong mentally. Yeah, bat for long periods and the runs show.
And I'm guessing that's something that you plan to emulate as well in your game.
Yeah, well, hopefully, try your best every time and hopefully get some runs.
And what about off the field? How is he as a captain, a man manager?
Yeah, he's simple, man. Easy to get along with. He does his thing easily in the background, so yeah.
How have you enjoyed your time so far in this West Indies setup?
Well, the guy's been very welcoming and everybody seemed to get along well with new players and even the guys who were here before, they treat you well and you can have a conversation with any one of them.
Who is your best friend in the team currently?
Well, before Moti come back, I was playing with Josh. So, yeah, Josh and Jaden and Andy and those guys. Yeah.
And you mentioned spending a lot of time with Moti. How good is it to have a fellow countryman in the team that's around your age and able to assist you?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Moti since under 15, so I'm comfortable with him. You get a little partner to go around here and there. Yeah.
And lastly, anything that you want to say to the Maroon fans that have been supporting you since your debut and will continue to support you throughout your career?
Looking to try my best and get some runs and keep supporting. Thanks.
Thanks, Tage.
Welcome. Cheers.
Alongside me, Shane Dowrich, captain of the Barbados Pride for this West Indies Championship. Shane, how are you feeling ahead of the tournament right now?
I'm pretty excited going into this first game. I have a pretty young side in terms of experience, and the guys are really looking forward to getting out there on Wednesday.
You mentioned having a fairly young side. Obviously, the likes of Craig Brathwaite, Kemar Roach, who actually has the most test wickets here as well. How have you guys been preparing knowing that you don't have that experience in your side?
I think those are some big books to fill that you just called, but at the end of the day, it's a great opportunity for a lot of these youngsters to showcase their talent and their skills. We've been doing a lot of preparation before we got here. We had a couple of games at the Oval, and I think they gave a good account of themselves in those games, and we're just looking forward to playing on Wednesday.
All right, let's take things now to the personal aspect for you. Where are you at mentally? Because you've had a break from cricket. You played some first-class cricket last season. This is going to be the second time around that you're back into the first-class season again. Where are you at mentally right now?
I'm in a very good place, actually, just enjoying cricket and just playing and trying to be the best I can be.
And then finally, Shane, obviously you always want to set personal targets for yourself. What are you looking at for yourself? Obviously, there's 2 matches before you have that break. What are you aiming for right now?
For me, it's just to be as consistent as possible and help the team do as well as they can. For me, batting, I've been in good form lately. Had a good run in the games back home, and just looking to be consistent and play good cricket.
Well, you're going to be flipping the toss there as a captain. All the best for this season, Shane.
Thank you.
The Cricket West Indies Academy aimed at developing the future of cricket across the Caribbean. Alongside me, Kirk McKenzie, a young man who has benefited from that academy setup. Kirk, what's your experience been like inside the academy?
It's been good. Just playing a lot of cricket, developing my skills, trying to be better in the future. Yeah.
All right, so for people who do not know about the academy setup, somebody like me, what does, let's say, training day or training week look like for you guys?
It's really a holistic approach. We have sessions where people come in, like development, personal development, nutrition, and those things. And then we hit the back where we work on our technical skills. And then we have a couple of games we play against teams here from Antigua.
All right, so going through all of that then, for you personally, what have been some of the highlights from the academy for you?
Really the nutrition part of the sport, knowing what to eat and how it affects the body leading up to game days and stuff.
All right, so we're now here at the beginning of the first class season. You have yourself a chance to be in that setup again. You played 1 game last year, I believe it was. How ready are you now for this year?
I think I'm better prepared. The academy kind of helped with that, playing a lot of cricket, a lot of training, kind of fine-tuning certain things, and going back home, continue working on them, and come back here, places that I'm used to. I trained here a lot, so I think it should be good for me heading into the tournament. And
then finally, obviously you have to set yourself some personal goals should you get the opportunity. Obviously we have 2 games for the break. What are you hoping to achieve for this first class season?
We're just trying to, first, I score 100. That's a big thing for me as a batsman, but trying to put myself together to know the back end of the tournament I'll be in good stead for about most runs or something like that. Just trying to think of it on that line.
Oh, that's definitely high aspirations there, but Kirk, all the best for this first class season.
Thanks for that.
At the age of 19, I was probably sitting on my couch watching TV. At 19, the young man next to me has a chance to make his first class debut. Kevin Wickham, how are you feeling at that possibility?
I'm feeling really good. Representing my national senior team at the age of 19, I really feel it's a very good achievement because not much do it.
All right, now obviously a year and just a bit more, you were recovering now from a broken foot. You had a chance then to come in as a replacement for the Under-19 World Cup. You had a chance to play in the Super 50. Did you think that you would be here today 1 year later?
Honestly, if I'm being honest with myself, no. But the hard work and the dedication with my physio, Miss King, I really feel that she played a real good part in terms of me getting back on my feet and being back out here.
Getting back on your feet, literally.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you then obviously, like I mentioned, that's Super 50. You were with the West Indies Academy. You've been in that setup for some time. Obviously, there have been some stellar former cricketers who are also a part of that Cricket West Indies Academy. What have you been learning coming through that?
Obviously, Coach Coley, he was very open to the boys, I must really say. He was really, really kind to us, really open, willing to hear what we have to say. And he wasn't really about changing up much of our game. He was just about bettering our game. So I really feel like the academy really helped me in terms of knowing my plans and knowing what I want to do, because the coaches go based on what I want to do. They would just assist in terms of the little things that need to be adjusted. So I really feel like the academy is a very good thing for the youngsters.
I know in that you mentioned talking about your plans and what's not. Obviously, the start of the year, the start of the cricketing year, what are you hoping to achieve this year for yourself?
Obviously, coming out to last year, I had a very good right ball season coming out to the end. So my confidence are very much high in terms of playing first class. So I really think that once I get the opportunity, I grab it with both hands and do Barbados Pro.
Well, we certainly hope that you could get that opportunity, but all the best.
Cheers.
Tej, firstly, I want to ask you, what was the feeling like receiving your test cap from Brian Lara?
Well, you know, it's a special feeling receiving your cap, and from the legend himself, it's even better.
What did he say when he handed you that cap?
He said he was there when my dad made his debut, and he think he would be proud right now watching on the game and seeing me receive my cap.
And just as you mentioned your dad, coming through the system, how did you deal with the pressure of being Shiv's son?
But you know, it's something people always talk about, so I just try and be myself. I can't be him. I could only do what I can do, and yeah, be me.
In terms of your batting style, a lot of people say that you're similar, you take your time. Is that his influence shining through, or is that just something you developed throughout your career?
Well, you know, I started training with my granddad when I was little, so he always the kind of guy, he just instilling you, don't give your wicket away, and you could only get runs in the middle, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think it started with my granddad.
And I know that you've done a bit of training with your dad as well. Is that the same type of idea that he tries to instill in you, or what is his coaching style?
Yeah, well, since he came, well, he was living in the US a bit, and then in Guyana. Well, now he's back in the US, but at the time when he was in Guyana, we would train together. So yeah, basically some of his teaching and batting style kind of rub off a bit.
Was cricket always your first choice, or have you ever thought about doing anything else for a living?
Well, I guess like playing youth cricket, and yeah, from playing youth cricket I thought about, you know, cricket, yeah. Never really anything much else.
So if Tej Shandapal wasn't a professional cricketer, what would you be doing today?
I really don't know. I haven't given it much thought.
Well, good. We hope you don't have to give it much thought.
Fingers crossed.
In Test cricket, do you have any goals for this upcoming year?
I try and take it one game at a time. Every time I go out and bat, try and get started again and try and bat as long as possible. Yeah.
You mentioned taking it one game at a time, 2 Test matches on your belt so far, with notable performances. What was the feeling like when you first got the call to represent the West Indies?
Well, you know, you're obviously thrilled, excited to be representing the West Indies. Yeah, happy feeling, excited, and thankfully things went well, so yeah, even better.
Who did you get that call from?
Chairman, Mr. Yens. Yeah.
And what was your reaction? What did you do immediately after?
You know me, I'm a quiet guy. I didn't really jump up or anything, but you know, you're feeling the emotions inside. Yeah.
Who was the first person you told about that call?
Probably my mother, because I live with my mother. Yeah. So yeah, I live with my mom back in Guyana, so yeah, most likely I think her.
And when you told your dad, what was his reaction?
Well, he's like, you know, it's tough series, so you gotta be prepared and be ready mentally and everything else, yeah.
That was before he said congratulations?
You know, I was thinking about what you gotta do, so.
Good afternoon. We're delighted to welcome you back to the Coolidge Cricket Grounds here in the northern part of Antigua, as we are in day 3, just about to start the post-tea session here in this intriguing match between the Jamaica Hurricanes. They are just about making entrance on your screen onto the field, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. The Leewards Hurricanes would think that they are in a good position here, because simply they had a first innings lead of 26, and since then they have started to scoring well above their regular rates on 109 for 4, and therefore they are piling on some pressure, but a good fight back on the part of the Scorpions in the last 10 overs, getting 2 wickets. This afternoon I'm delighted to have an old friend. I would call him a friend, a exceptional sportsman, in fact, former Minister of Sports in Antigua Barbuda, former Davis Cup player for Antigua Barbuda and the Eastern Caribbean, and also a cricketer, a staple in his days in Antigua Barbuda in St. Paul, and also former Vice President of the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association. By then, if you know who I'm speaking, it is none other than John McGinley. John, it's good to have you around these parts. Welcome to the microphones.
Thank you very much, Seth, and good afternoon to listeners. It's been a while since I've been in this seat. We spent many hours together prior to my political days. And,
that's right.
We even traveled a year, and we were reminiscing about our travels to Guyana.
Yes, in
when
2001.
When Antigua played on his own. And, so I'm happy to be here, and it's a wonderful view from the Stanford Cricket Ground. Also, I was very much involved with this ground during my Stanford days as well. So
that's right.
It's like being at home.
So the Leewards 110 for 4 as we resume after T and Casey Carty, one of the youngsters from the Leewards from St. Martin, who has emerged in the West Indies ODI team, perhaps wanting to show his credentials more. He's on 19. With him is Terence Ward, the Kittian right-handed all-rounder, who is yet to score. And Harty comes in to Casey Carty, plays the ball out into the offside for the Jamaica captain Paul Palmer Jr. to field, and there is no run. Really a different setting here. Usually in those days of Stanford T20, We used to have the entire place being filled. Remember the atmosphere?
Absolutely.
And all the players from all island of the Caribbean, not just the West Indian territories. This one, Carty sweeps it nicely down to back of the square for 4. Lovely shot from the youngster. He moves into the 20s. And the Leewards moving up to 114 for 4.
Lovely shot. And that one got what it deserved. Strained down the leg side. And Carty gave it the treatment. Again, a very young player, Carty, but a lot of talent. He looks very, very good. Sometimes these guys, you wonder whether they have the love for the game. And he certainly does. And I wish him all the best. He looks a very good prospect for the future. Just got to put some runs behind his name, or some big scores.
That's right.
Not the 30-40s. We want the hundreds and 20s.
This time he faces again. Drives out to mid-on, no run. I watched his story on YouTube when he was telling his story about little cricket being played in St. Martin, but he always had the desire of being a sportsman. Here is he coming forward, a good delivery from Harty. So it's Harty to Carty.
Carty's dad plays a lot of cricket.
That's right.
Played Masters cricket for St. Martin and Anguilla as well. So he comes from a cricket family.
Yes, and he really did everything, went the right places, going around the right people, emerged on the West Indies on the 19 team. Here is Carty covering up to this delivery from Harty. Smothers the spin. That completes the over. The first over after lunch. The Leewards are still 114 for 4. 4 runs are being scored in this over from a wonderful sweep shot from Casey Carty. And the Leewards then, the lead continues to climb. It's now 140 with 6, second wicket in hand.
So looking at that score, Seth, we have one session and 3 sessions tomorrow. 250, maybe 280 would be a challenging score for Jamaica. So Leewards have some batting still to do if they want to have a chance of winning this.
Well, definitely. I more think that the 280 may be a better target, but there are 26 overs remaining today. If they can keep scoring at even 4 runs per over and pick it up, they could have another 100 runs, so they could be pretty much on the way. Here is Fraser to Ward, plays the ball into the onside, because they also have an interesting situation. Rakeem Cornwall is due in next, and if he's on an upbeat and gets away with things, it could be some quick scoring. That's if he gets into bat. A wide delivery on the part of Fraser, not maintaining his line. But if they take a couple of wickets here quickly, then the Leewards would be on the defensive.
Yes, Colin Archibald certainly can hit it as well too.
Yes.
So if they get going, they can put some runs on the board.
Down the leg side, Ward misses out again. Once it's angling down the leg side, you ought to capitalize.
Yes, very difficult. This bowler seems to be getting the ball to keep low. So the batsmen are playing over that half sweep, half pull, more like a pull, but they're not making contact.
Let's see what he does. Has the option to go down the track, stand up still, punches it to point. Still there is no run. Bright conditions here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, and these teams among the 6 battling in the opening round of the West Indies 4-day professional league. Fraser feeling well to his bowling. Jamaica a diet of spin, because what we saw Jamie Merchant opening the bowling along with McKinlow mainly.
Yes,
over ends 114 for 4. I made Nova.
It seems strange though to see a West Indian setup of any kind with fast bowlers. I don't recall yesterday or today seeing one short pitch ball. It seems quite uncanny that for the West Indies, I don't see the pitches being that flat.
That's right.
It isn't flat, and not one. Is it that
I think I saw one pretty close from Colin Archibald. Had one to log that really came close. But apart from that, you're
Yes,
right.
it's so
And that used to be, you expected that every over.
Absolutely. You would get one, push the batsman back, bring one up over an edge. But it seems as if it's a diet of spin now.
Carty is in. Spin continues as Carty plays it to forward short leg. He's bowling with a slip, a backward point. Point, short cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket. Carty goes back and plays the ball into the offside.
Are you seeing any spin? Is the ball turning and bouncing to say that it's a spinner's wicket?
Well, apart from this morning, or towards the end, last evening with Rakeem Cornwall bowling, and this morning he really had a few that turn. You haven't really seen, anything jumping or anything biting the way that you would expect on a spinning wicket.
It seems that the way they get wickets now is through attrition, hoping that somebody cuts the ball off the stumps.
That's right. Soft dismissals or going after the bowler, as in the vein of white ball cricket. Harty is into Carty, and Carty, steers this one, but no commitment on the part of Warren. Carty wanted a single. That would have been a tight one, so they did the best thing, stayed in their ground. The Leewards having a better start than they did in their first innings. At this stage in their first innings, they would have already lost 6 wickets. Carty playing back to the bowler. How much have you seen in terms of the Leewards cricket recently? The emergence of Archibald, I think, a bright spot along with Carty. Kofi James coming into the lineup in terms of the Super 50. A few bright spots along with the experienced players. Here is this one being driven, and Carty almost was played on. We have seen 2 players being played on so far. Powell and Captain Hamilton, and Carty almost fell into that trap.
Yes, he seemed to try to drive that ball. He missed it completely, and then it nearly hit the off stump. But you asked me the question about what I've been seeing. I spent a lot of time in Trinidad, so while they were playing there last year, I had a chance to go to all the games. I saw Kieran Powell make 100 and Devon Thomas. I watched them in most of the games in Trinidad, and I follow it on YouTube wherever the Leewards are playing. So I'm aware, and Kofi, as an Antiguan, I mean, I've been following Kofi since he's a little boy, so it's good to see that some of these young guys are being given the opportunity to play at the higher level.
Fraser comes in, pulled away by Warren, but down to the fielder on the boundary backward of the square leg umpire, only a single.
Do you remember Colin Archibald making 100 last year?
Yes.
I saw every run of that, and that
Wow.
it was exciting. It seems that he picked every gap that was available. He batted like a top order batsman. Some big hitting too, but there were strokes, nice strokes mixed in, and it was a wonderful century, and I was able to see that one.
He's a lovely, wholehearted cricketer. Hits the ball with his bowling, he gives everything. Here is Fraser being caught, nicely punched through the covers by Carty. It will reach the boundary, or will it be pulled up just inside the ropes? The fielder goes onto the ground, and I lost sight of it by the column there. It looks as though he pulled it back. So 3 runs to Casey Carty.
Yes, the ball is straight and a little bit too wide outside off stump, allowing the batsman a little room to play against the spin. Not that there's any much spin there, but certainly a nice shot all along the ground to the wide side of the field. And the fielders had a lot of work to do to pull back and save 1.
Carty progresses to 26, but it's Warren who now faces, punches the ball into the cover region.
No ball.
No ball signal by the umpire. That's a transgression that you don't want as a spinner.
Was he wide of the crease, or did he step over?
I believe he stepped over. Yes.
Because he has a tendency right at a delivery to sort of sway around the place. Not what you expect from an off spinner.
There's also a leggy in the Scorpions team.
Speaking of leggy, what happened to Bulai? He looked like a real find during the 50 over the Super 50. we were expecting to see him in this, but because if you look at this ball and attack, it's a lot of right arm off spin and a regulation left arm leg spinner. Very little variety.
Well, I guess most of the teams would have choices. We were discussing that earlier, this ball being worked into the onside by Warren. Is that you find sometimes the teams are picking and choosing players and say you're a white ball man, you should be playing Super 50 and not before the competition. And you find a lot of that. And the question for me is, what is the benchmark? How do they judge? How do you determine that I'm this or that? If I'm successful, present the opportunity. We had the situation of the young Mansingh making his debut in this game, coming forward on this occasion. Warren, he bowled brilliantly, took 3 wickets for Jamaica. He was not in the original team, but there was a player with a medical condition, so he was the medical replacement, and he came and he looked perhaps the best bowler.
Well, that's good for on any day. You don't know what happened in the trials, and a lot of times we pick players sometimes a name and we don't see what they're doing. Somebody's out of form, like Cornwall yesterday. In his first the first spell or so, he looked like he was searching for a line and length. He was down the leg side a couple of times, but then once he got his confidence, he got a wicket or two, you could see that the ball started to grip a little. It started to bounce a little. So confidence is something that is important, So selecting a team, when we see the team finally, we don't know what happened during the trials.
That's right. And oftentimes we base it on a match or two in trials rather than the players' consistency outside of the trials. Harty comes in and Carty goes back and punches it out to wide mid-off. Fielder from mid-off going close to extra cover to field. And question for the Leewards will be, do we want some quick runs or do we just want to stay in the match? 145 would not be enough. Here is Carty going back, but straight to Mansingh at point, and there is no run. So the question is, do you really want to press it, or do you want the match just to take its natural course? Because it has been slow scoring from day one with the Leewards, and then relatively better scoring from the Jamaicans. You've seen an uptick in the momentum in the Leewards batting in the second innings, but they have sort of lost the momentum they had prior to losing 2 quick wickets before tea. Here is Harty, and Carty's wrapped on the pad, loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. We'd like to see that on the replay.
That was very close, because I'm standing right over the stump and it looks like it's angled. It's going down. Yes.
It's going against the natural trajectory of the left arm orthodox, which would go away. It was really an arm ball and fired down the leg side. And
umpire, good call.
That's a very good call from umpire Deaton Butler.
Yes, a lot of times they get a lot of trouble without replay and instant, but that certainly looked like it was going down.
At least the umpire has the confidence in his decision making. It was an extended appeal. See what Carty does in reply. Comes forward, has the confidence to smother any spin, and he himself wants a big score. You spoke about big score, and that is so important, because it's good to see you get into the ODI team, but you need to get big scores to get into the test team. Goes down the track and hits at that. Stumped, is he? He is stumped. Casey Carty giving it away here. John McGinley should have really continued in his mode, but he just had that mad rush. Carty was just going down, and that was quickly stumped by Thomas. Jamaica striking the 5th blow. Wicket number 5 going down with the score on 119. I thought he lost his cool.
A disappointing way to get out to. The challenge with some of these guys, it seems like Carty, is he gets so bogged down. 28 runs off of 78 balls. You don't see them moving the ball around to get the 1s or the 2s and rotate the strike. They get into this block, and then the pressure builds up. And then he charges down the wicket to hit a 6. So it works That's the one day sort of mentality, it is important that some of these guys understand how to make runs. 50 singles is 50.
That's right. That's right.
50 singles is still 50. And if it is that you can move the ball around, now people are going to say, well, do you expect Rakeem Cornwall? But that's Rakeem Cornwall. Stop comparing with guys who are different. If you're a batsman that you're there, that you can move the ball around, we expect better from these guys.
That's right.
We expect better. The way Powell got out just now to first ball after the break, sometimes that's the most difficult ball to face, but you have to key your mind up, so sad we have to see him go. And again, 28, 28 is not good enough for the test team. So we need to, if you can't make 100 in the regional game, how is it
that you got a challenge for the test
yes,
place? And that's what they need to have at the back of the mind.
And they're going to say, well, Kimani Melius made 192. Little Nandu from Ghana made 100. You can't blame them if they get a chance.
That's right. Cornwall is there. Jamaica clawing their way back into this game. The lead only 145. 119 for 5. Final ball of the 41st over. Cornwall steers it down to the fielder coming from backward point, and there is no run. So a relatively new start here. Partnership where Wade is on 1 and Cornwall is yet to score. And this is an interesting scenario. Harty getting his second wicket during this over, 2 for 35 from his 12 overs, and Jamaica really locking things in here.
Yes, Jamaica, sticking to their game plan, forcing the Leeward Islands batsmen. Very little turn, very little bounce, but they're forcing the Leeward Islands batters to try and get some runs off the wicket. And it seems that, other than a 6 and a 4, or a wide ball down the leg side, we're not seeing the ability to score, to find the gaps through the offside or through the onside. Because if you look at this guy, he's bowling right arm off. There's nobody. The square leg by the umpire is on the fence. So is there a chance for you to turn the ball to the umpire and take a single? When we used to play cricket in Antigua, and there are other guys, one of the things that, the McChesney Simons and guys that played for would say, where is the single?
Here is Terence Ward going back and playing the ball back to Fraser, and that's so important, keeping the strike ticking over, looking for every run, playing, walking into the ball and moving into the run. These are some of the things that are missing. Ward works this one around, and this is going to be a battle, because I think here something is going to give. Either Terence Ward is going to decide to play a consolidatory role, and Cornwall is going to, whether he consolidates as he did in the first innings, or chances are the Jamaicans are on top, I would say, at this stage, barring a good partnership, because the game is as good as its present state. We can't project into the future about what Warren can do, or about what Cornwall or Louis may do, or Archibald may do. Let's see what Fraser does. Bowls a tidy length, a tighter length. One of the things I'm seeing with these off spinners is that they're going too often down the leg side, with the exception of Cornwall. Good delivery, going through the defenses of Warren. Wicket-keeper taking the bails off in a flash, but he was well grounded. I'm not quite sure the reason for that, or you hit one of the off spinners, Merchant in particular, as soon as a boundary comes off him, he goes down the leg side.
Yes. That one was drifted away from the right hand. Nice change from the bowler.
Fraser. Terence Ward going back and playing the ball into the extra cover region. That completes the over, a tidy over from Fraser. Another maiden. Fraser would be happy to complete his second maiden, 1 for 18 for him from 7 overs. And John, my deepest sympathy to you on the passing of your father.
Thank you very much.
Learning that, I trust that everything goes well.
Thank you very much. He was an avid cricketer.
Well, once it's McGinley, it has to be.
Yes, and he used to come and watch us play. He had a lot of advice for a lot of people all the time, you know. But he had a good knock, 91. So
that's a good knock.
Yeah. You know.
So anytime you're around and I am around and you want to join us, please feel free. It's really a delight. Here is Harty to Cornwall. Cornwall drives back on the track. Harty goes down as he stops the ball. Cornwall would be mindful that they have the long off out and they have the square leg out on the boundary. Deep cover, quite a deep field. Only the short, well, in fact, the forward short leg and the slip, but Cornwall gets a single out to long off, gets off the mark. I was speaking with Dr. Desmond Haynes this morning, and he was speaking about the importance of getting off the mark early when you get to the crease instead of struggling to do so. As he says, you get off the mark, in your mind you feel you can make 100, you're middling it. But his concern is that some of the players take a long while to get off the mark.
And he certainly was master to during his time, so good advice for. What's interesting there is that they've brought in the long off now for Ward and have closed off the single. So they gave
Cornwall the single. And he just gave it to bat.
And he just take the single, thank you very much, I'm off mark. And that's what you need to do. Look for the singles, and when the bad balls come, you deal with it.
Yes.
You know?
And the truth is, if you're deep, you have the opportunity of the single. If they're in and you think you have the confidence to go down the ground, you can. But look for the singles. Everything should not be block and boundary. Block and boundary. And we have the same thing, the same concern. Even in the T20 team, as far as the West Indies are concerned, down the leg side, swept away in the air. The field, I thought, should have challenged that a bit more, but perhaps he lost it in running in. That looks like Gordon Bryan, single to Warren.
Very interesting though. For Cornwall, the man is square, but for Ward, he's more at the long leg. And we wondered why. And then in comes a sweep and he's in the air and he's nearly out caught. Now, did he notice that the man had moved? I don't know. But now we see that deep man has gone square of the wicket, and they're protected now for the power. And here we go where they're taking away the single from Cornwall. Now the captain has put himself, I think, in a short mid-off to try and take away, encouraging.
And Cornwall just works it right where the man came from.
Absolutely.
That's batting.
That's excellent cricket.
He's saying you're going to cover to block me. I'm going to mid-wicket.
Exactly.
Calm and easy.
No risk. Nice and easy. Another run on the board. It's 121. And again, the target, I think they said, is 250. That's going to take some getting now from 121. But you only need one person to have a good score, and we get. But that's good, intelligent cricket. I'm not saying that Cornwall won't take a hit at one or two, but he's just come to the wicket. He found two spaces, and he's pushed for those two spaces and got off the mark. Good cricket.
Yes, so 122 for 5, both batters on 2. And Harty, I'm sure, in fact, Fraser is going to continue. When you look at the context of this, in the context comparatively to the first innings, the Leewards did depend on partnerships, Cornwall and Louis, and then Louis with the tail. So therefore they need a partnership now, because they do have the capacity to get out of the hole, as they would have shown. But the pressure will be on with can we set a target, or do we just keep playing? They have already secured first innings points. That becomes a big thing at the end of the season when the calculation is being done. But you want to look at victory. 250, it has to be considered, given those who are at the crease and those who are in the shred. This time Cornwall goes back and almost got himself in a tangle, as though he wanted to power it over extra cover, and the ball kept low.
He had some width that time, so he went to play a more forceful shot.
Fraser into Rakeem Cornwall, and he goes, well, where is that?
Long off for 6.
Wow, that wasn't struck with a lot of power. It was just the flow of the hands and the feet, and that went sailing to the west of the dressing room for 6.
Absolutely beautiful shot. He put the left foot down the wicket, went with the full flow of the bat. More timing than power.
That's right.
And that ball just took off.
I was looking along the ground. Did I?
Well, I saw the spectators over there running for shelter, so I figured it was on its way.
So Rakeem Cornwall, he's warming up to something. Fraser to him. This time he works it on the onside to mid-wicket. Minley fires the return in. No run. So you can go for the shot, but you also know that you take the singles. And that's what Rakeem Cornwall has started to do.
So we're in the 43rd over, is that right?
That's correct, the 44th over of the Leeward Islands second innings. 21 remaining after this one for the day's play. Cornwall works another single, takes the strike.
Yes, he gets a full ball on the pads, and the long on is deep, works it down to long on for one. Just to make a point here, this is the 44th over, and we've only had right arm off spin from this end. It was
That's
Merchant
correct.
first, and no. So in terms of variety.
But then there is Mansingh. I don't understand that. Is he on the field? I would just look around. Yes, Mansingh is on the field. He's out on the mid-wicket boundary. And he was the most threatening after Minley in the Leewards innings in the first innings. So it's sort of amazing. I guess he came on as a replacement. So perhaps he's not highly favored or not thought to be the option that Paul Palmer wants. Here is Ward going back and playing this one back to the bowler. That completes over number 44. Leeward Islands in their second innings 130 for 5. A lead now of 156. And Cornwall is on 9. Terry Ward is on 2.
You know, Seth, we're going to have to ask Captain Joseph when he comes in. Someone who has experience at captaining at this level and at West Indies level. What's his opinion about 23 overs of right arm off spin from one end on a pitch that really isn't bouncing and turning? But, you know, you have to say, however, you have to say that Jamaica at 130, having the Leewards at 130 for 5, that maybe the strategy is working.
Well, it may be one of restriction, targeted restriction. But at the same time, you need to take wickets. They themselves would be cognizant of the element of time being a factor. If they take the wickets, they would negate that element. Because if, let's say, the Leewards give them 200 with an entire day to spare, that should be an easy walk in the park. Cornwall faces up to Harty, goes back and he spanks it out to point. No run. Cornwall looking for space. Offside is I feel that it's set rather deep on the offside. This time it drives back to the bowler. On the onside, there is the mid-wicket on the boundary, the fielder forward of square, and there is also the fielder on the offside. Only the long off is on the boundary. He goes at this one. Huge hit. He's not mincing matters here.
Again, the bowler now, having set a strong offside field with a short extra cover and a cover point and a backward point and a long off, strays on the leg stump. And he's going further down the leg stump, and Rakeem Cornwall just helped himself to a 6. Wide of mid-wicket, what we refer to it around as cow corner.
Yes.
And that was an easy hit over there. But the shot was there for him to hit, having played 2 defensive strokes and then straying down the leg side, and Cornwall gave it the treatment.
And it's clean hitting. It's not slugging. Excellent shot. Trust his judgment. Gets this one on the pitch and he plays it back, whips it to the bowler. He can put the bowler under pressure.
And again, the bowler is now focusing on center and leg, having packed the offside field.
Cornwall is on 15 from 12 deliveries. Harty to him, and he comes forward immaculately. Shows him the full face of the bat. This is good cricket.
Absolutely. He looks so good, you know.
So composed.
Yes.
And when you see that, I have a concern. I can share it with John on the air. Goes back and he cracks this one. It goes down to backward point. Between that and third man being chased, goes towards the boundary, being pulled back nicely. In the end, a real acrobatic save. Cornwall comes back for the second. Morris, the man who chased from backward point to the third man boundary, he got two. The concern I have that I would share with you, I don't know how closely you're following it, but it's Cornwall's treatment to some extent by the selectors. You don't need to comment. I would.
Why shouldn't I comment? how do you? It's very strange.
I
was
am
on the
manning it.
team, doing well. They come back from a tour, and all of a sudden he can't play again. I think Cornwall has upwards of 40 wickets in 10 matches.
Well, beyond that, Cornwall has over 250 matches in
First-class
75 first-class cricket. And he's striking at the rate that only Sir Curtly Ambrose and Malcolm Marshall and those guys would have been
The
striking.
point I'm making is how many West Indian bowlers
are Ashwin, the only spinner striking at that rate in first-class cricket. And then he can bat with this command, even though early in his innings. And then you find excuses. That is a concern. So I'm just sharing it with you, not for all the listeners.
Well, I have my concerns. You know, I was at a cricket game, and some Bajan spectators kept asking me, well, where is Cornwall? I mean, I said, you know, there must be some reason. You hear the fitness talk all the time, you know, but let's put it on the paper.
You know, what is Sunil Gavaska's comment on all this? If you're cricket fit, what other fitness do you need? That's the great man talking.
Great. I sometimes I wonder. I mean, I understand what, you know, the policy is and what they're trying to do,
but there is none.
But if he's on the team already and performing,
well, you're an HR man, you're a former executive, you understand that. So we'll speak from that background. You already get your entry level in. After that is performance appraisal.
Absolutely. He's shown.
We're not going back to say qualify for the job.
It's not to say, well, look, if you want to play, you have to do this. He's already playing and performing and giving you.
So it's performance appraisal.
There is something that is amiss. I don't know what it is. There might be good reasons.
Anyway, the man Mansingh is back, and you already see turn. That one pitched outside leg, and it turned back towards middle and off. So
and I go back to my point again. After 23 overs of right arm off spin, you now have a leg spinner, and he's showing the ball turning in the second delivery.
So Palmer would need to pay attention. Perhaps had a lot of confidence in Jamie Merchant and also Fraser. This one is turning again as well. Pitched outside leg. More or less bowling defensively on this occasion. When he started in the first innings, he was attacking, but perhaps recognized the need. Perhaps that's the ploy or the tactical approach of the Jamaicans, to be defensive, recognizing that the Leewards were leading by 26 runs at the start, and they were trying to power their way further ahead. They have been set back a bit. Terence Ward comes forward to this one. Good bowling on the part of Mansingh. And in his first class game, got a half century. Came in as a replacement sub, took 3 wickets in the first inning. Quite a useful cricketer.
Take advantage of your opportunity. And again, his first couple balls here in the first over, right on spot. He looks comfortable. He isn't struggling to get it in line.
Comes into Warren. Warren plays this one nicely because it was coming back from behind of his back, and they get just a single down to fine leg. Mansingh, I believe he has a bright future. Depends on how he's used in the setup. You don't have a lot of wrist spinners. He's one of them, and he's a good one.
And it's interesting. His approach is from a little bit wide, angling in, and you know, getting the ball to drift in a little bit and still turn away from the right hand. I haven't seen the googly yet, so I don't know. Well, today I haven't seen it. He bowled it once or twice in the first innings, but I haven't seen it today. But already he's getting a little turn. He has the batsman playing. You're not missing any cricket because the captain is maybe helping him out what not to bowl to Rakeem Cornwall, but the long off and long on are there, so maybe they're expecting him to go after it.
Well, he's a thinking bowler, and I think he can work out things for Cornwall. Cornwall opts to go down to long on a lot along the ground, just picking the single. We call it milk the bowling. Just milking the bowling.
The ball was up to him, and the two fielders are really deep. He just stroked it nicely, the leg side of the wicket, straight down to long on and ambled the single.
So, over has been completed. 46 overs remaining. Terry is going to join me a little bit. John McGinley would stay a little bit with him, and then Sylvester Joseph. Oh, John has to go?
Yes, but I'll be back.
You'll be back. I'll be delighted.
Thank you, my friend, and
Take
thank you.
care, all the best. That's John McGinley, former an exceptional sporting figure in Antigua, former Minister of Sport here in Antigua Barbuda, former all-round sportsman, and we were delighted to have him in. Come Sylvester Joseph, the man who knows everything about cricket and golf. Oh, this one is smacked. Oh, what a shot. He was like as though he was launching forward, and he just went back and he cut that one with precision, and that one just went towards the speedy Morris at backward point, who could not catch it going down the hill. Rakeem Cornwall moves into the 20s up to 22, and the Leeward Islands 144 for 5. Here is Harty once again to Cornwall. Cornwall goes back and plays it out to extra cover. The fielder at cover comes, of course, into the mid-off, wide mid-off position, and there is no run. 22 from 17 deliveries. Terence Ward 3 from 33. So it seems as though Sylvester, Terry Ward playing the consolidatory role because of the quick wickets which they lost.
Well, yeah, you need that, and with Cornwall at the other end, we know he's very destructive and he's showing his skills at the moment. So it all goes well for the Leeward and Hurricane and this vital partnership. You know.
So Harty, 4 deliveries remaining in this over. Push back the long off and the long on the cover and the mid wicket. Cornwall playing it smart, just punching it down through the vacant mid on position, gets a single. And I think that's the approach. They set the deep field, you punch it, you take the singles. They're in, you can chance it, you have the capacity, you're not slugging, just playing beautifully. I think that is working for the Leewards, but this partnership, as you mentioned, is going to be a critical, most crucial partnership for the outcome of this game. Here is Terry Ward now going back and getting a bit of tangle here.
But it would be interesting to know what the plan of the Leeward Islands are.
That is it. It's hard to know because we are some yards away from their dressing room, but we're trying to figure it out.
You would have think that they would have come out and play some positive cricket. But
that's right.
When you see the batters, they're sort of tentative, like they want to play positive and they still so you get caught in 2 minds, and you know, I mean, you're leading, you put yourself in a good position, and they should all be thinking positively. Go out and take this game away from the Jamaica team.
I'm in full agreement, because I think the initial thought at the end of another over from Harty, 47 have been completed, 145 for 5. I thought at the beginning, you saw that positivity from the opening pair of Kyron Powell and Mansingh Hodge, and that got them off to 50 in a relatively good time of 98 deliveries. But then, after that, you saw sort of shot of shock. And when you look at the wickets, some of them were because of half-hearted decision.
Yeah.
Apart from Kofi James, who was unfortunate with that full-blooded pull that went into the helmet of the fourth shot. Like the others were, we had at least 2 played on. They were, whether you dab or whether you really cut, that sort of approach. And I think they needed to keep ahead positively. And that may have made a difference. Now, I'm not saying it puts pressure on this pair, but it simply means that Cornwall has to decide. He is playing it smart because he's not just going on an all-out attack. But then Ward maybe cannot play his natural game because he would have to say, I would watch and see what Cornwall is doing in order to get off. Here is Cornwall, and he hits this, not a 6. out into the Jamaica dressing room, and I believe that may have been some reprieve from the first innings when he was giving LBW a similar short delivery from Mansingh. And Cornwall on this occasion, he was going for the full thing, his third six. He moves up to 29, and the 150 comes up for the Leewards. Mansingh, let's see how he changes his approach. Terry Ward on to the 50, is it 32 partnerships? Ship between them. Cornwall has 29 of the 32.
Well, the difference between then and now is that Cornwall is in.
Well, that's right. That's
the morning, that was his first delivery, so he can't afford to be bowling those lollipops to Cornwall at this stage.
Can't call the man lollipop. The man is bowling well. It's just that came a little
some
short.
Lollipops between. That was a lollipop.
Mansingh would not like to hear that. Good to see the youngster. He's up against a tough cookie. He would understand that. Now Paul Palmer. Sometimes it's difficult to be a bowler, because you're bowling well and nobody's saying anything to you. And as soon as someone hits you, everybody wants to say something. And I'll be honest, that was one of the things that would get to me.
In all fairness,
I like you to encourage me when I'm doing well.
In all fairness to Mansingh is that, Cornwall hits almost all bowlers for six.
Well, and that's the point. So he should not be disheartened. And I believe he has a good solution. Smart move. They've pulled the mid-wicket to a more straight mid-wicket position. So the mid-wicket, the long on, the long off. Cornwall will not go there. He just punches it down to long off. And Gordon Bryan feels rotating the strike. You mentioned that. Not just power hits, but also rotating the strike. Cornwall moves to 30. And the Leeward Islands, just with a few brisk hits, they are almost in a better position.
Yeah,
the lead of now 178.
Yeah, as I said that,
being positive,
especially on this field. It's not a big field. It's a good outfield in terms of when you stroke the ball on the ground, you get one's fair reward for your shots. So this ground up here at Coolidge
should be a run feast ground.
Yeah,
it is in fact this ground on which Kyron Pollard hit 6 sixes, and you remember that game against Sri Lanka, Dhananjaya. So it's a game that you can get runs, and the pitch is not bad. You just got to be positive. Not because it's 4-day cricket, be positive. Mansingh comes into Ward. Ward comes forward correctly. Pitched outside the off stump and plays it out to the short cover fielder in Paul Palmer. Different complexion in terms of the Leewards batting. This pair, as we know, has added 33. 3 to Warren and 30 to Cornwall. Mansingh comes into Warren down the leg side and he sweeps it nicely. But there is a fielder at long leg and I didn't see him because of the column to my right. Thought it was 4, but Mansingh, not a bad over, but I guess being struck for 8. That is again against the grain of the very tight Abhijaya Mansingh.
Yeah, Mansingh had to stay strong in terms of he has bowled well the first innings and the captain took so long to bring him on.
I don't understand it.
So I don't know. I don't know if he has confidence in Mansingh and then like every ball that he bowls now the captain goes up to him and tell him something. Whereas the first innings when he was bowling and relaxed and enjoying his bowling, he wasn't really going up to him. So I don't know. He took a very long time to get him in the attack, and now that Cornwall is in full flow.
He brings him on.
He brings him on and
throws him to the lion. We're not inciting anything here, but we're just because even John McGinley, who was just a spectator until we invited him to the box, he was asking, well, so why 23 overs of off spin from the same end? Is there not another option? And there was Mansingh. After 45 overs being brought into the attack, down the track, Terry Ward goes, flashed at it and missed it completely. Your thoughts?
Why you didn't hit the ball straight? If you're going over the top, you're mid-off and mid-on in.
Precisely.
These guys, and what I'm saying, Hart, he's not a turner, a big turner of the ball. So you have to try and play him straight if you're looking at his scoring option.
Play through the line, down the ground. The mid off and the mid on, they are wide. And wow, especially after a positive power session with Cornwall, you don't have the need for that. So you don't know what the plan is.
But I think the pressure psychologically will be in the mind of maybe Terence Ward and even Casey Carty, because when you look at the score, is what 4 from 42, and this is an innings, an opportunity for you to push on. And as a top line batsman, well, he's playing as a batsman.
That's right.
Because he hasn't really bowled. You know, so he's playing as a batsman. So you have to find a way
to score.
You must in this situation. You have to find a way to score. You can't be blocking in this time when we're on the verge of putting ourselves in a position to win a game. We need time to
42 deliveries, 43 deliveries, 4 runs.
These batters, they have to come to grips with what is happening. It's high time now. You guys been around for quite a while. Many people may think that you're hard on them or whatever, but for us to take the cricket forward, you need a more positive outlook.
And Sylvester Joseph is saying that against the background that he had to put up with Patrick Patterson and Courtney Walsh and the like, Franklin Rose and the like, when they played against Jamaica, and had to come out trumps.
Yeah, definitely.
So you weren't scratching and wondering where to get a single.
You gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, even Nikita Miller, these guys are really top of the line bowlers.
But you had to pick them.
You have to find ways, especially when you're in a position that you can press home the advantage. And you're gonna need time in order to bowl out the team. Now Jamaica, they gave Jamaica a bit of sniff. It's good that Cornwall is in good flow. You know, he's hitting the ball. What you see the strike rate, he's over 100 strike rate.
Yes,
but it's good because the other batters, they find it very, very difficult to even get the ball off the square.
In fact, to some extent, he has changed the complexion of the game, because when he came in, the Jamaicans were definitely on top, 114 for 5. And he has gone about it in such a relaxed manner.
Yeah.
Punching and getting the singles, hitting it when he's hitting, and he's hitting it cleanly. Only one real power shot was that 6 off Mansingh. The other 2 6s were just going through the line nicely and just going across the line with economy of movement and timing. Going back, and Ward pulls and is out caught. The pressure that you spoke about. Pulling it straight to mid-wicket. Mansingh strikes, and the man whom we have calling for coming on and taking the wicket of Ward. Cornwall is not happy with that shot. Actually turned around, turned his back on the situation. Terry Ward not having a good match. And as you mentioned, you put pressure on yourself, because look at this. You're out for 4 or 45 deliveries. It was not a good ball, even though it was Mansingh. It was short, and he wanted to hit it so hard when he could have played it through the line, down the ground, tried to pull it, and he perishes.
Yeah, but I mean, even Mansingh was disappointed in that delivery. He stood there, for the other teammates were celebrating, but he stood there in dismay to see that lollipop.
Yes,
lollipop.
I call it a ranking short ball.
Right,
I won't say a lollipop.
It's the same connotation in the end of the
yes.
day. But he stood there and he can't believe that he got a wicket with that ball. But as you said, because of the way in which some of these batters are batting, they're not flowing, they're not free. It's like they get caught in whether to attack.
It's a mental game.
Yeah, I mean, we as a team, man, maybe the management team need to have a conversation.
They need a nice motivational, yes.
Probably they can give you an input as a
off the air. You like to big me up too much, and I don't.
But that is a profession. You went to school for how many years doing that? So
yes. So what I'm looking at here, Jeremiah Louis has come out. Would we see a different approach? The other thing that I would like us to perhaps look at in terms of the Leewards, not only the mind game issue, but is there a possibility of Rakeem Cornwall coming higher in the order to maintain, let's say, after Kofi James, and then the wicketkeeper stay back, because they're always this stuttering. 2 wickets quickly, the team in some trouble. Do you need an imposing presence there? earlier in the innings? Is it because he's bowling too much? What are some of the dynamics that the captain could look at? Because when he comes, he brings a level of stability and a level of command.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure because over the years I thought I have the same thought process. I have conversation with him as well, and I guess he feels comfortable batting down there. But 6 or 7, I mean, come on.
The first game he played for the Leewards in Caribbean 2020, he was batting at the top of the order. But Mansingh will be happy. Here is Jeremiah Louis, the star of the first innings. Scored a brilliant 78. In fact, it was on his shoulders that the Leewards were able to get a lead.
Well, yeah, even one thing, he had some. He should have some confidence from the first innings. He batted really, really well, especially at the end of his innings. He really showed some commanding shots, positive.
This time he punches it out to cover. Paul Palmer fields and there is no one. So the lead is now 180. I think with this be another 20 runs getting a lead of 200. Then psychologically, they can free themselves a bit more. But they don't want to do anything unduly risky at this time. Mansingh searching for his 5th wicket in the game. This one really bit. Chopped and beat Jeremiah Louis completely.
But that's the thing about leg spinners, wrist spinners, you know, they have some wicket-taking deliveries, and even some of those short balls are even full toss. You know, they have the tendency of picking up wickets. That's the difference with the right arm wrist spinners.
Yes.
Even the Chinaman bowlers. You know, these guys, when you have them in a repertoire, you have to try and use them as much as possible.
That's right. The mistake delivery could be the one.
Yeah.
The worst delivery.
More often than that.
Mansingh
More often than
one
that.
was converted to a wicket. Over has been completed. Mansingh's third, 1 for 11, a successful over for him, and he will be happy because he has really, really, really been perhaps the most outstanding player for Jamaica in this game overall, and was brought in belatedly. And that has been a good move for him. We see umpire, Paul Palmer, perhaps continuing with Harty. He loves to keep Harty going.
Yeah, I mean, it seems as if that is either Harty or Merchant. He believes in them bowling tight, and the way that they bowl, you know, they don't get enough much turn, but being consistent, you know, bowling at a good length, the grouping of their deliveries, you know, contain the batters a lot. So, you know, those two seems to be his trump card, you know.
Yes, they're more defensive type bowlers. In fact, the truth is they were in the original plan. Let's face it, they were in the original plan. Mansingh was not in. He came in due to Alwyn Williams' misfortune. But at the same time, he took his opportunity with both hands. But even though he was not in the original plan, you would find a way around that as you realize the situation changed. So here is Harty to Cornwall. Cornwall goes back and he slashes this one. Good bit of fielding by Morris. Coming around, stopped it with his left hand and then turned to his right. Cornwall gets a single and continues to keep the scoring going. He moves to 32. Hurricanes moving up to 155 for 6. Harty has 2 wickets, the difference between him in the first and the second innings. He has something in the wicket column. 2 in the wicket column.
Important, it's important. Even though you bowl tidily, you definitely need a few wickets under your belt to get that confidence at the end of the day.
Jeremiah Louis punches it out. Louis, I think, as Terry's about to come in, Louis can be positive now, can flow, because he has the issue of not being careless or reckless. But he can play his natural game, I think, instead of get into that defensive mold, assuming that Cornwall is already set. I think they need scoring at both ends here if they are to fully arrest control of this match. Harty to Louis. Louis comes forward and plays it. Bowler allows the ball to go through the field at mid-off. That looks like Jamie Merchant.
I think we need to get out of the mindset of when we're talking about flowing and being positive, the recklessness should
never
be in our thought. You know,
that's true.
This is the way that the game is going now, and you have to be positive.
And Cornwall has just shown it. It looks a total different game. Because as you say, it's not being reckless. If it's there for the hit, you hit. If it's there for the single, you punch it. If it's there, that's how you play. You play it based on your belief, your confidence.
And your skill set. You
Exactly.
know, you know your limitation. You are a professional cricketer. You play, that's a lovely
Well, and Louis plays this one in that approved, confident manner. 4 runs over mid-wicket. And it's a good way for him to get off the mark.
It's the first time I think I saw Harty, a flighting one. He normally one that bows the balls in the pitch with a bit of pace, but this one he tried a little variation, but Louis was equal to the task. Hit it.
Well,
a beautiful shot over Cowie. Cow corner we call it.
Well, the over has been completed. Leewards is 159 for 6. The lead now is 185. Sylvester Terry is etching to go because he likes to see the big man at the crease. So let's hope the big man keeps him happy
And give him some work.
give him some work. Yes, because he did not really like the slowness of the earlier stages. He wanted to sleep. So Terry, your chance to have some happy hour if it's possible.
Yeah, I think it is. So far with Mr. Cornwall in full flow, but 32 from 25 balls. He's batting on a different pitch there, Terry.
Is Sylvester. Good afternoon, Sylvester, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. And he's proving the difference between these two teams because Jamaica Scorpions, they keep nagging away. They're not out of this match by any stretch of the imagination. Lead 185 with 4 wickets remaining. A lot depends on this partnership. Is he caught? No.
That's turn.
Turn just past the outside edge. The slip took it, but no edge. Yes, so a lot will rely on this partnership, Sylvester, between Cornwall and Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah, but as I say, it would be interesting to know what sort of plans that the Leeward Islands team has. What are they plan? What if you plan to declare what total you're looking at? Because we don't really see from most of the batters the intent. Like we are looking for a target. Like they're in between playing positive and just blocking.
Yeah, yeah, true.
So you need a full flow. If you have a basic understanding of where you want to go, I think you will be much freer. Yeah, you should be much freer and flow a little better.
Mansingh fails to gather that on his follow through, so Cornwall gets a single down to long on. Score goes up by 1 to 164.6. Cornwall's on 33, Louis on 4. Yeah, they've been in between mines, haven't they? The entire innings so far, the Hurricanes. But credit to Jamaica Scorpions, as I say, they keep chipping away. One's well flighted by Mansingh. Swept on the full by Jeremiah Louis, back with a square for a single. Takes him up to 5. The score 161 for 6. The lead 187. Mansingh, who we thought we might have seen a bit earlier in this Hurricane's second innings. He's come on, picked up the wicket of Terence Ward. He's into Cornwall now, and Cornwall strokes that nicely. Up to long on for long off, I beg your pardon, for a single to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands 162 for 6 with Cornwall on 34, Louis on 5, and the lead is 186. And drinks.
Yeah, you would say that the game is evenly poised. You think which team you think have the advantage now?
No, I think with 6 wickets down, if they can, especially if they break this partnership with the Jamaica Scorpions, they're right back in the match. I think Leeward Islands Hurricanes have had a couple of opportunities this afternoon to put them out, but a few soft dismissals, you'd have to say, and one unfortunate dismissal with Kofi James, but that's the position they're in. 162 for 6, 186 run lead, with about an hour to go on the third day, so we can rule out any thought of a declaration tonight, but even overnight, they might have to still bat a bit tomorrow morning to try and set the Jamaica Scorpions something. So I agree with you, Sylvester. I think it's still evenly poised.
Yes, indeed. You would have thought that the plan was a more positive, attractive cricket to get to a certain total that you may look to declare maybe this evening or early in the morning, because you're going to need time, to give your bowlers to try and bowl out the Jamaica Scorpions team. But albeit that the Jamaica bowlers, the Jamaican team, really kept themselves in, even when they were down with the opening partnership. They stood together and they fought to bring back themselves into a position, that they can control the game. And right now that I think they're in a position where they are controlling the game much better than the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. The good thing is that the captain, Rakeem Cornwall, he's out there, he's batting well. And one thing I observe, when he gets a single early in the over, it takes a while before he can get back the strike. But with Louis now, he seems like a bit more rotation. When Ward was there, he goes on strike and he just block after Rakeem got the early single. But this is a better flow, and I think this partnership, the next 13 overs remaining for the day. If these guys can bat out 13 overs, maybe another 40-50 runs, and then you can see how it goes in the morning.
Yeah, well, at the rate that they're going at, just over 3 and over, so that would give them around about another 40 runs tonight, which should make the lead, about 220 odd?
Yeah, 220, 230 odd.
Yeah, 220, 230. We'll probably be looking at minimum 250, probably.
Yeah, and Jamaica, Jamaica and the Windward and the Leeward Islands, they always have
tough, tight battle.
Yeah, close, low-scoring encounter.
Right.
So this one is trending in that fashion, not unless we get a special knock here from Rakeem Cornwall and really take the Leeward Island over the hurdle, so that they can have a commanding score that they can declare. But what we have seen so far, the game is evenly poised, and it can go either way. I think at this time, a few wickets now, and the Jamaica Scorpions will be definitely on top. But if this partnership continues until maybe the next half hour to an hour to the end of play, I think the Leeward Island would be in the driving seat.
Well, they held the slight advantage coming into day 3 today with those 2 late wickets that Cornwall grabbed last night, and they basically maintained it. But I must admit, I was surprised that since they did get a decent start, that Cornwall didn't bat higher and maybe try and force the issue a bit.
Or even, you have Colin Archibald as well, who can hit the ball.
Yeah.
Some kind of impetus in the innings,
right,
to show that we are going after this game. We want to set ourselves to win this game.
Right.
But I guess the management is satisfied with what they're getting so far.
As long as it doesn't backfire, because if they get bowled out tonight, they run the risk of Jamaica chasing just over 200, say.
Well, it's the first game. The first game in the competition, and you have an opportunity to win a game. You put yourself in a situation that you can win this game. So the ball is in your court, as we were saying this afternoon, that you can make a few adjustments according to what is happening in the game.
Yes.
Maybe Cornwall should have come up earlier. You can have Colin Archibald, who both batters can be very aggressive when they can score freely. So just with some impetus, because we saw Casey Carty from even the first innings, he's struggling, he's not the full flow in
Right.
KC that you want. And in a situation like this, you need players that are flowing. You need runs. You need that positiveness. So there's something I guess the Leeward Islands can think about in a situation, and hopefully, if the situation arises again, that they can make some adjustment.
Definitely. So it's going to be Gordon Bryan from the northern end on resumption after the drinks break, and that's turned nicely by Cornwall down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 35, the score 163 for 6. Yes, because if we remember back to last season, they went within a couple of points of winning the 4-day championship.
Yeah.
And it was basically just that first innings in the first match against Barbados that troubled them in the end. Don't really want the same thing to happen here for them. But the Jamaica Scorpions, I believe, just the way they're going about things, and they've impressed me this afternoon. They've hung in there, and they'll feel if they break this partnership, they're right in it. That's cracked nicely by Jeremiah Louis through the covers. Get the timing he wanted though. It'll just be the single. One more to him. He moves on to 6. Brings Cornwall back on to strike. 164 for 6.
And for what we're seeing from the batters that really, get a few in this game, it's not difficult because these batters just come out and, play positive cricket. With the ball there to be hit, they hit, they look for the singles, they rotate the strike. But you have some batters look like the devil is in the wicket.
Yeah.
Well, it's so
they're
difficult.
Expecting something to happen. Right, yeah, mentally, as that's saying, yeah.
And it's not only from the Leeward Islands perspective, it's both teams.
Both teams
did
the same, yeah.
Yeah, the batters, especially those that are selected to bat, batsmen, make it look like it's so difficult. And nonetheless, I'm seeing something different. But I'm judging from, Louis batting at what, number 7?
7, yeah.
And he comes in the second time around again and just 8 and make it look so easy.
Bryan into Cornwall, and Cornwall is covering up, knocking that back up towards the bowler, and there's no run. Yes, we've had the impression since the start of the first day, really, Sylvester, that you want to see them. They haven't pressed the go button yet. They're holding back,
Yeah, and these guys, what I'm saying, these guys are experienced players. They've been around on the circuit and played, and they have played regularly.
Yeah.
It's not like a Kofi James who just came in the side.
Right,
right. And Kofi James looked like he want to take the cricket forward. He looks positive. He's the guys that are there for quite a while now. They need to press home the advantage. They need to, be more positive in the approach. The season's coming up, and when the season's starting, you're supposed to know how you prepare yourself to get going from the onset.
Right.
That you come now and trying to find your way.
Yeah.
Like you're just
and then all of a
making
sudden,
a debut.
Right.
Come on.
And then all of a sudden the competition's over.
Yeah.
By the time you hit form.
Yeah, you gotta hit your chops going, especially for too long now. I'll pass from a Hurricane perspective. They've been there and thereabout.
Right.
A few times where you think they should have won the competition,
Yes.
but because of certain decision making and so forth, but they should be in a place of confidence because they've been playing good cricket over the years.
Definitely.
But just to take it to the next level in terms of being more positive.
Yeah.
I think that is what people are looking for.
And even with the likes of Devon Thomas and Alzari Joseph out of the team, it's still a very experienced team, as you're saying. So coming up against this Scorpions team, who are not as experienced, is a big opportunity to force a situation like this, force it into a win for them.
You have to show them when they meet these teams and the inexperience of a Jamaica team, because Jamaica team has been very competitive over the years. So
Right,
when you
right.
catch them like this with your team, basically with most of your players, it basically is so Devon Thomas is the one that, cause he's a regular. As
Right.
how we will come in
Come
maybe
and
one
go,
for
yeah.
2 games or so what.
True.
Devon Thomas is definitely a regular with this group.
Mhm.
You know, so majority of this group is still here. So they are supposed to, you know, when they see a team like this, you're supposed to all confidence and ready to
Yeah,
go.
yeah, for sure. Your eyes should light up. And let's go. Teach them a thing or two. But it's Mansingh into Cornwall, and Cornwall stroking that nicely up to long off for an easy single. Score goes up to 166 for 6. The lead is 182. Cornwall moves on to 37.
Because when you look at the Jamaica team, he's only like mainly that you would say really have the West Indies experience.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
all the
yeah.
other players, Brandon King and all these guys, they are somewhere in Asia playing T20 cricket. So this is an opportunity for the Leeward Islands to press home the advantage, and they're not
doing
not
it
doing
as
that,
yet.
yeah.
It's played well by Jeremiah Louis, just watching it off the pitch. So he's on 6, Cornwall on 37. They've put on 12 so far. About 11 and a half overs left in the day.
Well, Palmer trying to slow the game down a bit, having a talk with his bowler here and there, and which is important because time is a factor as well.
Definitely, yeah. At some stage they'll realize that if they don't bowl the Leewards out, then they'll be out there and they could need to occupy the crease for most of the 90 overs scheduled for tomorrow, the final day. And hopefully we'll get a bumper crowd out here tomorrow, Sylvester being Saturday.
Not unless you're going to have a show with Marshall Montana or one of these guys from, maybe if you have a Jamaica entertainer, you have a bumper crowd here. I think they have a show, they call it Soap Pineapple or something. They normally have it at the back.
Right,
But
yeah.
if they have a show tomorrow, I know it will be bumper crowd.
Well, true.
But I don't think
I don't think they've got one, though.
I don't think any bumper crowd is going to be up here for them.
Gone are the days. Gone are the days. Hey, when you wake up in the chance, and he's held out. Jeremiah Louis is held out to Minley at mid-on. Mansingh having a dream debut has struck again. And I tell you, the Leeward Islands are getting themselves in further trouble. That's the 7th wicket gone down. Louis goes for 6. The score, 166 for 7. And that's a lead of 192.
And that one, Mansingh enjoyed that one. You see the celebration. The one before, he was very disappointed. But this one, you can see the celebration. He was pleased with that one. That one was a well-flighted delivery, you know, on leg stump. But Jeremiah Louis was playing those type of deliveries very well. But he was hitting them on the ground. But this one, he tried to go over the top. And, you know, he never really get the leverage to go over the mid-on fielder. And the distance. So, you know, he held out. And good catch there, you know, by that mid-on fielder. But well bowled there by Mansingh, and he comes back again and picking up wickets.
Keeps picking up wickets. Keeps keeping himself and his team in the game. Very good half-century, last man out for the Jamaica Scorpions when in their first innings. With a good, comfortable catch there by Winley. And Singh picks up his second 5 overs now. 2 5 overs, no maiden. Well, he's got one more ball left in his 5th over. No, he has completed it. Yeah. So 5 overs, no maiden. 2 for 15.
The two. That is the key. The two wickets.
Exactly. Yeah.
That is the key.
And now Jamaica will be thinking they could bowl Leewards out tonight as Brian is in from the northern end to Cornwall. And Cornwall hits it straight back to the bowler and there's no run. So The lead is still under 200. 3 wickets remaining.
I think Seth has some prophecy in him. This morning in his open statement, he said that this is going to be an intriguing day, and both teams are living up to that. I think he had a dream last night and see what's happening, because both teams have an opportunity. Both teams have the opportunity to go ahead and take command of the game, and the game just
keeps ebbing and flowing. Back and forth.
But Seth is not going to be here tomorrow, so I'm wondering, he has to send that prophetic word to let us know. Prayers are always needed. But you saw it right, Seth. I think the game is an intriguing one, and every time one team seems to be getting ahead, the next one, pull them back. So it's quite interesting.
Delivery angled into Cornwall, peels off the outside edge, but all the way along the ground to Gully, and there's no run. Yet no team has taken it by the scruff of the neck as yet. And as we were talking before, with the Leeward Islands being the more experienced team, you would have thought that they would have. But full credit to the Jamaica Scorpions. They kept chipping away, even though they lost the wicket early this morning. They kept chipping away at the Hurricanes' first innings total, and now in the second innings. They keep picking up the wickets as Bryant shows a bit of aggression late in the day, threatening to throw down the stumps, but Cornwall was well in his ground. So still 166 for 7. We'll have 10 overs remaining after this one.
It's a kind of dicey period here for Cornwall, because he now realizes that he has to stay there. So is he going to continue to play his natural game, or is he just going to have to get in that blocking area? You don't want Cornwall to be in that blocking area. He's not a blocker. but the situation may
call for it.
So let's wait and see how that goes.
Because you would believe, from a Hurricanes point of view, it's imperative that he stays tonight.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they could be knocked over rather quickly, and they haven't got the lead that they would feel totally safe with. That one's forced through the cover region down towards backward point for a single to in the over. So at the end of the over, just the one run coming off that Bryant over. 167 for 7. The lead is 193. Cornwall's on 38. Walsh Jr. has joined him in the middle. He is yet to face the delivery. Interesting times. I mean, we must give credit to the two umpires, though. They've been brilliant, I think. Not only their decision making, but the way they've controlled the game. We've finished on time basically every night except last night, and that was the only time that we didn't. But the first day we're ahead of time again tonight. They've controlled things really well. And did you know that the law had changed with the you could come off the fielder's helmet?
Yeah, I had an idea about that.
Yeah. Well,
but
umpire
to refresh it in my mind. Remember, I did the course a few years ago.
You did. You told me you found umpiring very relaxing.
I'm a professional umpire.
Yes.
You know that I'm a professional umpire. I went to school, like my good friend said, and I passed. I passed in flying colours.
There you go,
man.
Yes, 4 runs there off the first delivery from Mansingh by Cornwall. Just guided it down past backward point to the boundary. So he moves on to 40, 169 for 7. The lead, 196. Edging closer to 200.
Yeah, this has 42.
Big appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Cornwall on the front pad as he came forward in defence.
I think that one pitch outside leg. Just about, that one pitch outside leg.
Yeah, hit him
The
outside.
umpire says no from the onset. The answer was spot on. As you were giving them compliment,
There you go.
they really
See?
deserve, and they show how they control the game, their decision making. Overall, I mean, they are humans and they're going to make mistakes and so on. But this game so far, the way in which how they control the game and the way how the game flows, a few injuries as well, and you don't see that they're harassing the batters to get along with it or whatever.
No. And I thought even on the first morning where we had that slight drizzle just before lunch, they made quick decision straight away. Right, get the covers on. We'll take lunch 15 minutes early and then let it pass.
And the match referee, Ryan King, playing past players being involved in the game already have certain sense of what's happening. Plays a big part too.
Definitely.
A shot here again by Cornwall.
By Cornwall.
He has some finesse in it.
He does. The big man.
Man.
When he wants to use the finesse, he can certainly do that, and he's cut that beautifully backward a point for the second boundary in the over. So he moves up to 48. The score 175 for 7, and the lead is past 200, 201.
46.
46, is it?
46.
So 4 away from another 50 for Cornwall. He's taking the quick single.
You want to strike.
All right. Now he moves on to 47, 176 for 7. And I believe the fifer he took earlier today, Sylvester, was his 23rd in first-class cricket, which is a excellent performance.
That's middle.
Well, when it comes to his skills, I mean, nobody can question
doubt
that. In his batting, his bowling. Sometimes he plays some kind of some shots where you wonder what he's thinking about. But overall, I think his skills is superior to a lot.
Definitely. Wrist spinner to wrist spinner. Hayden Walsh up to the challenges. Defends that into the cover region to end the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their second innings, 176 for 7. Cornwall is on 47. Walsh Jr. is yet to get off the mark, and the lead is 202. Yes, and kudos, as you were saying, to match referee Rion King. He was the one that actually brought over the rule book and showed Seth and I. But see, we're still old school, Sylvester. We didn't realize it changed.
Well, I mean, there are so many changes these days. Every November when the panel meets, there are all sort of changes, which sometimes is necessary. Going way back, and the game has changed a lot from the inception. So the changes are evident right now, and it really needs certain changes to get the interest back in the game.
Definitely, definitely.
Yeah,
but quite surprising, isn't it? I mean, it not 2 on the helmet, but 2 off the short leg rebounding in the same match. You don't often get that. Brian starts a new over, and this one's clipped nicely behind square by Cornwall.
Guess you don't need the short leg there to take any catch. Just take a lick.
Just block.
Just take a lick.
You block it, I'll catch it.
You block it, I'll catch it, man. Come on.
But I'm surprised he must be a tough cookie, though, the young cook, Mackenzie, because he didn't flinch, and nobody come out to check if he was all right after being
You say he was
thoroughly
celebrating.
whacked in there. Yeah, he was celebrating. And
that's what he's there for. I mean, anyway, you get out.
Yeah. Because to give the viewers and listeners an idea of how hard Coffee James hit the ball, Thomas, the keeper, caught it off the rebound, basically at square leg. It went so far.
Yeah. Wow.
Hayden Walsh Jr. facing Gordon Bryan. And this one is driving towards cover, but there's no run. They started the bowling this morning, bowled the first, was it 19 overs or so in the first hour of play, these two, and
these
they could finish the day with the bat in hand.
I mean, they get the game off to a fast start.
They certainly did. That's why we're ahead of the clock.
They set it up really, really well. So,
round the wicket this time to the left-handed Walsh Jr. who tries to steer that, an excellent fielding there by the gully fieldsman.
That looked like
Mackenzie again.
So he's not only a blocker, he's a good fielder.
Yeah. Showing his agility in the field. Just the one slip in the gully, which is Mackenzie. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And fine leg.
The Leeward Islands lead now is 203. Get over the 200 mark. Psychologically, that that's a little advantage.
Yeah, definitely.
I think the same 260, 280 between that. If you can get anywhere to that, that should be competitive. I mean, because the pitch has played well. The pitch has played well. There are a few balls. The odd one. But I think overall, if you as a batter comes out with a positive mentality, you can score runs, and the bowlers, if they bowl the right areas, the right grouping, they can have success as well. So it's a good pitch.
Good pitch, and we're watching a good contest, and that's well fielded again in the cover region. Nice drive there by Hayden Walsh Jr.
Nice balance. And nothing beats the foundation, innit?
No, definitely.
No matter what, once you have that balance, you will get that ease and power. And I hope the batters, too many batters, you see that they're not exhibiting that balance in their stroke play.
Yeah, swing themselves off their feet.
It's one time in my young career when I Wrigley Jacob, he used to hit a lot of sixes.
Right.
So I went up to him and asked him, how can you hit so much sixes? So he told me.
And good delivery there by Brian. Beat Walsh Jr.
Good effort there by Brian again. This man has has good eye for talent. I must give him the credit. From time he saw Brian yesterday, he said, "This is the one."
He did.
Yeah, Brian is not disappointing him at all.
No, not at all. And knowing Seth, I'm quite sure he would have had a word in the young man's ear by now and encouraged him along. You see, spoke at lunch briefly.
That's up his street. I told you that's up his street. That's why I'm asking him if he want to be. But he think that
could be mentor, anything like that.
He think that I'm making fun of him or something. I don't know, but come on, he's a professional.
He is,
and I know his capabilities because
That's
I dealt with him a lot when I was playing. to be honest.
And he helped you out too.
He made me
point out a few things.
He was part of the journey,
Right. Mansingh will continue to Cornwall. 177 for 7. The lead is 203 for the Hurricanes as Mansingh is in now to Cornwall, and Cornwall is defending that back to the bowler, and there's no run. Got a few more chairs though, Sylvester, for the manual scoreboard attendance today, but still no shade.
Yeah, the chairs won't help. It's a shed. There's a sun that is blocking this. Whether you're standing or sitting in the shed, you need to black out that sun.
Definitely.
And it seems like they are all ladies over there.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
We have to take care of the ladies, innit?
Definitely.
Mansingh here is Cornwall is taking good care of Mansingh at the moment. He doesn't want to expose Hayden Walsh Jr. to Mansingh. Mansingh seems like he's a dangerous customer. So Rakeem Cornwall at the moment is taking the blunt of the pressure from him.
Yes, taking the majority of the strike. He knows how important it is for him to be there at the end of the day's play, which is about 7.5 overs away, so not too far now, he'd be thinking.
Good shot there.
Yeah, strung nicely up to long on for a comfortable single. But good for West Indies cricket overall, though. Sylvester, we've seen it here. with Mansingh on debut, how well he's done. Malleus and Nandu from the under-19s getting through with maiden centuries, and both big ones, 126, 192. Hopefully that will be the start of, big things to come.
Well, that is the most important thing, we get a good start now, so you have to carry on and try to develop as quickly as possible. And it all goes good and well for West Indies cricket overall,
Definitely.
The hard work, these guys, Mandu and Melius, those guys came through that under-19 system, and good to see that they're in the franchise and they're performing, and not only just because they're young in the franchise. You play on a 19 that you have to perform, and these guys got the opportunity, and they're showing that they deserve to be here.
Yes, most definitely. So that's excellent. Coming out of this, the first round of the West Indies Championship. Mansingh into the left-handed Walsh Jr. and that takes the inner portion of the bat, rolls out through mid-wicket for a single to complete the over. So at the end of the over, we have 7 overs remaining in the day's play. Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their second innings, 179 for 7. Cornwall is on 49. Walsh Jr. is on 1, and the lead is 205. 205, is it? Or 206?
Walsh Jr. seems more comfortable at the start with the pace. He plays some lovely shots in the over before, just didn't really find the gap, but he seems more abreast to the pace for the moment. When he gets in, because he's a good player of spin too. And
yes,
he's a reasonably good all-rounder. A key factor here as well for the Leeward Islands team. He stays there because he will score. If he stays out there, he will score. So with himself and Rakeem Cornwall, who plays locally for the Liberta Sports Club as well. So these guys know each other for a number of years, and they understand each other. So this is a key part, a key moment, I think, for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Brian continues to Walsh Jr., who defends out to point, and there's no run.
What about the names for the various franchises? They have some
Harpy Eagles, that's
Hurricanes and Volcano and Scorpion and these
Redford.
Who came up with those names?
That's an excellent question, Sylvester. Will it be the franchise owners, or they take a
survey?
A survey between the players. The Harpy Eagles is the interesting one, though, because what's a Harpy Eagle?
Well, Guyana. I guess Guyana when they win something,
they're happy.
They're happy, but they haven't won. I think Guyana went to the most finals in all the competition in the Caribbean.
Yeah, and in particular the 4-day, they won 5 straight, and then Barbados Pride have taken over, and they won the last 2.
I think Jamaica won for a number of years as well, straight in about 5-6 years.
Right.
Jamaica.
Yeah. And Barbados actually in pursuit of 371 that Guyana made ended up declaring their innings on 224.9. Shamar Brooks got 51, but Shane Dowridge, the skipper, was unable to bat. He was feeling unwell. So they batted 1 short.
Wow.
Sorry? No, I don't think you can get...
it depends on your medical condition.
That's right.
Oh, that's a lovely delivery.
It was reportedly just an upset stomach. I don't think you can get the exchange for that set. But good point, though. That was an excellent delivery there by Brian, almost taking the edge of Walsh Jr.'s bat as Cornwall comes down and says, take it easy. We haven't got that much longer to go tonight. I want you here, partner.
I think this pitch, I must give credit to the creator as well. I think when they see the bowler put in that effort, you know, they get the ball
get reward,
and they get some bunks and something. One will skid on a bit lower, but it's good. It's good for cricket. It's good for a result. When you have these long virgin type of game, you need results.
Right,
you know, to keep it interested. Too much jars. You know, you need to get a result. And this pitch, I think, offers you the opportunity to do so.
Results pitch, yeah. Which is excellent because the newly laid square here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of West Indies cricketers. Brian round the wicket to the left-handed Walsh Jr. He covers up nicely in defence to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 179 for 7. Cornwall's on 49, Walsh Jr. on 1. And that equates to a lead of 205 for the Hurricanes.
Yeah, and this partnership continuing is really, the Leeward Island dressing room would be at ease with the longer this partnership goes on. You know, Rakeem Cornwall looks really in control, executing his skills the way that we know that Rakeem Cornwall can, in terms of. But we're seeing a little different Cornwall, a little mixture of aggression, and you know the team needs him to be there now. But he's not blocking set. He's rotating the strike
and
nicely.
That's the difference. That's the difference between him and some of the batters.
So even though you have to consolidate, he's not just blocking.
Precisely. He's still got a score.
Yeah, he's still scoring.
Mansingh into Cornwall down the leg side, sweeping at that. Missed it. He really had a big go at that one because it was offline.
All he had to just get a little bat on it.
A little flick.
Just a little touch and it gone. No one is on the
He really wanted to fan it down.
As a matter of fact, the one that was at the deep square leg, he's at deep mid wicket now.
That's right.
So there's a vacant piece of land behind this set.
Yes, between just forward or square, backward. There's no one backward or square, no fine leg, no long leg.
Only the umpire Butler occupied a little bit of it.
So he had options. Perhaps he has gone into a bit of a defensive mode after the last wicket. He expected that Louis would have been with him, and you saw the disappointment when Louis went. This time he works this one. Is this the 50? Yes, it is. Rakeem Cornwall is 16th. First class 50 in his 77th game. A deserved 50. Just a modest wave to his teammates and the spectators here below us. 180 for 7. The Leewards, the lead extending to 206. Perhaps with Louis there it would have been a different situation, but the reality is the reality. 3 sixes and 3 fours in his 50 from 56 deliveries. Rakeem Cornwall, I almost said, I said Will then, that's his uncle.
He's in the pavilion.
Hayden Walsh Jr. Gets a good one from Mansingh, covers up. Cornwall is the assistant coach to Stuart Williams. So a lot of Leewards, it's a Leewards franchise, so Leewards looking after Leewards. And the Leeward selector here. First time in a day I have spoken to a Leeward selector, a West Indies selector, and an Antigua selector chair.
Is that so?
All within a couple of minutes, within an hour.
Wow.
So that's a dramatic day. Dramatic day.
Which one of the West Indies selectors are here? I don't think
Dr. Desmond Haynes.
Oh, he's here today.
Yes, I didn't realize that it was him. The Antigua selector had called me, we were speaking, and then only after I looked up, I had to apologize. I said, I didn't realize it was you. No disrespect. Why I didn't call you. I was just spending the time there. So he was watching in the morning, and then we were chatting. He had was off to a meeting. I guess he has to split it between here and the Sir Viv Richards Stadium, where there is also that game between Barbados.
I think the other selector is here as well. What's his name? The newest
Butcher?
Butcher. I think because what I heard this morning, he was supposed to come here.
Roland Butcher.
Roland Butcher. I thought I was asking for Desi, but they said Roland should be here, so I was
Perhaps
surprised.
maybe he was here in the afternoon, or so didn't see him. And the two selectors. That is one area of West Indies cricket I think ought to be expanded, but I don't want to talk about that now. I did have.
I think
some
before
chat.
time, what they do, they normally like have scouts. Yeah, instead of they have the lead selector and the other.
Well, I had a
selector, but they have
huge
scout.
chat with our Leewards director Enoch Lewis a couple of years ago about a few options, and the one I think is the best option has not been looked at, I would say, yet. But I think you need dramatic changes based on the situation. And but sometimes it's not only the selectors, it's the players. Because you give the player the opportunity and they don't take it. Yes, sometimes you make a mistake, or sometimes you go with your instinct and it doesn't work, or you go after well-reasoned decisions and it does not work. Sometimes it's the players. But sometimes we're all human. The selector may not look at the combination that may be meritorious. Sometimes it's not just one selector, and you may have one vote. So your will may not be done, even though your intention was right. Hadenwall Jr. drives, lovely shot, knocked down and cut off, but will go into the boundary. Really good timing on the part of Walt Jr.
Another brilliant shot. He seems like he plays the Pacers so far much more comfortably. Plays some nice cover drives. This time around, who's that? Palmer? Captain Palmer?
Yes, he had a big
missed,
dive.
He stopped a few, but this one he got through. Brilliant shot here. But the effort from Brian Garden, you can't fault the effort. It's just, a brilliant shot there by Hadenwall was equal to the task. Good cricket all around.
Yes, and he has brought a calm to Rakeem Cornwall. When I say a calm, you saw the anguish. When first Terry Ward hit that ball to mid-wicket, it was just such a short ball and he put everything in it. Didn't lift it well. Cornwall actually turned around.
I think I think he was more sympathetic to
Louis.
Not to Ward.
To Ward than Louis,
because remember the first innings, his ball was similarly to
yes.
that, and he got out. So.
But the one with Louis,
you
see he really turned down and he was just bending down. As to say, how do you out like that?
He was really disappointed.
Both going to mid-wicket to Mansingh. Here is Walt Jr. driven again. Brilliant shot, squarer on this occasion. Out to square cover for 4. Hadenwall Jr. Not just leg spinner, but a real free-throwing batsman. Look at that. And number 3 in the batting order will be happy with that shot. They're speeding things up now. 189. 189.
But just to put on my captaincy hat. If I was had any role in terms as a captain, if I was captain in this team, Cornwall and Hadenwall Jr., one of them should be at either 5 or 6.
I agree with you.
These two are batting too low. These two are capable.
That's right.
Of making. I think both of them are capable of making centuries.
Yes. I think it would be good to have 1-5 and 1-6.
Yeah, they need batting that down there, and then
because when you're really there at number 8, and so how are you going to make a century running out of partner the whole mindset? And they add so much value to the team when they're there. So get it up front.
Okay, you can have more options with another fast bowler, another spinner, or what. But
that's right.
These guys are top of the order batters. They're showing it over the years. And
oh, here is another splendid shot, splitting the cover and the man out at long on. Will it beat him into the boundary? He tries, got it back.
Got it back?
Is it?
Oh, man.
Yes, he did. That's Minley, the speedy Minley. But you're right, this man is a batter of class. And I'm saying at the end of that over, the 61st over of the innings, 191 for 7, the Leewards. They are motoring on well. The lead is now 217. Cornwall is on 50. Hadenwall Jr. is on 13. The big issue for me, as you mentioned, is that it doesn't matter whether you bowl or not.
Yeah.
If you are top quality batter, you bat in that position because obviously you're better than the players who are coming ahead of you. Simple as that. Simple as that.
And it bring more attraction to your team, more positive outlook on your team because these guys are positive players. They are very skilled and confident in their skills, So it's all can only benefit the team.
The team,
and
that's right.
And give you more options.
Exactly. Get in the middle, do what you have to do, and then leave the others to patch up if they need to patch up or to propel the score. Do that. And that's a chat. Well, I mentioned it to you, but I would have had it previously regarding Cornwall himself. He started as an opening bat. He started as a top order. I reckon that in the Leewards team, bats this low, gets onto the West Indies team, bats at 9, bats at 10. In the 9 test matches he has had 2 half centuries. Could have had a couple of more, but perhaps gets anxious at the end of the day. You're there with the number 11. So what do you do? Being better at the top, at the middle of the order, maybe just after the wicket keeper. But here is Jamie Merchant coming back to Cornwall, and Cornwall respects the first delivery, and Cornwall perhaps in the overnight mode.
If you bat at number 8 for West Indies team, there's no way you're supposed to be batting at number 8 for the Leeward Islands team.
That's right.
If you bat at number 8, you should be batting about 6 for a Leeward Islands team. It's just like when you're playing for Antigua. If you're going to play for Antigua, you should be batting in the top 3.
In the club, yes.
Yeah, it's a difference. The standard is much higher.
It's different. This one driven out towards, and both half century were match saving half centuries for the West Indies.
And Merchant back in the attack now. I think they need to stem the flow of runs and try to get some wickets.
Well, Merchant had his say. He did have 2 wickets at the top of the order. I thought that they should have gone for Brian, but who am I to decide? They may have had their plan and say we're going into this a bit defensively. We want to see what happens. We want to tie up one end. Merchant did that. 2 for 24 from his 14 prior to the start of this over. Into Walt Jr. Jr. drives. Lovely shot. Brian, that's Merchant having a big attempt, but the ball ricocheted from his hand and went down to Minley at long off. Only a single to Walt Jr. Turns it over to Rakeem Cornwall.
Walt has good hands.
An excellent hand-eye coordination on the field. When you see he hardly misses the ball when he goes for the dive. Here is Cornwall on this occasion, as though he's saying, I'm shutting up shop for the night. Just prods at that. Look at the Leeward Islands situation today. They would have seen the Jamaicans being dismissed and would have hoped that they would not be dismissed before the end. That's a good delivery. Cornwall tapped at that. Didn't really have any footwork in that situation. Just really hung the bat out at that.
Should have been forward a bit more.
That's right.
That was a quicker one.
It's a bit casual on that.
Yeah, the length was a bit foolish. Caught him.
Jamie Merchant believing he has the opportunity of getting a 3rd wicket here. Cornwall goes back and he steers it nicely. In fact, he cuts it down to 3rd man, pulled up inside the boundary by Harty. Cornwall gets a single at the end of the over. End of over number 62. 3 overs remaining, Sylvester Joseph. The Leeward Islands 194 for 7. I think we're almost right on target. We said they could get to 200 by the end of the day. And they are, 6 runs away from 200, 194 for 7. Cornwall 53, the man on the leaderboard. The 2 men who have gotten wickets for the Jamaicans, Abijah, Mansingh and Patrick Harty. So
Mansingh has changed to the other end. I was thinking about, giving him a few from that end. Because normally, when you play locally, the leg spinners bowl from that end. So let's see how he does from that end.
And that is due to the breeze blowing across, and the leg spinner is going the other way. A player could get caught up with wanting to go to that end and play.
Hayden Walsh bowled this morning from that end as well, and the left arm spinner.
Yes, and I thought that spell with Hayden Walsh and Rakeem Cornwall early in the morning, that was really the spell that had the Jamaicans at sea. It was, in fact, a long time you haven't seen that combination of spin bowling that was really of a high standard.
Yeah, but as I was telling Terry, I thought that they could have changed Hayden Walsh. He started
after about 7 overs.
Yeah.
He pleated away a bit. Cornwall faces, drives out to long off. We'll get a single, just shutting through. Mansingh getting his first bowl from the northern end. Bowled all his overs from the southern end in the first innings when he got his 3 wickets. So the Leewards, after a lead of 26, started well with Mansingh, Hodge and Kyron Powell. Hodge got 31 from 61 deliveries, 5 fours. Powell 28 from 54 deliveries, including 2 fours. Here is Hayden Walsh Jr. striking this one nicely, driving it out to long on and getting a single. And they are pretty comfortable. It is clear that they want to go in tonight without losing a wicket. Then there was Casey Carty, stayed around a bit, got 20 from 74 deliveries, 2 fours and a 6. Kofi James, unfortunately out, 18, 2 fours and a 6. Clubbed one into the helmet of Harty and it deflected to Thomas. Cornwall works this one nicely off the pads down to long on and gets an easy single. So he moves up to 55. They're building a partnership nicely, Sylvester. Partnership worth 31 runs.
Yeah. A well-needed one too.
Yes.
In the situation, they lost two cricketers.
Here is Walt Jr. playing this one in the air, but the ball falls short of the fielder at Harty there at wide mid-off.
He looked like he wanted to whip that one
in
down,
the onside.
Yeah, down deep, long off.
You see the communication, Cornwall calls him and they meet at mid-pitch just to say what's going on. It was a leading edge. Jamal Hamilton also came in. He only scored 9 from 13 deliveries. Terry Ward, he scored 4. Here is Mansingh. Oh, good delivery, but Walt Jr. stretches out and plays it nicely. Back up on the outside, no harm done. Then there was Louis, Jeremiah Louis, the star of the first innings. He didn't really do as well as he would have liked. Just got 6. And left it up to Rakeem Cornwall with Hayden Walsh to do the repair work. Did the repair work in the first innings. Hayden Walsh Jr. playing it to Palmer at a short mid-wicket position. That completes the over at the end of the 63rd over of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes' second innings. They are 197 for 7 with a lead of 223. I think it is a good position for the Leewards with 2 overs remaining this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. There was a bit of stutter in the middle there, but with Rakeem Cornwall, taking up the mantle and showing his leadership in terms of his experience, and also he's a vice captain. He made adjustment to his batting, not really go into blocking, but he stemmed his aggression, and rotated the strike, and he had good support now in Hayden Walsh Jr.
He loves his cricket, Rakeem Cornwall. Loves his country, loves his region. Here is Jamie rifling that one. Cornwall equal to the task. Jamie Merchant, a thinking cricketer. And he has been entrusted the new ball in the second innings along with Makino Minley. So we're coming towards the end of the day. The Leewards would like to see 200 on the board before the end of the day. Cornwall showing that he's not going after Merchant, just content to play it out.
I think Merchant is doing a remarkable job.
Yes.
Maybe up front, the plan was for him to come and keep it as tight as possible. And he
did that.
Yeah, and getting 2 wickets as well, so he really doing a good job for the Jamaica Scorpion.
Cornwall gets this one down to long off, gets a single, and as we look at what the Leewards Hurricanes would have done, we could look at the Jamaican the partnerships, how they lost wicket. The first one at 55, then the second at 66, third at 94, the fourth at 109, the fifth at 119, and then the repair job started with Cornwall. Here is Hayden Walsh being hurried into a defensive stroke by Jamie Merchant. He did so well in the end. And then the sixth at 154, the seventh at 160, and this partnership has now contributed 32 runs. Merchant comes in to Hayden Walsh Jr. He drives, but only as far as Fraser at a short mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket position, and there is no run. 2 deliveries remaining in this over. The both batters coming down to have a chat. The Jamaica bowling mainly. 6 overs, 1 made and none for 19. Merchant, the one bowling now. 2 for 27 from 15.5. Gordon, Brian. 8 overs, 1 made and none for 35. Merchant comes into Hayden Walsh Jr. Covers up well. Plays it back down the track. That's the end of Merchant for the day. That's the end of the penultimate over of the day. Leewards Hurricanes 198 for 7. Rakeem Cornwall 56. Hayden Walsh Jr. 13. Their partnership of 32 has somewhat neutralized the balance. And I think the Leewards would be comfortable at this stage with a lead of 224.
Yeah, and when you look at both teams, I think the Leeward Hurricanes would be more comfortable at this present time. These two started off the day, and put Leeward in a great position.
That's right, with the ball.
And now they're finishing off the day, especially with 1 over left. Is exactly what, a minute to 5 with 1 over left. So
yes,
they make sure that we don't go
beyond that. And they deserve a rest because their feet have been going. Here is Cornwall facing up to Mansingh, comes forward. And Cornwall has been doing a lot of time in the field, and bowling the most overs, and that has been the case for the last 6 years, and that is why my argument for
no one his knees are body him a bit.
Yes,
with all those bowling and
and having to spend a lot of time with the bat when the top order fails. Good delivery from Mansingh.
But I like what he did in the previous over, like the second to last delivery where he went down and he spoke to Hayden Walsh. That also back in the day when you realize the time is, I don't want them to bowl more than that. So that is experience.
Game sense, we call it.
Awareness.
Yes, awareness outside the off stump. Cornwall does not play. Also Patrick Harty, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 56. He deserved those 2 wickets because he has been the man who has bowled the most for Jamaica throughout the match. Akeem Fraser, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. And Abijah Mansingh, the one bowling for Cornwall, a good delivery. He's keeper shouting in Cornwall's ear, but Cornwall is in control. Mansingh, 9.4 overs. He has not bowled a maiden, 2 for 32. He will be happy with his work to finish up things here for the Jamaica Scorpions. Cornwall comes forward, and you can see he's avoiding the temptation.
He closed up sharp.
Yes, done that. Showed the signal about 3-4 overs
the shop has closed
earlier.
The shop has closed, Terry. So whatever you want to purchase, you got to go to the next shop.
So the last delivery of the third day's play, Mansingh to Cornwall, and Cornwall swings at that, goes down the leg side. They are not running. Why?
I don't know.
And perhaps they didn't realize that it had gone that far. But they have really not just closed, shut up shop. Because they decided not to go for the single. Stumps has been drawn here on the third day of this still intriguing match. Hard grinding stuff. The Leewards Hurricanes bowling out the Jamaica Scorpions for 234. Rakeem Cornwall a 5-wicket haul, and then Leewards Hurricane at the close, 198 for 7. Rakeem Cornwall 56. Hayden Walt Jr. on 13. And as we said, his 56 coming from just 73 deliveries, 3 fours, 3 sixes. Mansingh Hodge, the other lead scorer, 31. This partnership of 32 between himself and Hayden Walsh is a good one. Again, Abijah Mansingh 2 for 30. Once again leading the bowling charge for the Jamaicans. And Patrick Harty 2 for 56. And they have done a good job. On behalf of my fellow commentators Sylvester Joseph and Terry Luraji, have a pleasant evening. And I guess the tail of the tape, we would know that tomorrow. Who will be the champion, Sylvester Joseph? Who will come out the winner? Tell us as we wrap it up.
I mean, you said you're going to send a prayer tomorrow, so we're looking forward for that and waiting for what your prayer will say. But it's an intriguing game still. It's still tight. I think it can go either way because if the Jamaica Scorpions get them out as quickly as possible. I mean, Log, with the way that he bats and he gets going, he can be testing for both teams, for the Hurricane, sorry. But I think tomorrow will be an intriguing day. Terry was calling the fans to come out, and I think tomorrow is going to be a nice game.
Well, so it's all to be played for. Leewards, after winning first innings, would need to continue because they're in a good position. Rakeem Cornwall 56 again, Hayden Walt Jr. 13, and much will depend on how quickly they can score and how well they can restrict or bowl out Jamaica. But on behalf of the entire commentary team, I'm Seth Burton saying have a good evening.